Welcome back. We're doing it live for real. The Real Deal Show. This is Buster's, and it's top tier for you queers. And we say that with love and respect, of course, to the community around the world. Now, I was a little off with the scheduling, but you know what? Here we are, and here I am present. A lot of people want to be a star. This is a prop comedy show. So, Sam Hill told me to start it up. So I said, hey, why not? Let's do it. Let's be amazing. And I showed up. So we'll see what happens. But let me tell you something. The bottom line is when you're doing it and you're doing it right, people start to realize it. People are expecting, they don't know what to expect. Sometimes they expect perfection. Sometimes they expect stupidity and crap. Sometimes they want you to be insane. Sometimes they want you to be a loser or a moron. What I'm really saying is that people want you to know that the bottom line for broadcasting is that you got to show up and you got to be the amazing person that they were looking for. Now, am I the most amazing person in the world? Yes. The answer is yes. But that didn't happen on accident. I had to put in years and years and years and years and years and years and years of effort to now become the number one person on the internet in my own mind. In my own mind. I didn't add that part. I was saying that I was the best, but really the best to me, but also to everyone with a brain, everyone who's intelligent, everyone who thinks they know what's going on, everyone who has an ability to see what's great in life and in the world. Now, I'm not just talking about people who are stupid or crazy. I'm talking about magnificent people. I'm saying that if you want to be at the top of the rung, at the top of the ladder, performing better than everyone else, then you need to make it. You need to get there, and you need to do it in a timely fashion. Now, what does that mean? It means showing up, doing the work, and being amazing, not hating yourself so much, because we hear people say in the world, oh, I'm the biggest piece of shit this side of heaven. That's an expression that people say a lot. And you don't know what it means until you've said it to yourself. There's a guy that I know that walks across the street every single day, right? And when cars don't stop for him, he's like, okay, what am I doing here? Why is nobody stopping for me? Am I not worthwhile? Am I not a useful idiot? What does it take to be amazing? So people just need to snap into it, just need to get their life together, and live and be the coolest person this side of heaven. I had a bit of a moment. I had a bit of a moment with this guy, Red Bar, where I spent, I sort of did what Mark Maron from WTF did, which is I spent, the better part of 5 years talking shit about the guy, you know. And when you make it not just a sometimes thing, but a consistent thing for 5 years to trash a person, it becomes, hateful. It becomes evil almost, but you don't realize it. You think you're entertaining people, you think you're being nice, you think you're having fun, but then this person like starts to crumble and starts to fall apart and starts to not function as a human. And it makes you think, okay, maybe I'm not doing this for the right reasons. Maybe I should be a little better. So we have put him in the past, as far as a person to go after, and we're going to go towards different people in the future, because this whole thing can get out of control. It can become um, too toxic. It can become too evil, and I don't actually want to become an evil person. I only sort of want to become I want to be, if I do want to be evil at all, it's only like 10% evil, very light evil, mostly nice, friendly, lighthearted, joking, um, ribbing people rather than roasting and toasting and destroying their lives. So that's a change that will happen. Now, people might say, well, you've gone light. Well, light compared to what I used to do, which was totally destroy people's existences. I don't want to, because I always looked at it like, look, I'm just a guy talking, I'm just saying things. There's no way that I could have a real impact. There's no way I could be saying something that is horrible, mean, hurtful, evil, terrible. But yes, it is possible, and it does happen, and that's what we're dealing with, folks. So when I say that, I just want to, keep it in mind, and hopefully we have fun with it. And hopefully we go big. Let me say, okay. All right. So here we are, living the life. We're going to have people come on the show. We're going to have Sam Hill. We're going to have Russell Cook. We're going to have David Walsh. We're going to have whoever shows up, We're going to have the people in the world of broadcasting, the live stream people, and the people that make you think that this is all the most amazing thing that you have ever seen and ever will see. But that's just the beginning, we got to get the new intro situation figured out. Let me see if I can get that figured out right now, because a lot of people are just hanging out, They're just hanging out. They're just living. They're just doing things. And, it wasn't really the way things are. Okay. Hold up. Not like that. There we go. StreamYard. StreamYard. No thanks. Skip. All right. So we're gonna try and log in with the other account here, and then we're gonna get it going. We're gonna get the stream going. Oops. I guess I can't join the. Guess I can't join the stream. All right, that's not gonna work. Anyway, wait a second. Okay, so some of these shows are still in the library. I didn't realize that. All right. Anticipating needs. Anyway, here we go. Let's get into it. Let's get after it. That's what people say. All right, that was our little musical intro. Got to change that a little bit just to add the, get rid of the kind of asterisk thing about the E, because we want to be real, you know, we want to be honest, and we want to have a show that makes sense. You know, this is the show that includes our friend Sam Hill, and you know, it's a show that makes sense. So we're ready to, you know, go for it. So, you know, I'm thinking a listener mail segment at some point to do. You know, that might be a good idea. Also, handling things better. You know, things that should be a big deal but aren't. You know, we handle that. And there's people in life that want you to go down the wrong path. want you to be upset about stuff. But you don't need to be, you know? When I was younger, I had this guy, we'll call him I'll have to think of a name for him. Alec. I knew this guy, Alec, who would always try and get me offended about stuff. He'd be like, dude, did you hear what that guy said? He's a piece of shit. And I'd be like, all right, He said, what did he say? That I was a dick? All right. He said it. Does that mean I need to spend my life being upset about that? Should I care that somebody was rude to me? Or should I go on living my life? And the truth is, it's better to live your life than to be aggrieved. But I think this person thought that, if this was being said about me, I would want to know, you know, or even like, if this was being said to me, I would be offended. I would be hurt by this. But that's not necessarily the case. It's not necessarily the case, and it's not necessarily the thing to do. So I need to find another person, you know? So maybe the next person to go after would be somebody, say, like Mersh. He's not even on Netflix. He's not even on YouTube anymore. He's on a different channel. What is it? Rover? What is it? Shit, I can't remember. But I realized I would talk about this Red Bar guy so much that I would end up like I would just watch random clips and he'd be like, "This Ghostbuster guy won't shut the fuck up." The guy had entered his brain because I just wouldn't not stop talking about him. And it was no longer a playful thing. It was like a resentment and a hatred, which, now I get. It took me way too long to realize it, but I get it now. And I wish him the best. For maybe the first time, I legitimately, wish him the best. I don't want to continue this because this is like when you're like a little kid and you're fighting with your brother or sister, and there's the things that are the jokes, and there are the things that are actually like mean, horrible, hateful, evil things, and there's a difference there, and I'm finding the difference, the things that for me are an actual difference. All right, so we're going to go to the YouTube clone site. Can't remember what it's called. Sound. Oh. Okay. Green Tube. It's a green website. I call it green YouTube. Wow, they really should work on their marketing because I'm trying to go there and I don't even remember it. What is it? All right, well, until we get to that, I'm going to go to also on Triller, not Triller. All right, this guy gave us some Ninja Guineas on. All right. Let's check out Hot Awful's coverage. All right, let's get into it.
I think we might be getting sauced a little too early in the day there, Zen. I got an email from Zen Rhino during the show, and I called him out live on the air. And I was like, look, don't email me asking me for clips we play. Like, I'm not your producer. Like, what are you nuts? Emailing me during the show? Hey, can you pull that clip for me? I want to do some work. Then go find the clip and do the work.
So on Mersh's TV screen, he puts Pod Awful's Pizza Fund on there. Pod Awful really has a problem with Mersh. Why, I don't know. It does seem a little internet dork obsessive, but
the email actually had said, do me a favor, ask Royce where I can, like, where that clip is, and then send me the link. I'm doing fucking 10 shows a week, 2 hours each live. And then on top of that, I have to somehow manage my own spiraling alcoholic life. And then he just melted down, calling me fuckface. I'm a fat fuck you. That's why everybody hates me, all that. Because I just wrote back and I'm like, oh, that's why you asked me to ask Royce, because he was going to tell you to go fuck yourself. It turns out we both don't work for you, Zen. I'm not going to do steel toes prep for you.
I'm not going to do steel toes prep.
Because like I've had that happen before. I've had shit I covered on my show, or like and Steel Toe Morning Show. There's Zen Rhino going, hey, check out this clip. It was great.
Zen has sent me shit,
right,
where he's been like, oh, Mersh did this on Nightwave or whatever, and I don't use most of it, but if I ever do go, oh, this was a funny thing that Royce, that Royce did on Nightwave, and I saw it from him, and go listen to Nightwave on Rumble and all this shit, and like, but I mean, if you really are taking a link from a guy's show because you're gonna go give it to another show,
it's a bit of a dirtbag thing.
Yeah, if someone did that to me, I'd be annoyed.
Like and it's like, it's not even some shit everyone's covering. It's Nightwave shit. It's like weird, obscure shit that I go find. And it's like, let's give it to Aaron from Steel Toe. No, I'm not doing your fucking job for you.
Bro, you're just sending shit we do and just giving it to other shows. Like, the fuck? Make them do their own prep work.
What kind of reaction would you expect if you emailed Dick Masterson and told him to give you all his prep?
Mersh does have a right to not feel good about this.
This is what we do. We're trying to build a business and make money. And we got Virgin, we got Pessy, we got Frozen. And these motherfuckers are always running out, trying to get clips for us. We got Taper clipping our show, making art. We got all these people doing work. And then you're like, hey, the work you did, can I leech off that, please? No, you can't.
It is a funny rant.
By the way, ain't seen him in Nightwave for weeks. Always fucking donating to fucking Steel Toe. Always donating to these other guys. You know what?
Wait a minute. Time out. I pay my tithings to Nightwave.
Yeah, but the Zen,
look. Zen will throw a couple bucks here and there. That's true.
You know what? You want to fucking give Steel Toe fucking $20 in donations per show? Fucking ask him to pull clips for you, bud.
Don't take other shows' stuff and then send it to me and tell me to do it. I don't feel good about that.
Like, I don't notice that motherfuckers don't come in here anymore anyway. And when they do, they hang out and they'll fucking, oh yeah, here's $2 to read 6 paragraphs. And then I'm fucking going and saying hi to Steel Toe in the morning. I see Zen Rhino just dumping, making it rain like they're fucking, like April's flapping her pussy lips for all to see.
I blew up my fucking radio career and I had to come to my audience directly and beg them for money to stay in business. Is it not the best way to do things? Absolutely. You're 100% right. But the best we can do is ask, fill up the offering plate. Let it happen.
We just show this evidence.
Oh, yeah, right?
It's right in there.
Streamlabs, PayPal, nothing coming in. No fucking rally whatsoever today. Let's hit that 150 and do this thing.
You lose us.
Get ridiculously generous. Oh, my God. You've got new people in here who hate our guts and don't like us and think we're the devil.
Right.
We're looking like assholes in front of our new obsessions.
That's true.
Zeros. We are coming up zeros this morning, guys. This does not happen. The Spurgs that came in today, not very impressed. Well, you guys are really territorial and jealous, aren't you? Boy.
Yeah,
A
I've
little creepy. I gotta be honest.
missed everything you've said.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, for people who think they specialize in trolling, you're largely ignorable. I mean, the e-begging is remarkably obnoxious, don't get me wrong. But hey, welcome to the show. At least you can watch a better one. I watched an episode of Pod Awful. Pizza Fun. Jesse P.S. 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 Jesse. You're largely ignorable.
Woo! Well, that guy is obsessed with me, huh? He never stops talking about me. I have never, ever talked about Steel Toe. I don't like that I'm having to talk about them now. I know that me doing this makes me a Johnny-come-lately on the entire Steel Toe lol cow front. Yeah, I've seen him around, okay? I've seen him. People have been begging me nonstop to an incredibly annoying degree, begging me to cover these guys. And I have this sneaking suspicion, just call it a hunch, that some of it is literally them, Steel Toe themselves, begging me to cover them. Now, I have a feeling they've gotten annihilated by so many different podcast guys at this point that maybe they haven't been begging for that lately. But here I am. They put out a little bit of bait. They chummed the waters, and they caught me. Hook, line, and sinker. Here's what they don't realize. I'm a little too big of a fish. You're going to wish that we were back to the days where I was refusing to acknowledge your existence. Trust me. And by the way, why is he wearing a t-shirt that says "Cuck Comedian"?
Wow, that's
is
weird.
he that self-aware? Maybe he's too self-aware. He's certainly not too self-aware for the Mersh effect. Steel Toe, listen, I had every right to cover these guys a year ago or more when they jumped onto the Mersh effect train. Basically, everyone in the Mersh effect universe is sort of Pod Awful's property, my intellectual property, okay? It's an instant ticket to goondom. And I've seen them. I've seen them on the Clip channels, the Clipper. By the way, the Clippers Hey, Clippers, start clipping. This episode, fully clippable, okay? Start clipping. I want you to clip this one. Here's the thing. These guys, they've been on my radar, and I said, no. Ew, yuck, vile. Go away. I see them on the clip channels. I see them, I see other people cover them. Patrick Melton, nobody likes onions. I've seen them over there. I'm vaguely aware of their existence. I've never watched them outside of a very, very short clip. And this isn't, by the way, clip cope, which is a new term that we are now populating. Everybody's going to be using this, just like Grint here soon. Clip cope. What's clip cope, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. Clip cope is when a guy says, I've never even seen him before. You're going to be seeing a lot of that from Aaron here, who I just had to rack my brain to remember his name. And when I say rack, I do mean rack. I had to rack my brain. These guys are a blind spot to me. I'm aware that there's an entire cottage industry surrounding them. I'm aware I'm late to the game. I don't want to do this. I had every right to do it a year ago. Every right. They begged me to do this a year ago, literally. And I'm going to show you that. They begged me. The Mersh effect, it was too strong. It reeled me in. Mersh is now literally complaining that his former top pay pig, and a guy who actually used to watch Pod Awful. We need to talk about this. Zen Rhino. You guys are familiar. $15 from Zen Rhino. No. Everybody's singing it in the chat right now. Zen Rhino hasn't been loyal to the Mersh effect. As a matter of fact, the Mersh effect may be turning into the Aaron effect. So I didn't want to do this. I'm going to explain the whole thing. They are tricking me into covering them. This is going to be the only time. Soak it in, folks. This is it. No more. I'm not doing a regular steel toe bid. I'm not going to be watching them in the future. The most disgusting portion of my life. What will go when my life flashes before my eyes on my deathbed. My deathbed, of course, being a motorcycle that I'm jumping over the Grand Canyon. As my life flashes before my eyes, this will be the moment where I'm like, ooh, yuck. Yes, even more so than, I don't know, every cringy thing I've ever done on this show. So I cannot believe I am disgusted by what these people are, by what this guy, and by the way, his wife, Ape,
so this
I think her name is.
Bottom looks like
I am completely disgusted by these guys, and it means I was right. I was right to never cover them. So here we go. Put on your gloves. Put on a full Tyvek suit. Do you have galoshes? Tie them up, sweetie. Because this is the Mersh Effect Steel Toe Morning Show. Steel spelled S-T-E-A-L.
Dreams come true. Space on the moon, just laughs at the goons. But I was watching you.
Or would you pay Jesse P.S. of Pod Awful?
Damn. Steel Toe would kill for that intro. Welcome, everybody. Happy to be here. I am your host, Jesse P.S.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. Burp. Okay. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we've got something we got to do here. Okay, we'll check in with the chat room. We're live. It's a Friday for most of you out there. We're going live at odd times. I got to be honest. I haven't really been thinking the whole schedule thing through a lot lately. I know you're used to your streamers. There's guys out there, they're streamers. And what they do is every day they just go live. They got nothing to do. They got nothing to talk about. They do it anyway. It's actually kind of impressive if you think the shittiest thing you've ever seen in your entire life is impressive. But unfortunately, we do have to induct. Listen, I mean, this is official. Whether I want to talk about these guys ever again or not, we will be inducting Steel Toe into the Goon Hall of Fame. So there's the Goon Alarm 6 million. It is completely official. Pod Awful rocks. Let's check in the chat room, see what you guys are saying in there. I think I've got a chat button here. Let's see what the chat is saying, shall we? I haven't been looking at the chat this whole time. Did we make the goal, says Aaron Imholtes Man Ditties. I don't even know how to say his name. Okay, I don't know a lot about there's more I don't know about these people than exists. In fact, Jesse says it live, Jay. Not sure if I can confirm that. Are you falling for the Pod Awful joke about it being guys do? That's our joke. You can't fall for that in our chat. That doesn't make any sense. I've been around since Jesse was making prank calls to Pizza Hut. I don't remember doing Pizza Hut specifically, but thank you for sticking around for that long. Meh, Joe. Meh, Joe. Oh, we've got some chirps in chat as well. Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you. Please be seated. All right. I don't want to do this episode. I don't. This sucks. This sucks for me. There's a lot of people out there who are very happy right now. I've seen you posting. I appreciate your excitement. I appreciate your trust in my abilities as a man and as a presenter and as a broadcaster and as a lover. But I hate these freaks. Okay? And I cannot stress this enough. These people are complete fucking freaks. They disgust me. I find them vile. I've found them vile since the first time I ever had any sort of even inkling of an idea that they existed. All right. And you may wonder why. I mean, listen, at this point, most people just get that. Most people, in fact, this is not a joke. I'm not making this up. I showed Aaron to my wife. I had him on the phone. I go, look at this. And with no prompting, she didn't even know what she was looking at. She said, ugh, oh God, what is that? Like he didn't even exist in her, previous reality. Like he just entered from some sort of rip in the time-space continuum. I don't know what it is about. And by the way, she's right. Obviously, we all know. We all understand innately that she's right about that. We've all had that feeling looking at him. And listen, you could probably have that feeling looking at me. But I don't know. That same lady married me and had children with me. So your mileage may vary. The point is, Aaron he gives off this aura of stink. He has stink lines, like a cartoon character. He's Pigpen. No, wait, Royce is Pigpen. The point is, if you were to draw Aaron cartoon accurate, you would need a green crayon and you would need several wavy lines, maybe a couple flies coming off of him. There's a putridness to him. The first time I ever came across them, all that happened was I saw their screen, the way they look. This, all right, here, I'll show you. Okay, this will be easier. I saw this, okay? And now originally, this is actually not the best example because this is more recent. Last year, the way he had his setup on screen was very, how do I put this, Sissian.
They're cyberbullying me to death.
It was extremely Revenge of the Sissian, okay? Where for some reason, now again, they were still sitting next to her. So this is Aaron and his wife, Ape. Oh, fuck Ape, it's me. Mersh's impression of Jesse. So they were sitting next to each other even a year ago, but for some reason their cameras were segmented. It was one of the strangest things, one of the most bizarre decisions I've ever seen graphically on a show. And I've seen some really bizarre decisions. And we've gone over in depth on some really, really bizarre decisions. And I think what happened was Aaron had just become ingratiated into the Mersh effect.
Pot awful one. Pot awful one. Did I cross swords with this guy at some point?
So he saw Revenge of the Sis. He said, "Oh, that's what a show is." Now, believe it or not, as much as we love making fun of fake radio guys, we do also like making fun of failed radio guys. Okay, so Mersh is both a fake radio guy and a failed radio guy. Tom Gully is more failed radio guy, but he's also sort of a fake radio guy. And Aaron here, Steel Toe, as I call him, Steel Toe. My nickname for him, just a little thing I call him, Steel Toe. For all of you out there who call Penguins Zero Charlie, I call Aaron Steel Toe. Okay, that's my thing. So my point is, Steel Toe here, he saw Revenge of the Sis, and he went, you know what? We need to look like that. I know we could just put one camera on both of us, which is what they're currently doing. He split it down the middle, Royce and Mersh style, and then they put a video at the bottom. So it was exactly Revenge of the Sis' layout. They still basically are using that layout. They're using the graphics of, I assume these came free on Windows Millennium Edition, whatever's going on. He's got some diamond plating going on in the background. This is a psycho pair of freaks. And when I saw it, I went, here's my true feelings on it, okay? I'm going to reveal something very, very, it's actually kind of embarrassing for me, but it's very personal for me as well. Later on, when it comes to Steel Toe, all right? Steel Toe, again, I'm talking about them not to get in on this. I'm never going to talk about these guys again. They're forcing my hand. They have stolen from me. They are Steel Toe, okay? We'll get into it. We're going to get into all of that. Let's just hang out. Are we having fun, everybody? Huh? Are you having fun? Sorry, I'm getting agitated because I'm just thinking about having to play this clip, and it's going to infuriate me. The most I've ever watched of them was yesterday, and I live streamed it. You saw me watching it, mostly in real time. And if you watched that little half a stream yesterday, you would realize, like, oh, this is something that Jesse can't physically comprehend as a man. And I don't think a lot of you are going to have a good time with this one either, to be fair, but it's something that needs to be done. So I saw them cropping up, and I didn't know where they came from, and I didn't care. I saw who they were hanging out with. I saw the Mersh effectors, and I said, this looks like an astroturfed nothing. And I want to pull a Mersh and give them nothing. I just knew. I knew in my heart of hearts that I shouldn't ever give them any daylight because they would be dying for. I don't want to legitimize these people. All right. So whatever I need to do to impress upon you before I play any more Steel Toe on my airwaves over my internet, the internet's boyfriend's internet. Before I do that, I need you to understand, I find this detestable, vile, disgusting. I'm regretting doing this as I speak. I did all of my research on these guys in the past 2 days, more or less 2 days. Again, I've seen a little of them here and there. Every single time anyone's ever come to me about these guys, I go, no, thanks. We're good. Thank you anyway so much, but I'm okay for now. I've got Mersh. I've got Alex Stein. Oh, that's weird. Steel Toe now has Alex Stein. Now, somebody, looks like Feds here in our Pod Awful forums. Join the cult, podawful.com/cult. Get access to our forums. Feds posted an entire thing yesterday giving me the skinny, the lowdown. Now, many of the people watching this are going to know this shit. This is me learning it. I haven't even read this yet. She posted a whole thread. People are posting all sorts of shit in there. They're making photoshops of these guys. These people are hated. Listen, I could make these people my cash cow if I wanted to. I don't. P.U. stink lines. Okay. So Feds writes here, host Aaron Imholte. Okay. Cool name. She's got his Facebook, his Twitter, his Instagram. She's all over this. She says second mics. So you saw some other people. You saw another guy in the intro there, some sort of wall-eyed freak who looked like he was hepped up on goofballs, looked like he was about to nod out on Fent. I love watching these guys where they play radio and they've got the only guy that they can get as a co-host is over Zoom. And that guy is falling asleep. That's every one of these shows. Every one of these. And let's just go ahead and bring it up. Let's bring it up right now. I don't remember if I've said this on the show or not, but I stand by it if I have. We are done with Opie and Anthony forever. It's over, okay? No more Copy and Anthony's. No more Opie and Ape-thanies. We're done with it. This dude, I told you, I've only heard Opie and Anthony really for the first time in the past year or two. And even I can hear he's just copying Anthony. He sounds to me, an untrained Anthony ear, he sounds exactly like him. To a degree where I'm like, good job. Hey, man, great impression. Good work. So it's unbelievable. We'll probably talk more about that in a second. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place because I don't want to do this. We'll come back to all of these things, okay? So they've got second mics because they're radio guys. They have second mics. So his second mic is usually this bitch, his wife, I guess, or apparently, according to this info, April Imholte is his second wife. And again, I call him Steel Toe. I call her Steel Toe. Steel Toe and Steel Toe 2. But apparently he's also got a guy called Johnny Crutches, which sounds like I'm making that up, but somehow I'm not. And Corey Adam, which sounds like he made that up and probably did. Now, this is what Feds writes. Aaron on his own is very much a public domain goon. He already has a subreddit dedicated. Oh, I didn't know that. He has a subreddit dedicated.
What are the basic things that he does that are understandable, that are able to be made fun of, all that kind of stuff. Make funnable, as some would say. If you're talking for long enough, you're going to say stuff like that. And I just think that, with him, you don't know what's going to happen. Some things make sense, some things don't. It's all about doing it your way. All right?
Dedicated to hating his shitty show. So he's got an r/Mersh, I guess, and which is actually kind of impressive. You got to be real bad to speed run getting your own hate forum. A web page made by Nobody Likes Onions, counting down to his divorce. That's very funny. Very good, Patrick. And articles written in the local paper about his embarrassing resignation. Now, this is the part I do know about. His embarrassing resignation from the only time he could make it on the radio. He's fat. Is he fat? He doesn't look. I mean, listen, he looks blobbish. He looks Mersh, like old Mersh fat. Young Mersh fat. He's fat, a cigar guy, which, by the way, cigars are also fully over. Okay, stop. If you have a photo of you smoking a cigar, you're gay. I'm not even going to bother explaining that. It's just true. And followed by the queen herself, Mersh. They have a lot in common, except that Aaron has been on the radio. Burn. Steel Toe Morning Show boasts 10,000 YouTube subs. I'm going to guess fake from what I've seen. I was watching this stream right here over my shoulder yesterday. They had it was very Revenge of the Sith style. It was almost Rumble style, but it was on YouTube. They had 360 people watching or something, and the chat was.
He's like it's like when you eat You eat
barely
food
moving.
that has no calories in it.
They have 10,000 YouTube subs,
light
but
version
averages
of
less than
something's Red
2,000
Bar
views
Light.
per video. Many of them actually less than
I don't know
1,000.
if it's still
Okay,
looking
so
at
yeah,
him
and we
like
talk
he
about
was
this all
Red
the
Bar
time.
like
You
he
know,
was
I've
Red Bar for
lost
3 years.
YouTube channels with more subs than that. 10K subs are meaningless. So what is a sub if you're getting no views? If you have 1 million subscribers and every video you put out, no one watches, what does it mean? Nothing. So that probably, almost certainly, listen, they probably followed the ways of Mersh, followed the ways of Roy. Roy's probably got in their ear and said, hey, listen, if you want to trade wives, that's beside the point. Buy subscribers. And then they started talking about Star Trek for some time. Aaron is no stranger to melting down on air. He lost his radio gig after unspooling because a woman was chosen for a position. I didn't know this part. A woman was chosen for a position he wanted in November of 2020. Wow, so he really hasn't been doing this for long. 2020? When did Steel Toe start? Like when did this version of it, the internet thing, start? And because his wife outed him for leaving her unsatisfied in bed, June 2023. Now I have heard about this because I watched a Nobody Likes Onions, and it was explained to me. Also, somebody on Twitter told me this. It was explained to me that apparently he can't make his wife come. Now I've never seen the clip of that. I've heard them talk about that. I don't know if that's true. I believe it. Listen, and by the way, if you can't, why not just stick your tube-like head inside her pussy? This guy has one of the most cocky looks I've ever seen, and I'm not talking about his facial expression. Just, I'm sure that if you can make your head engorged enough, if your neck and head just E.T. style, you could probably just shove it in her pussy. She'd finally come. What is she, like a whore or something? What do you mean? How do you? All right, actually, you know what? Who gives a shit? Who cares if a lady comes? You know what? I'm on his side. I think Mersh is waiting to see if he can get an April shower. Very good. Okay, so we've got links, we got photos of them. Let's take a look for the people out there who have never seen, and there are people out there who are like, I think I saw some chats here. They're flying by. I saw some people out there skeptical of all, I don't know these guys. So you're claiming that I'm clip coping. Again, I'm very clear here. I have seen these guys. So I saw, here's my first interaction, not interaction, but my first seeing them was, I want to say it was like June of last year. I had to go back through all my receipts and figure this one out. I've been doing some steel toe taxes for the past few days. So I want to say it was like June, July of last year or something. They mentioned me. And so, of course, people are tagging me in that. And I clicked on it and I went, oh, no, I'm good. That's the first time. Then a couple months after that, they had a whole thing about me on their show and Alex Stein. So I did watch that, but it was about me. Like, it wasn't about them. I didn't learn anything about them. I was watching people talk about me, and it was positive, by the way. This is going to get really, really fucking embarrassing for them really quick. Their story on me has gone 360 and back. These guys have done 2 double takes when it comes to Pod Awful, and it's really crazy. So I want to let the people who have never heard of these guys before, which is most of our audience, Pod Awful people don't know what this is, okay? And that's in my design. I have had designs on these guys for some time. So let's let everybody in on the secret. This, unfortunately, is Steel Toe.
There's no sexy way to say that.
No, and to me, if you're saying that at his age he's done it before, so did that mean it worked once?
Right. Soup Can saying she should have said my dick. That would have been good.
I probably would say that.
That's how you handle.
You know
that
what?
one.
Yeah. Look, our male man is a male woman, I think, here. But if she came up to me and like lifted a skirt of mine and was like, "Oh, what's under there? My dick.
My dick. You want to suck it? Try for a while.
Throbbing for you."
Okay.
Gray Duckling says, can't hit the ball unless you swing. Absolutely.
Ew. Right. You don't ever have a chance at yes if you don't ask.
Are you guys ready for us to?
So there's your little banter. Now, I feel like I'm driving down the street heading to my menial minimum wage, fuck my life job, turning on the radio and hearing my favorite morning radio couple. The married radio guys that just make my day shine. What they do is they go to Yahoo Weird News and they read me the articles and they say the funniest little thing. And, you can tell, like, they have fun at home. And I feel like I'm heading to work and my whole day is draining away. Oh, this terrible job I'm going to have to work at is just the colors finally fading into my Wizard of Oz story.
Embarrass ourselves just to try and make sure that we can still do our show for a living. Let's not miss our goal.
I can't fucking look at this. This is
almost missed last night, but
so he just takes out a plate. Okay. He takes out a plate. They're in the middle of talking about their stories. I don't know, probably something that happened on a soap opera or something. And then he takes a plate out. And you go, why is there a plate?
We were able to.
Isn't this the radio? I can't see this.
By hook or.
How do I even know he's got this plate?
By crook. Knock it out. This is the last one of the week. Thank God. We've got Rumble Clip Friday, which we probably won't have to worry about it.
And he's upset, by the way, because we were in chat and he's like, he actually read my chat. He read my chat, but didn't read my name. He pretended to not know who I am. By the way, my name on YouTube is insane looking. It's like so long. It's got a trademark sign at the Pod Awful Lunatic French. It's nuts looking. No one ever doesn't read my name unless there's a reason for it. He reads my chat without reading my name. He pretends like he has no clue who I am or why I'd be asking. A minute later, I get banned in chat. You know why? Because I said, slow chat. Hey, slow chat. I couldn't believe it. 360 people in there. The chat wasn't moving. Slow chat. That actually sent the chat into orbit. It hadn't seen action in so fucking long. So then he bans me, and only after I'm banned, and only after all the other Pod Awful Cult members are banned, the henchmen, that's when he goes, the trolls are.
But we are 150 away. Let's get some big shots in there. Streamlabs, PayPal.
This is a slow burn, by the way. I'm building up to very embarrassing shit for this guy. Very embarrassing, okay? And this man seems to live a life of an embarrassment of riches, of embarrassment.
PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. I don't want MSO winning, and I don't want to lose money. That's for sure. So let's fire up the shitbag music.
Let's go.
Okay, so you've got failed radio guy. You've got fake radio guy. You've got wrestling guy. You've got grifter to the extreme on all. And by the way, I'm getting super chats and people joining. I'm not reading any of that. Okay, we don't do that here. Good luck. Hey, keep sending in your super chats. Fuck you. So join the pizza fund. That's all I give a shit about. These guys are about to literally beg. Now, we've seen Mersh literally beg. He's an e-waitress. He works for tips. We've invented all the terms. But I have never seen anything like this. This blew my fucking mind when I saw it. Could not believe it.
Let's take this off.
He's playing wrestling guy music. This is a Hulk Hogan song.
Offering plate. And let's fidget. Let's fill it.
He's misspeaking because the Pod Awful Cult is, of course, sending shivers down his spine. Body aching all the time. And we're sitting there and we're floored by that. We're flabbergasted. We didn't know it was this desperate over in the Toe household.
Or fidget.
With digital bucks.
Imagine having to do this in front of your wife. Okay? In fact, forcing her into labor to do it too. He's making her out sit there and shake the tatas. You think she chose this low-cut shirt? He's making her wear this. This is a freak, by the way. I have to put them on screen so you can really see what we're working with here. Let's do this thing. We are going to have to just. He's got an SCP on top of his head that I swear to God, a minute ago, I saw this little critter crawl across his head. I don't know if people, and again, I don't know everybody's things on this. So I apologize if I'm stepping on toes, but steel toe. So I don't mean to, if somebody's made this joke already, fine. I'm calling this thing a tarantula. This man has a tarantula on his forehead. That's all I know. It is horrifying to me. And this isn't even the worst. I mean, there's worse clips of his rantula. I'm calling him ranch. So we can't believe what we're seeing here. He's shaking a cup and begging.
Banger.
And I had heard about that. I heard people talk about that. I didn't think it was litter. I thought it was the way that, porcelain says it about Mersh, which is actually also literal now that I think about it. So it's a perfect Mersh effect.
Get it over with. 150 away.
Let's see.
I do the Mersh parody and I'm sitting there shaking the tin can full of coins. Chicka, 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 chicka. They're literally doing it. It's unironic.
How quick we can do it.
Praise the Lord. Fill up the offering plate. I should really make this a religion.
Well, yeah, and you.
What have you done to earn any this? I mean, you guys. I watched the show. I was watching. Now it's 3 hours and 55 minutes into this stream, and I'm gonna be honest. I didn't see all 3 hours, 4 hours of it. So maybe something really, really good happened at some point. Maybe there was something in there that was like, instantly your face starts to catch fire. You're taking out your wallet so fast. You're like, I need these guys to have money. I don't know what these guys are doing that they think deserves $150. $150? Are you in what? Because you chose to spend 4 hours of your life doing the most milk toast, by the way, is insulted by the way this man looks. Milk toast is like, hey, buddy, you're kind of encroaching on my whole gig here, which is going to be a recurring theme.
It's the Church of Steel Toe.
I really should.
Steel Toe steals from Mersh. Steel Toe steals from me.
That's why
Steel Toe steals from toast and also milk.
Guys, we have too much fun stuff coming up.
We got a lot of good stuff coming up for overtime today.
We're going to check out Ed and Michelle.
So this is what they do. It's like a pod after show, except they do it live. If you send in enough money, they keep the terrible show going so that you can see more terrible show. Now, listen, I do something similar. We go into the pizza fund, and then I do more show for the paying people, right? But those people, they already paid. So I know they want it. If you're sitting there begging people to keep doing your job, it kind of that's like going up to your boss at work and saying, please don't fire me. Please. I swear to God, I won't be boring on the radio again. Please. We've got Ed and Michelle. And of course, we don't know what Ed and Michelle. Maybe Ed and Michelle is awesome. I don't know. Maybe Ed and Michelle is like when I do Rufio. Could be. But when you're begging your audience to want to see it, probably not great. You could probably be doing better content.
Amanda Hugginkiss says, no shit, Aaron. I went to high school in Toledo with this mailman.
No. Did he try to lift your skirt too?
Their graphics. We're going to go into the graphics. I've got a whole thing.
Oh, no.
Actually, I think that's a guy.
All right, let's fire.
If they charged to end the show, they would make at least 6 times the cash. Now, this is an experiment that they should be forced to run. And I don't know how you do. I mean, listen, maybe Patrick Melton has to do. I don't know. I need the onions out there. I need all the onions and the Clipper guys and the people from their verse, whatever. I need people to go into their chat and force them to try this experiment. Say, okay. And by the way, they lowered the goal. The goal was $250. And they went, well, we're not going to make that. We've made $0 after 4 hours. So let's make it $150. $150. And maybe we won't have to beg quite as. Nope, they still had to beg. They had to beg real hard. You're about to see it. So we need the people out there who are really interested in this. I'll never watch them again. We need them to go into their chat and say, you have to, at gunpoint, at metaphorical, inspirational, political gunpoint, You need to go into their chat and to their home, by the way. You need to go knock on their front door and you need to say, I have an experiment that you have to run. And I need them to actually try this. I just am interested in the results. It's not even for content. I don't have to ever show it on the show. In fact, I pledge right now to never, ever, ever. If they run this experiment, I will not show it on Pod Awful. Okay? That's a pretty nice guy of me. Some would say the greatest. So
Some would say the greatest.
Go into their chat and say, okay, instead of doing a poll, instead of begging for money to keep the show going, what I need you to do, click, click, some chick, boom action happening, some Fred Durst style. I need you to run a begathon to stop. And then we time. Then we get out our stopwatches and we see how fast the money pours in. And by the way, the saddest part is, obviously, this experiment would be a total success. They would instantly have whatever they could put a goal of $1,000. Their bank account would actually contact, their banks would call them up and say, there must be some sort of fraud. All of a sudden you have $1 million. I don't know what's happening. We actually had to cancel your account forever because you're gay and ugly, but also you now have $1 million. Goodbye. So obviously the experiment would be a rousing success. The saddest part is they would keep doing it after that. They would be like, oh, okay, so that's how we make our beg bucks now. Okay, fine. We're cool with that. We have no shame. This is why I never wanted to cover them. Their complete lack of shame.
It up. Let's throw in a couple of bucks. Let's knock this thing out.
Like Aaron's probably, I don't know if Aaron's live right now or what. Aaron's going to watch this. Aaron's going to see this because Aaron is a big fan of Pod Awful. So Aaron's going to see this and he'll have no shame. He'll be like, Anthony Cumia noises. I don't know what Anthony Cumia sounds like. So,
all right.
Yeah, his response to it will be like, Jesse's Jesse, he's a troll and he hates them. Whoa, he's so obsessed. This is my first time ever publicly discussing you ever.
Out and keep Steel Toe going. 150 away. Red Fox Mad says, let's hit the goal. Please don't let the show be like the 98 Vikings and miss the field goal.
Also, I got to address this. Much like Mersh, look at this. Isn't this crazy? He doesn't know how to speak into the microphone. That's wrong. You can't side address a Shure SM7B. That's what this is, okay? I can't talk into it. You notice how this sounds stupid? Do you notice how it sounds like I'm talking into the back of the microphone because I'm talking into the back of the fucking microphone? Knock, knock. Hello? Hello, is this working? Is this thing on? Can you hear? Okay. So I don't know what it is about these fake radio guys, Mersh effectors, whatever. They all don't know how microphones. It's crazy. He was actually on the professional man's radio. This should not be possible. How do you just point the microphone at your mouth? Okay. Think of it like a shotgun. Think of it like the metaphorical shotgun that you should be using. Take vitamin S when it comes to your microphone. Everybody, this is a tip for everyone out there. Point it right at your mouth. Now, there's some microphones. You can talk into them like this. You can. I mean, you can. Something. You can talk into it like this. It's retarded. Doesn't this sound slightly better? I'm not doing anything with my voice. So, test.
All right, this is the Nerd Microphone Minute with Jesse PS, where he just talks about how to use a microphone for the audience. In case you didn't know, don't talk in the side of the microphone. You got to talk in the end of it, because that's how you use a Shure shit mic.
Hello. All right, sorry, that was bothering me. I've been looking at his microphone, pointing up at his Pillsbury dough head, and I just can't believe. Like, you know what it is too? I look at things artistically, and in a painting, in a drawing, you have the different lines of perspective and stuff. And sometimes what you do is you point those lines. You'll purposefully tweak a line so that it's pointing at the subject matter. So when I see this microphone pointing up to this bizarre angle at his head, I go, oh, the point of this horrific graphical deluge of nightmares is I'm the focal point here. I'm supposed to look at his tarantula. I'm supposed to be checking out his ranch.
Yes, we made it this far.
Oh, Paul Polito says you got this, MSO. No, guys, that's bad.
No, that means you don't have
Guys,
this tomorrow.
that puts us on the road to not being able to do it. We miss enough of these. We can't do this anymore.
You actually won't. You just won't hear from us ever.
Yeah, you just. It won't be like here's the farewell show. It'll just be like, guys, I gotta go to the coal mine. Sorry about that.
You're going straight to the coal mines.
Oh
huh?
my, yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Okay.
All right, Skeezy says tax exempt Church of Steel Toe. Fill up the offering plate. Let it happen.
We just show this evidence.
Oh, yeah, right?
We're right in there.
Streamlabs, PayPal, nothing coming in. No fucking rally whatsoever today. Let's hit.
So he's like, what? Where's my free money? You're supposed to.
That 150 and do this thing.
You lose us.
Get ridiculous.
You lose us. They want you gone. They had 4 hours to not lose you, ape.
Ridiculously generous.
And you know what? Now it's time to talk about the forehead in the room.
Ooh.
I don't agree with everybody. I think people are too tough on ape. Okay. Obviously, we have a bit of a problem. There's something going on here. I can't quite put my forehead on it, but there is a bizarre thing happening. Everybody wants to act like ape is not way too attractive for this condensed soup can of a man. All right. And I'm not going to do that. To me, that feels too copy. April's attractive. Okay. I'm going to say it right. You know what? I'm going to be upfront about it. I'm just going to be downright sincere about this. I think April's hot. I don't even think her forehead's that bad. Now, listen, could she make a giant, drastic improvement if she was to, let's say, part her hair down the middle? Listen, when I look at her, I go, every time I think, just part your hair down the middle. That solves all your problems. And people have been mocking her 5-head for over a year now, I assume. So why not just start parting in the middle? Then it hides it. It just hides your 5-head. I got a 5-head. Part it in the middle. It's a magic trick. She won't do it. So that leads me to ask you this. This is a question I don't think anybody has asked this yet. If it's that big of a deal to her that she needs to keep the swoop, she needs to part it on the right, what is she hiding under the bang? Something horrific, something terrifying is happening under the other side. Listen, I watch Captain Planet. I know about scary female villains. When half of their face is hidden by hair, there's like a deformity under there or something. She was hit by toxo ooze. Something happened to her, an acid attack, an ecological terror event. Part of her forehead has an eyeball on it. Something is hiding under the bang. We need to start a hashtag. Hashtag what's under the bang. Okay? If you're somehow not blocked by these people on Twitter, tweet it at them. Now, everybody who follows me got blocked by them yesterday, which is crazy. I've never done a show on them. We got blocked yesterday. I got blocked by April yesterday. I'm going to talk about that in just a bit. But listen, April is not ugly. I mean, the hairstyle, it's really just the hairstyle choice. She could fix all of this with a barrette. The right accoutrement, go to Claire's. There will be no more memes about you if you just go to Claire's Boutique and Bar and Grill in the mall.
Oh my God. You've got new people in here who hate our guts.
But I think she's hot. My thing is I actually think April is very sexually attractive, personally, to me.
And don't like us and think we're the devil.
Oh, wait. I can't talk over this part.
50 and do this thing.
You lose us.
Get ridiculously generous. Oh my God. You've got new people in here who hate our guts and don't like us and think we're the devil.
Right.
We're looking like assholes in front of our new obsessions.
That's true.
Aaron would be back.
Now, that's an interesting Freudian turn of phrase that he's talking about me being in the chat room. And he's saying that we're his new obsessions. No. I'm your old obsession. You are my current fling.
Back working the station in Litchfield. No, I can't. No, I'd never make enough money at the station in Litchfield to be able to keep this household powered.
Now, people are wondering what this thing is he's holding up, the collection plate. It's actually just an ashtray. He stole this from a casino and then put a steel toe sticker in it. He actually ate the cigarette butts out of it first.
Shit, maybe I'll keep
let nothing go to waste.
FDA, the cheese factory.
Right? Oh, boy.
He learned that one from Mersh.
Boy. Maybe I could become a target.
Oh, now this is fascinating to me. Hang on, let's listen to this.
Station in Litchfield to be able to keep this household powered.
Shit, maybe I'll keep FDA, the cheese factory.
Right? Oh, boy.
So right here, they're like joking about the idea of somebody in chat's like, uh-oh, you're going to have to go work back at the factory or something again, ape. Apparently she used to work in a factory. I don't know. But so they're trying to get them to, like, they're basically saying in the chat room, if you don't get all of your beggar bucks, then you're going to have to get a real job. And they're like, not me. No, I don't think so. This is fascinating to me. This is one of the things that killed me the first time I saw them. The first time I saw all of this, when you look at this monstrosity, in my head, I look at this and I think boomer. Like, it looks like a boomer thing. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't this look like 2016? You're trying to appeal to the MAGA crowd. And I guess that's probably what they're doing. The name Steel Toe Morning Show. All right, number one, if you're putting the word radio, if you're putting the phrase morning show, radio show, it's a lot of internet stuff out there doing this, folks, and they get away with it way too long. I can think of one guy who had radio show for way too long, Jules.
I'm a fag.
Aw. You're not a morning show. I don't care if you're on every morning. You're not a morning show. That's not a thing anymore. You're an internet show that people watch whenever they fucking feel like. Okay? Steel Toe Morning Show. I hear Steel Toe and I think, oh, he's trying to appeal to the everyman. Oh, look, I'm a working stiff like you. I'm a blue collar type guy. Meanwhile, here he is going, please don't make me work a real job ever again. Me work at the Cheesecake Factory? I don't think so. Here I am listening to my favorite morning show hosted by my drive time married couple radio guys. I'm headed to the Cheesecake Factory and I'm like, I love it. What the fuck did you just say? The car flips 1,000 times through the air. I land in St. Cloud, Minnesota, directly on top of these retards as they laugh at their you basically do. You cannot shit on real people's jobs, especially when your name is Steel Toe. When you're trying to set, you have never worn a pair of combat boots or Timberlands or work boots of any kind ever before in your life. Ever. I refuse to believe it. This dainty little man, he's never done a day's real labor. I can tell April has. She looks fucking rough.
Oh.
She looks like a leatherneck to me, but which I think is a type of turtle. Actually, he looks like a type of turtle, maybe a terrapin or something. Anyway, so you can't shit on your audience's job when you're begging them for their money. You shouldn't do that anyway. Like, even if you're not a beggar, you know, even if you have like if you're selling shit, you sell merch, you got a paywall, whatever slightly more legit form of job there is on the internet, you shouldn't be sitting there going like, can't believe you idiots are having to go off to the toilet factory to suck off a guy to give me my money. The people you're shaking the collection plate at are your middleman to the toilet factory. You basically are one step removed from working at the toilet factory. You don't have a real job. I don't have a real job. I don't have a real job. I don't call it a real job. I'm not Mersh sitting there complaining. Oh, I gotta work. I'm doing real work out here, Zen Reiner. Hey, Zen Reiner. You gotta work so I can eat. You guys gotta pee in the toilet factory so I can eat. Poor Zen Rhino, too. This idiot. Zen Rhino is actually Zen Rhino is a fucked in the head, severe autist, okay?
I have autism. I can't help it.
Severe. And I say that with the utmost love and respect because I love autism. Zen Rhino is fucked in the head. And unfortunately, he keeps getting grifted by these freaks. Now, Zen Rhino, back when I was friendly with Mersh, Zen Rhino was a fan of Pod Awful. And the second I made fun of Mersh, he jumped ship. And I made fun of Zen. I didn't make fun of Zen for jumping ship. I made fun of him for liking Mersh. He didn't like that. Here's the thing. Zen Rhino is smarter than all of these guys, than most of the ROTC fans, than all of the Steel Toe fans. Zen Rhino's kind of an evil genius, and I feel bad for him. I watched that clip at the beginning of the show. Mersh complaining about Zen's donos going to Steel Toe rather than send up your envelopes and all this stuff. Here's the thing. Zen Rhino has been secretly clipping and making fun of Mersh behind his back forever now. If you go watch it, he makes these terrible, he records his screen and makes these terrible clips of Steel Toe and Mersh, maybe some other people. I don't know. He used to do Pod Awful. And I'm going to tell you this right now, and I think I've put this offer out there before. Zen, give these guys up. They're never, they only want you for your buck. I'm real with you, man. I'm 100% real with you. I've told you to your face before, I think you're an autistic retard. I actually am 100% afraid of you as a, mentally unwell freak of a human being. But I like you. I actually legitimately, and I'm serious about this. And I know that you're a troll. I know you're secretly trolling these guys, but you also do have a deep, insecure love for them. So offers back on the table here, Zen, okay? I am 100% willing if Zen Rhino publicly on his YouTube channel makes a clip, records himself on a screen and uploads it saying, I renounce Mersh, I renounce ROTC, I renounce Toe. If you say that, we will welcome you back to Pod Awful. I will give you free pizza fund, okay, forever. I expect no money from you, zero. But you also are not allowed to interact with me ever for any reason. All right? And I think that's a fair deal. Now, I may message you. I'm allowed to say to you, I would like you to do this. I need you to steal content from Steel Toe for me. But you are never allowed to contact me first. That offer's on the table. That's respect. That's legit. Okay? I feel bad. No more $15 from Zen Rhino to any shows. Zen Rhino, keep your money. Do you know Zen Rhino has a kid? Isn't that psycho? He might even have more than one. This man has children. And I don't think he sees them. I'm not sure. I'm talking on my ass on this one. I got this like third hand from a fucking Facebook post or something. But it doesn't sound like a great life for Zen Rhino. This man should be able to keep, I don't care if it's coming from SSI or from stealing an SSI check from the guy next door. However he's making his money, whether it's disability or something that we didn't even know existed before called severe retard disability, an extra special $3,000 extra a month, severe retard, extreme disability to the max. And then there's one of these at the end. However he's making it, he needs to keep all of that money. Okay, so you need content. I'll give you content in exchange for your not loyalty to me, by the way, your complete lack of loyalty to these freaks.
Maybe I could become a target manager and get some of that Homeland Security money.
Oh.
You should. I have never gone into a Target and had somebody come up to me and go, "Hey, are you finding everything okay?" And I go, "Yeah, no, I'm just browsing." And then they go, please, I need a paycheck. They don't pay me. Anything. I'll take anything. Do you have 12 cents? I don't know. Do you know Zen Rhino?
Oh, hell yeah. Just really hawk that shit.
Egg pickers
I'll be in swimwear, thanks. I'll just
says, how about a lithium mine? Yeah, maybe that too. Who knows?
You can sell Teslas.
literally any of these things are more respectable than whatever this is you're doing.
Come on, guys. Streamlabs.
Come on, guys. Right now. Chop, chop. Come on, lithium miners. Come on, target managers. Pass them papers up.
PayPal, we got 5 minutes left to do this thing. Streamlabs, PayPal.
Steel toe.
Let's
Steel toe. Hey, I'm a working guy. That's so sick. Because think about it. You need to think about it. He was on we say a real radio guy. We're talking like a fucking fourth rate, who cares market. Nobody gives a shit fucking St. Minacloud Soda Pop, Missouri, or wherever the fuck he's from. He's on the being on the radio there is like you walk into the wrong janitor's closet and you're on the radio. Like you can stumble into you don't have to go to college for that job. There's no communications majors working on the radio there. It's like a guy they knew. Hey, that guy once said something funny at a bar. That's how you get on the radio there. So a guy like that, when he comes up with a name like Steel Toe Morning Show, he's trying to appeal to the guys that he's imagining in his head will like him. Who's going to like me? Oh, I'm a man's man. I'm a guy's guy. Yeah, and maybe that worked when they couldn't fucking see you on the radio. That would be like me having imagine I'm on the real radio and I'm like, hey everybody, welcome to Pumping Iron with Jesse P.S. Welcome to Big Guy Woman Hater Man Club. This is your host, Jesse Explosion.
Super chats, memberships, Rumble rants. What do you got for us?
And I know he's got some gay fake story of why it's called Steel. Actually, it's because I feel like I keep getting the shit kicked out of me everywhere I go. Life's kicking shit out of me. But hey, I got steel ball. Or, some stupid fuck. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator. He thought that he was better than those people, and he still does. Clearly, he's less than them. Every single job they named just now, every single one of them makes more money than him. A target manager? Are you kidding me? You think they're not better off than the I'm Holties?
Us 150 away. We are at your mercy, trying to keep our show going. This week has been a weird week. We've hit them all, but it's been rough.
Don't say that out loud. You have the option. Just say that inside your head and never anywhere else. Certainly not in front of your wife.
Really rough.
It's definitely been rough. Maybe you guys got down to this 150 so quick. I think we started at 280 today.
It was really quick, yeah.
Come on, finish it off. Get there. 4 minutes to go.
Okay, so they beg and beg and beg. Now, eventually they do get it. They actually get to go, but it took everything. And it took like the same people donating hundreds of times over and over again. She sounds so crestfallen. Ha, 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 says Chewy in the chat. Exactly. Now, I'm going to let you in on my secret, okay? This is my secret, my truth on all of this. So I told you, I never wanted to cover these guys. People have been messaging me since middle of last year at least saying, you got to do Steel Toe. People go into our Discord and say, you got to do Steel Toe, which, by the way, like Steel Toe's going to take that to mean they're popular or something. This was my absolute biggest anxiety, my biggest worry about people coming to me with a Steel Toe shit is they'll think that means they're doing something right. Sick in the head retards believe that like, we must be doing something right if we got haters. No, it means you're doing things wrong. Especially when a great deal of people are your haters. And I don't mean like Yeah, I mean, like the people literally watching you every day. The over 50% of your audience appears to be haters. You know how I know that? If your chat's not moving, let's say you're not buying live views, and I kind of think they're not because they're broke, clearly. If your chat's not moving and you've got 360 people watching, then a large percentage of those people are banned from chat, most likely. If I had to guess, if the chat is 4 guys who you can barely get to send you $100, then, you know, something's wrong. Something's off. These people look at having haters as good. The numbers are going up. Okay. Well, is that good when it's your viral load? So I was worried about that. And every time someone messaged me, every time someone posted about them on Discord, someone tweeted to me, I'd have to, this is embarrassing for me to do. I'd have to pull them aside, and people can back me up on this. And I would have to say to them privately, hey man, listen, I had to delete your comment, or I'm ignoring your comment or whatever, because I don't want to give these guys the time of day. They sicken me. There's nothing more horrifying to me than the idea of these people. I want nothing to do with them ever. Now, that was my plan, and it was working for about a year. And then a few months ago, I start hearing more and more about them. And Patrick Melton from Nobody Likes Onions, which is another podcast like this one, where, you know, he just makes fun of shit online. And he's been doing it for even longer than I have. I think he's been around since like 2004 or something. Patrick Melton has been making fun of these guys. And I tuned into a Nobody Likes Onions. And now some of the Onions people are kind of on me. And I'm in their Discord and stuff. So I'm seeing this shit every once in a while. So I formulated a plan. All right. I thought, how can I do a show about these guys where they will never want to talk about it? How can I make it the worst, like most toxic thing that they could ever possibly have to tiptoe around on the internet? And I'm racking my brain thinking of like all the awful, horrific things I could do to these people. And then it hit me. It hit me. It's not what you would think. I realized that the way to really do it would be to do what everyone else refuses to do.
All right. So we're going to take a break from that show. We're going to move on to another show called Nightwave Radio. You may have heard of it, you may not have heard of it, but the point is, it's a live stream that is amazing.
69, the beautiful day to fly.
Johnny Boston's living the dream, but sometimes life isn't what it seems, so you don't look back when there's nothing there to see. Hesitate whenever he can, that's the way of a traveling man, heading cross country in an old RV. All night and every day, that's the struggle. The struggle that some of us have to go through. I remember when you were with Carl, looking like Fred Flintstone out at the bar. Those chicks didn't want to be on your stream. All night, out on the street. The party's over, but you can't sleep. That's the time there could be a little bit of trouble. All night and every day, that's the struggle. Why does that trouble always seem to find you? Yeah! Don't fuck around. When you're in his town, you better show up with some respect. Don't be a clown, or you're gonna get pressed by Johnny Boston. He's coming to your town right now on a D-Gen RV trip. It's how he's living. Maybe he's sinning, but hey, it's all forgiven, cause he does it for you. That's right. Calm down. So they're coming around. Lip rhyming, everybody's getting pressed. Boston, everyone's about to get pressed.
So I ain't got any old COVID. So I ain't crooked beer, no real. So I with a full one go with a full liquor bottle slack.
Through busy streets, can't handle the heat of the city. To my surprise, a car comes rushing by. I stop to think if only it had. Hit me with your car. Hit me with your car. Hit me with your car. So I can and the city lights, they burn my eyes. They make me feel like I don't want to be alive. Oh, when I do, I'll try something new. Hop in front of a bus and get motherfucking money. Hit me with your car. Hit me with your car. Hit me with your car. So I can disability checks.
My dear, I'm wanting you. My dear, too far to be. My dear, inside my eyes, I'd like to shine so bright. My dear, take me apart. My clothes, tear them all off. My dear, under your skin, this is where I want to be. In your eyes, paradise for all time. It's so right. Never leave me. Never leave me alone. Give it up for
Welcome. 8-night free for all Sticks, Hex, and Hammer dance party. Sorry, I had to run outside real quick. This little fucker, Cassidy, he sure likes to just show up whenever the fuck he wants lately. Used to be like 9:40 on the dot every night. Lately, it's just been like, right as I'm going live, he'll show up, or 10 minutes after. I'm kind of hungry now. Little fucker. I tried to get a video last night of, like, not the security video, but like a real video. Little fucker was hiding. Anyway, he's having a nice, lovely meal, a succulent Chinese meal. That would be cannibalism, I guess. Welcome to the show. It's Nightwave Radio. I'm your host, Mersh. Mersh Comedy on Instagram, Nightwave Talk at gmail.com. Take a moment, if you will, and notice that we are live on Rumble. That is our headquarters, if you will. We're trying to hit 4K follows, so do me a favor, hit the follow button, hit the up fingers, and most importantly, share. Tell a friend. Tell them to come on over. Not just about Nightwave. Tell them about Rumble and all its amazing functionality. Ooh, that's a good scratch. I don't remember getting that. Anyway, welcome aboard. If you do want to donate to the show, revengeofthesis.com/Nightwave. Once again, that is revengeofthesis.com/Nightwave, your one-stop shop. You can donate crypto. You can buy a shirt. You can buy me a coffee. If you buy me a coffee, you leave a message. I'll read it like a super chat. Good to see you, and let's get after this Friday evening. Get this. All right, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I'm not hitting any posts. Not worried about music beds. Salud. First drink of the night. And first smoke of the show. So yeah, good to see you guys. Hope you're having a good start to your weekend here. Just keeping an eye out on Cassidy. He's having a meal right now. And speaking of Cassidy, and speaking of one of our favorite things we like to do here on Nightwave, we all love a good eviction video, right? Who doesn't love a good eviction video? We watch them on the show all the time. Well, I finally had my first situation where I was on the giving end of an eviction. Never happened before.
What?
Last night, it was chilly out. Cassidy came by for a bite, and I was trying to get Cassidy a little more comfortable with getting into the little cat house that I bought outside. The intention being, if I can get these cats to start feeling comfortable going inside enclosed spaces around my house and eating here, they'll let their guard down, and then I can trap them. That's what we want to do. Why not just trap all these fucking strays and get them out of here? Well, I went out last night to check on this house. Now, if you see these little cat houses, they're on Amazon. Sometimes you can find them for like $1.60 on sale. I got it on sale. And these things are cool because they have like a little, you put them together yourself. They have a little plastic flap at the doors, and then it's got a little overhang over the door, right? And then it's got literal, like, all this is shingle material. This is like made of like hot roof shingles. And it's got this little bubble window, right? So you could just walk out. Like I can walk out and see what's in. Virgie goes, Rumble. It just works. Chris Howard, 20. But yeah, so I go outside last night because I'm seeing. All right. I was keeping an eye out, right? Because Cassidy came by for his second meal. He was, was late, whatever. I left a little food out, but I was sprinkling food around the cat house. So he would stick his head in it, maybe check it out, whatever. And I'm playing Starfield last night, and I'm glancing at my camera. And I know, anyone who stares at a camera long enough, like I did it in strip clubs for years, staring at security cameras. And after a while, you just get a good feel for, like, the image gets so burned into your brain that you can tell. It's like a highlights magazine. You can tell the slightest thing being off. So I'm glancing at my camera last night. And if you see right, like where the Halloween little sign, I have a little Halloween decoration here. All I saw was this dark round, like it was very tiny, like the last sliver of an eclipse. And it was just this little round gray here. And I was like, that's Cassidy. Like, but Cassidy usually doesn't just sit in my walkway. He'll come up, he'll look for food, he'll hang out for a second or two, but he usually leaves. He was hanging out, but he wasn't hanging out in the house. And I'm like, this is weird, right?
You're just a dude who got his shit done.
So I'm like, something's up. Let me go outside, see what's up. I walk outside. As usual, Cassidy takes off. Cassidy has this habit now of hiding behind my left tire, and I can see his head poking out, and he's just like, and I'm like, hey, buddy, whatever. He doesn't get close to me, fine. But I go outside. Obviously, Cassidy takes off, and I look down at the fucking little bubble window, and I wish I had my camera. This is why this is why Wise, you need to fix your software and make a Windows desktop, please, so we can record and manage our cameras on a fucking computer, not this shitty software that never has an update. Because then I have to use my phone to record this. So, because otherwise it just gives you snippets, which I don't want. I want a full recording. So I have the choice of either recording this and hitting record and going outside, or taking my phone outside and recording. And I wish I had known what I was about to see last night. I would have brought my camera outside. I looked through the little bubble, and there's just this little possum looking up at me like, "Oh, hi. You like my new house?" And I'm like, nah. We're not doing this. And this is kind of what resulted last night. So this is my first eviction as a landlord.
No. You don't live here. Get
He hung on too. He wanted to stay in there.
out of there. Hey, you. Hey.
And he's gone.
Little fucker. Cassidy.
Oh, woke David Koresh. Yeah, that song. We're fucking. Oh God. If you guys missed our riff today, go to Revenge of the Sis locals. It's $5 a month, and today was torture. Anyway, I go back inside, and eventually, homeboy feels comfortable. He comes back around. There he is. He starts as soon as the possum's gone and I'm gone. He's like, "All right." Here he comes. Virgie goes, no. You don't live here. Fucking LMAO. That was so goddamn Jewy. Stupid. I left the food over here. He finds it eventually. Oh, we did. I love this. I love when they have moments of self-awareness. Nobody looks at the camera more than Cassidy. Cassidy always knows that camera's watching him.
So this is just a cat video channel, I guess. I guess that's what we're doing here.
I am trying to figure out now.
Just talking about cats.
I don't know if the Wise cameras just don't have this functionality, or if I have to go in and change some kind of setting. But every once in a while, I'll say hi to Cassidy through the camera. And I've recorded it a few times, but the recording never picks up my voice, which is stupid, because if I am recording a video on a security camera and then I use the speak option to speak through the camera, that should be part of the recording. I would think that goes without saying, but I have not been able to find a recording yet where you can hear me doing it. But every once in a while, he'll just be eating, and I'll be like, "Sup, Cassidy," and you'll see him go. His head will dart around, and his eyes will be all wide, and he'll just look, and then he'll go back to eating. Very funny. But anyway, good old Cassidy's doing all right out there. Try Hard had a question. Does Wise have facial recognition? I think they're experimenting with it, but it's not great. It's not great, but it does kind of work, because Wise, they do have a option called like friendly faces, and like I think machine learns over time which people are friendly and which aren't. You know what I mean? So it's like for instance, it takes like a combination of like if the person's always there at the same time of day, their body language, that like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's full on facial recognition, but it will detect patterns, and it'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's just your neighbor." You know what I mean? Like, "Oh, that's just Jerry from next door," or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, someone rigged animal detection and set an alarm to scare away critters off his porch. Yeah, Sister Jeff, and I've thought about some kind of a trigger that I could do that, but unfortunately, Wise doesn't recognize the difference between animals. So it's you know what I mean? It's like, it's not as, it just has a pet. It literally, Wise has three options: human, pet, and vehicle. So and pet just means any critter. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I'm going to start experimenting with more. I'm trying to think. No, I know for a fact that game, the speaker works even if it's recording because, like, he reacts to my voice, so I know it went throughout the speaker. So I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I'm thinking of just coming up with I'm gonna have to start like looking into, I don't know, some way of deterring these, some kind of spray or something that'll deter these possums. But I don't know, man. I got a trip next week. I'm not even ready for that yet. I've got the tax shit coming to a close. I'm fucking still dealing with these Kenyans that fucking jacked my card. So I don't fucking know, man. Anywho, we got fun videos tonight. Look at my man. My man just came to join us, Mr. Louis Fats, in the studio tonight. Mr. Lou, good to see you, pal. Good to see you, pal. He's been a fucking crank lately. I don't know what his problem is. This one's moody lately, and now I think Clarence is sick.
I think because they're
so now I'm gonna have to take Clarence to the vet.
That's what makes him crank.
Because Clarence is just throwing up, which is really weird because he doesn't usually do that. It's not really bad yet, but like he threw up once yesterday, a little tiny bit, and he threw up once today, a little tiny bit. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He threw up Wednesday a little tiny bit. He was fine yesterday, and then tonight he ate dinner, and then I went out to do something, and I saw a little puke on the floor. I knew it wasn't Louis. So I don't know why homeboy's throwing up, but if he gets too out of like that's the thing, dude. I'm not one of these people that rushes my fucking pets to the vet. Not my card, Night Coffee, but the number. I guess some shady online business I was doing. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Like he's it's not hairballs. He's throwing up. But again, I don't rush to the vet because I don't like a lot of people I am all for taking very good care of your pets. Everyone should take very good care of your pets, but some people really just cannot wait to go to the fucking vet. And it's like, you can calm down. It's not that big of a, like some people just lose their fucking minds over fucking like, I got to get him to the vet now. And you're like, he's going to be okay. Like, see, I'm trying to fuck with my camera right now. What happened here? Jesus Christ. Let's fix that. There we go. But yeah, I'm not like, I just don't rush to the vet. So hopefully he's okay. If he's okay in a few days and he's not puking, I'll not worry about it. But at Triple N, could it be stress from Louis messing with him? I've honestly considered that because Louis been an unconscionable ball breaker lately, and I don't know what his fucking problem is. He's just been a real crank. He's been a real moody fuck, and I don't know why. And very needy. Very, very needy lately. You know what I mean? Like where he's just fucking like he's up my ass, like extra affectionate with me, but like he's been a real prick to Clarence. I don't know why. So, but it's still, again, I've looked online and I've looked at like the patterns and I've read about it, and it's like there's nothing. I can't do anything about it because it's like it never gets aggressive enough. He's just a prick. So it is what it is. Let's get into our first video tonight because boy, do we have plenty. So as you know, I've been playing a shitload of Starfield, and this was kind of funny. Actually, you know what? Fuck that. It's only kind of funny. I've got to really focus on quality tonight because we have a lot of quality. So we'll move on from. We're not even going to do that right now. We're going to do. Ooh, okay, let's do this. Women cops, they're terrible. There was a whole article written about how we're hard on women cops. Get ready for this, woman cop. Also, if you're a Glock guy, get ready to hear a lot of shit talking about your fucking precious Glocks. They never jam.
Come here. Come on. Hey, come here. Let me see your hands. Hey, no! Hey, man! Hey, no!
We want a taste of the title!
They real?
No.
Cut someone.
I can't. My radio. Emergency.
These are the people that the government thinks only they should have guns. You can't be trusted to protect yourself in 2023. You have to call 911 and have these people show up and hopefully not get yourself killed.
Fuck, Mark. Sweet! Sweet! Come back!
So for the record, I don't know if she cleared the jam or not. She might have already cleared the jam and not noticed, but the problem here is that she pulled the slide back so hard that she has the slide lock on. I'm amazed at how little range training these fucking cops get. It blows my fucking mind. Limp wristing would fuck up any gun. Yeah. So Virgie says, drop them fucking mag, then clear. Oh, no. Watch. That's what I meant to say, the mag lock. I meant the slide catch. Yeah, the slide lock. Like she pulled it back so far, and I guess she triggered the slide lock. So now she's like, and it's like, just click the button. But also watch her try. Virgie, you're right. You should get the mag. Watch her try to get out the mag. While also aiming the gun at her partner. I don't know what's going on with this thing. What's happening here? What? Huh? Let me do the cartoon thing. Huh? Just look at the fucking barrel. What a dumb bitch. She's literally aiming it across the car at her partner. Do you imagine shielding yourself behind the fucking your squad car door and then getting shot from the other side of the car by your fucking female partner? Imagine having to fucking explain that to the guy's kids. And she has her thumb in the ejection point. She's all kinds of fucked up. And you know what it is too, right? I mean, it's bad training. She's a woman, which is bad. But on top of that, it's the panic. Because the truth is, right, like you could have all the training in the world and you could still panic and make mistakes. But like this is the perfect storm of no training, no knowledge, no interest in firearms, and panicking. You know what I mean? Like I've trained with my gun. I've I'm not like great with it, but I've done enough, at least the minor drills where I know how to pull my gun. I know, you know what I mean? There's certain things you got to do. I know how to clean my gun. I can take it apart, put it back there. These are just things you should be doing if you're a cop. Dr. Jank news says she's still rolling with the CPX2. No, I got rid of that. The Sky, I gave that to Royce because he didn't actually have a handgun. He says the slide gets stuck open a lot. I have noticed that with the CPX, that, and it also does it dry fire sometimes. It's really annoying. I have the SIG now. I have the SIG P365, and I could not be happier with a gun. The SIG 365, dude, it's a small gun, bro, but it's a 9mm. It's deceptively small. So a lot of people think it has a lot of recoil. It doesn't. It packs a punch, but does not have a lot of recoil. And the trigger, I will say that the trigger is a little tougher than your average gun. It's definitely not like a hair trigger, but I feel safer with that anyway. Dr. Cringe says, I'm not a fan of a gun without safety. That's my issue with the Glock. Well, then don't get the SIG P365 because that also does not have a safety. I don't know, man. I don't really, to me, a safety is just, I can get why some people would want to have a safety, but just for me, it's like, just don't shoot. Just don't fire your weapon. For me, that's thank you, Sinister Charlie. The finger is the safety. Your trigger is the safety. If you don't pull the trigger, one gun won't go off. You know what I mean? Yeah. Start aiming it at fucking passing civilians in cars. Too. Just keep waving it around while you're trying to dungeon.
Was anything shot back or no? What's up, Pepe? My fucking gun jam.
Yo, dude, like my fucking gun jam, bro. I can't believe I got this fucking job. It's literally the same energy as the chonga that works for the CIA. Yo, bro, my fucking gun jam, bro. Like, dude, like I can't even do anything, like literally, bro. Yeah, she's Puerto Rican, I think. Bro, like what the fuck, dude? Sinister Charlie. Yo, bro, this gun is so stupid, bro. You imagine? Is there anything funnier than people who are operator error and then they blame the inanimate object? Right? It's like when you trip over something. You trip over an ottoman and smash your fucking shin on it when you're walking. And then you kick the ottoman and you're like, stupid fucking thing. And you're like, we didn't do anything. You know, same thing with a gun. It's like this fucking stupid gun. No, dude, when a gun jams or misfires or something, yeah, there are many mechanical reasons why that could happen. But 9 times out of 10, if your gun jammed or something, but when it's almost always operator error. Either you don't clean it or service it enough, it wasn't lubed enough, or you bought cheap reloads, or you were fucking loading your magazine with like fucking Cheeto dust on your fingers. I don't know. But I love when people go, it's like, you know what it is? It's like Bill O'Reilly when he was yelling at the teleprompter and he's like, stupid fucking thing sucks. Like it's the teleprompter's fault that you keep fucking up. Virgie goes, that Glock is fucked, bro. Her fucking mag won't even drop. I'd pay so much money to see exactly how she fucked it up this bad. That's what I mean. This is you. You did this, lady. Whatever happened, you did it. And like Virgie said, unless we take it apart and look at it, nobody's ever really going to know what you did. But we know you did it. Whatever. Bro, this fucking gun is so stupid, bro. It's stupid. Hey, you did it. She got it, guys. Yeah, pick that up, stupid. She finally got it right there. Hey! Too bad. Too bad. Because if your male partner wasn't there, you're already fucking dead. Dr. Kearns, I think they give them Glocks because you can neglect them and they still generally fire. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not shitting on Glocks. It's just funny that, of course, of course, it's a woman cop that it happens to. But it's just very funny to me that to this day, these are the people that they tell you cannot. There's no reason for a regular citizen to own fully or semi-automatic weapons. Okay. The police are there to protect and serve. You don't need guns. And it's like, I don't know, man. That game, that was user malfunction. It was absolutely operator error. Virgie, they give cops Glocks because they don't go off when you drop them. LMAO. Very fuck that woman now. They should do like the other guys. She should get a wooden gun. She should get a wooden gun for like a probationary period, and then she gets her gun back. This is interesting. I saw Jon Stewart trending today, and I'm like, what happened with 9/11 this time? Jon Stewart's Apple TV show. He had this show on Apple TV called The Problem with Jon Stewart. I didn't see it because nobody has Apple TV. But Jon Stewart's Apple TV show Plus ends reportedly over coverage of AI and China. Snagging Jon Stewart to host a new political talk show after his departure from The Daily Show was one of Apple TV's biggest achievements when The Problem with Jon Stewart was first announced back in 2020. But ahead of production kicking off on the show's 3rd season, Stewart and Apple have reportedly parted ways over, quote, creative differences. The New York Times reports that along with concerns about some of the guests booked on The Problem, Stewart's intended discussions of artificial intelligence and China were a major concern for Apple. Though new episodes of the show were scheduled to begin shooting in just a few weeks, Stafford learned today production has been halted. Creepy. The Times report didn't detail what about the show's planned coverage of artificial intelligence in China prompted Apple's executive leadership to butt heads with Stewart. But considering how pointed criticality is a big part of what ultimately made the problem a hit for Apple, and how maintaining a cordial relationship with China is crucial to Apple's future plans for growth, it doesn't come as a shock to see how they hit. Yeah. So old Johnny Stewart flew a little too close to the sun. Good for him. Good for him for quit. You know what, man? I'll give Jon Stewart props, man. I'll give Jon Stewart props for at least going, then I quit, dude. Then I'll go home. I don't need this shit. Like, I made a couple bucks. I didn't really need that money anyway. I'm going to go. Bye. Thank you. Guess you've never heard of the greatest TV show ever called Ted Lasso? And he goes, just kidding. That show sucks. I'll be honest with you. Ted Lasso I didn't watch the show. And I felt like the show would probably not be that great because I loved the original sketch. If you've ever seen the original Ted Lasso, just the sketch that they based the show on, it was so funny. It was, by the way, somebody wrote in the comments, P365 macro is good too. That's the one I have. I have the, you mean the micro? Yeah, the micro, yeah. The PC365 micro is the one I have. But I put an extended mag in it because my pinky didn't quite fit around my hands are kind of big. So I have the P65 micro, but I have the, do I have the 15 round? I think I have the 15 rounds in it. But yeah, no, the Ted Lasso thing was great as a sketch. It was a very funny sketch because it was one, you know what I mean? Because it was 1 2-minute long sketch. Let me see if I can find the original Ted Lasso sketch because I have to defend. I knew when the show came out, I was like, wow, they're going to stretch a sketch premise into an entire show. And now it's got like 3 seasons. It wasn't a sketch. I'm sorry. This is why it was great. It was just a commercial. That's what it was.
Hey, how you doing?
The Ted Lasso concept was because 10 years ago, NBC Sports acquired the rights to the Premier League in America, I guess. And the premise was like NBC wanted to promote that they're going to have soccer on NBC Sports. And they wrote this sketch, like the SNL people, I guess Jason Sudeikis wrote a sketch where this football coach from America goes to do soccer. And the sketch was funny. Again, the sketch it's just a commercial. It's a 4-minute long sketch that they cut up into a commercial. But I don't know about the whole show, but this original sketch is great.
How you doing? This is Ted Lasso. I'm the new head coach of the Tottenham Hotspurs, and I'd like to talk to the Queen, please. My name's Ted Lasso. I'm new head coach for Tottenham Spurs. Been brought over here to implement my coaching style. Football is football no matter where you play it. You got grass, you got cleats, and you got helmets with masks on them. Football in the States is my specialty, but they have a different kind of football over here.
Kick it! Circle them up, have them put on their pads, and let's start playing for real. They're wearing their pads, coach.
There's a lot of small similarities. A team I coach, they're going to play hard for all 4 quarters, okay?
2 halves. 2 halves.
Okay, halves. We're going to play hard for 2 halves. And we're going to play till there's a winner and there's a loser. What's that?
A tie.
Okay, till there's a winner, a loser, or a tie. You can tie. If you tried to end a game in a tie in the United States, heck, that might be listed in Revelations as the cause for the apocalypse.
That's so true. Bro, Americans will not settle for a tie. We're like, no, you keep these fucking assholes on the field until there's a goddamn winner. I don't care if a fucking hailstorm starts.
Do we have any goals this season? Absolutely. We're going to win a lot of games. We're going to get in the playoffs.
No playoffs.
There's no playoffs. Again, my job just got a lot easier. Ties and no playoffs. Why do you even do this? One of the issues I've had is what tackling was.
There you go, tackle. What the hell? That's not a tackle. It's just sliding around. Soccer tackle, sir. All right there, Gary. That's how you tackle.
To prepare for this job, read a lot of books, watched a lot of game films. But to be honest with you, the best way to learn how to play this game is to play this game. The square, goal, circle. Circle's goal. See, I got you a little do-si-do. You don't know what to do. There you go. Good stop. Okay. Game over. Yeah, it's over for now. 15-0, huh? We're going to go.
15-0.
I do things a little bit differently. Part of me find some of the things they do a little silly.
Pass it in. Well, you keep passing it backwards. What's going on here?
It's nice to be able to go backwards and forwards and not have some ref make a big deal about it.
You explain to me that was offside? No, I'm asking you. Seriously, explain offside to me. It made no sense.
Well, the first thing I had to do when getting this job was learn about the competition. We came up with the flashcard system in order for me to make American comparisons to English teams. All I had to do was link what I don't know to what I do know.
Manchester. Oh, this is great. Watch. This is hilarious. Ready?
United. Super rich. Everybody either loves them or hates them.
Dallas Cowboys.
Used to be great. Haven't won a title in a really long time.
Also Dallas Cowboys.
City. Dragons on the crest.
What's that hot girl's name from Game of Thrones?
Khaleesi. Manchester City.
Jennifer Lawrence.
West Ham United.
Pickup trucks. Because of that training that I did, I guarantee that we're going to beat the Cowboys and Jennifer Lawrence. Learning curve, I would say a little bit.
Starting to understand why these scores are so low. Look how tiny these goals are. Those are practice goals, coach. He knocked in that ball with his head. Is that legal? Totally legal. Hey, that's, wow, 3 points. No points. No points. Why not? It's got to go in. Come on, Rob. You got to get it in there to get 3 points. 1 point. They got like an application for a phone. I can learn the rules. What are these, trust exercises? Who's orange shoes there? Gareth Bale. That's Gareth Bale. Where he's from? He's from England? Wales. Wales. Wait, that's another country? Yes and no. How many countries are in this country? 4.
Bro, his assistant coach, he doesn't really have any, like, he's got a couple of good lines. He doesn't say much, but he makes this fucking sketch so much better. He always has dip in his mouth, and he always has the answer for the coach. That's a good assistant coach. Where's that boy from? Wales. Is that a different country altogether? Yes and no. How many countries are in this country? 4.
These young men, they just would not understand exactly what I was trying to get them to do.
Guys, all I'm looking for is 60% effort 4,000% of the time. That's it. Skip. Skip like little girls. Go, not a care in the world. I'm lucky to be doing this for a living. Everybody just do the robot.
You got to ride a few players a little bit harder than some of the other players.
Blondie, you are killing me. Now, what do you got on there pants-wise? What is those? 3/4. And I get those in the women's section, John. Pick up the ball. Pick up the ball with your hands. That is a violation.
In an act of solidarity, I spent an entire day not using my hands out of respect towards the game. And I think that went pretty well. I think it garnered a lot of respect from the players. They appreciated not only that I could do most activities without the use of my hands, but that I just tried. After a few days of practice, players gave me a nickname. It started small, but now they'll chant it at me every now and then. It's pretty nice.
What's the nickname?
Wanker. I think it just means great. Like a nice guy, like kind heart, you know. Someone that listens, someone that'll push you. A wanker is someone that doesn't mind being alone. You know, likes to sit with his thoughts. Well, with any new job, you got to anticipate a learning curve. But I tell you what, I'm in Tottenham, and I'm here to stay. You can guarantee that. 1 second here. Oh, nope, I got fired.
See, that was funny. I never wanted to watch the show because I never wanted that ruined for me. That's perfect. Beginning, middle, end. Done. There's better plot than I saw. Best ending ever. Oh, and hang on. I've been fired. It was just boom, boom, boom. I remember when those commercials were playing on NBC to promote Premier League, and I'm like, that's brilliant, dude. Call in some talent that already works for the network. Yeah. Tolkien study says I stand corrected. No, look, if you think the show is trash, I've never seen the show. I believe you that the show is probably trash. I'm sure it has some good moments, but I can't imagine it's that great. But yeah, Ted Lasso, like, you don't take back your opinion about the show. You've seen it. I haven't. It might suck, but the original premise was great, especially considering that was a fucking commercial. The fact that it was a commercial, it also like lends you to a lower commercial, like a lower creative standard. Because if it's a commercial, then you're like, whatever. Virgie says, you think it's better than Isom? What if I told you in Isom 2 he fights a bunch of ape demons because they broke some shit on his property, huh? What about it now? Yeah, that sounds like it sucks ass, to be honest. Oh, man. Hang on. Let's get those back on. All right, let's move on here. I wasn't even planning on playing that. Don't get me distracted tonight, guys. I have very, very severe ADHD and PTSD and all kinds of other Ds. D's nuts. Wait, woke David Koresh donated $3. Thank you. And he added a link, which I'm not super hyped about, but no, come on, man.
Happy, happy Halloween, 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 happy, happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. Happy, happy Halloween, Halloween, Halloween.
I hate you.
Happy, happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock.
I hate your guts.
It's almost time, kids. The clock is ticking. Be in front of your TV sets for the Horror-thon. And remember the big giveaway at 9. Don't miss it. And don't forget to wear your masks. The clock is ticking. It's almost time.
I'm not doing this anymore. I hate you for that. What a piece of shit. I said this pretty much right as soon as the movie was over. Halloween 3. We've watched some real stinkers. We've watched some real fucking badly made duds in our time of doing movie riffs together. And if you sign up for Revenge of the Sith Locals, we do one once a month for just the paid members. We've watched a lot of stinkers. I've walked away from a lot of movies feeling badly. Halloween 3 is not it might be one of the worst movies I've ever seen. It's up there. I don't know if it's the worst, but it is definitely the number one all-time biggest waste of fucking time that I have ever experienced watching a movie. I've watched movies that just came and went, and I went, made me feel nothing. But for some reason, this just more than any other movie, by the time it was over, I went, I fucking wasted my time watching. Well, I didn't. Thankfully, we were doing it for show, and we were making it fun, but holy shit. What a fucking waste of my, by the end of it, I'm like, so what was the point of all of this? It's definitely the worst Halloween movie. It's terrible. The movie made no sense. It's not a Halloween movie. It was bad. It was bad. Thank you, Woke David Koresh, for bringing that nightmare back to me. Adonis Palm, it's the cartoon man. Thank you. He goes for $5. He says for the gemstone shirt. Thank you. This was a gift. I love this shirt. One of these maniacs sent it. I love this shirt because it literally is it's the retro Baby Billy. It's the Baby Billy and fucking what's her face? Amber Lee. Is it Amber Lee? Amber Lee and Baby Billy. Oh. Yeah, that was not a great fucking movie at all. Let's see. I did get a coffee that came in from Goat Herder for $5. Says buy a beer fund. Thank you. I actually I had to rush to the store right before the show to get beer. And then I forgot I had to stop at CVS, and I forgot now. Now it's just dawning on me because I need rubbing alcohol for my fucking dad tips. And I keep forgetting my coils are all dirty. But thank you. I already bought beer. I think I'm going to use that to buy the rubbing alcohol. Bane Koof came in with 3 coffees. Thank you, buddy. Where's the
It's coming out of your check, you fucking mark.
Thank you. Glocks can jam depending on ammo. In her case, I guarantee she's half-ass loaded racked, which is why it jammed. No, I agree. Look, it's not obviously when somebody says, "Oh, Glocks," they never jam. It's it's just a phrase. People say that about any type of gun. It's the same way as they go, "Oh, Toyotas, they never break down." No, they break down. Everything breaks down. Everything jams. It's all, you know what I mean? I think it's just more of an emphasis on the fact that if you do manage to jam one, people go, "Damn, you jammed a fucking glass. How?" You know what I mean? Like, it's not that they never jam. When we all use hyperbolic language in our culture. So it's just natural for somebody to go, "Yeah, and then my Glock jammed," and you go, "You jammed a Glock? Dude, Glocks never jam." We know that they're obviously capable of jamming, but it's a turn of phrase of like, "What? How did you do that?" Yeah, exactly. Some fuck up just much more than others. That's all. Oh, about Chiller Recipe for Five. I always thought that movie was okay, but you guys solidified how fucking terrible it was. And Virgie had me dying about the Clockwork Soldiers filled with lemon meringue. That was funny. Well, Glocks aren't the best in harsh conditions. That's what I've heard anyways. I'll be honest, dude. The SIG that I got, I watched a video where this dude, I think Virgie sent it to me. This motherfucker, I might have found it on my own because I was just looking up my own gun, but I found a video of this dude who, you know, one of these gun guys on YouTube, one of these influencers that makes enough money that he can just waste money on dumb experiments. So he bought the gun I have, the 365 Micro. And he said, all right, he's like, well, I have an experiment. I'm not going to clean this thing. And I'm not going to do anything to this gun. And I'm going to try to fire, I think it was something crazy, like 18,000 rounds through it. Before, like, and then I'm going to, if it doesn't malfunction by that point, I'll take it apart and look at it. Bro, this guy specifically kept leaving it, like he would throw it on the floor of his truck. He would just let it fucking sit on the floor of his truck. And it was like his work truck where he was doing a lot of other shit. And then he would fucking, you know, he's just letting dirt and gunk get into it. And he would just purposely drop it on the ground in the mud and then go, like, he was doing shit on purpose to go, like, I'm going to stress test this fucking gun. And then he did this time-lapsed video because he didn't shoot 18,000 rounds out of a handgun in one day, obviously. So he was just showing how over the course of months he would go and film and he would just mad dump with this fucking thing. And he was doing everything he could. And he's like, he got all the way to the end. He's like, this gun hasn't failed me. He's like, it's fucking he was like, it's unbelievable to me that this gun has not failed yet. He's like, I've had a couple, you can see, he even admitted, he goes, I had like 1 or 2 misfires, 1 or 2, like, you know, where I had to unjam it a little bit. He's like, but this thing has not failed. Like, that's pretty cool, man. So that made me feel better about committing to that handgun. I was like, it's a pretty good handgun. I'll tell you, know, this guy put it through fucking hell. And it was still going. But then again, you know, you also get lucky. You know, there might be somebody out there that takes perfectly good care of the same model of gun. And they just get a bum one. And all of a sudden it just fucking cracks on them one day. You're like, well, there it goes. The biggest thing about Glocks to me is the slide by the chamber is like MM of material. I don't like that shit. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, man. I like my SIG. It's comfy. Again, I don't like when anyone, I don't mind if people recommend a gun for somebody to try. I don't like when people become like this insane overbearing sales rep for like their favorite gun, especially when somebody is, millimeter. Sorry, dude. I wasn't thinking. I just don't like when people become like a sales rep for a certain kind of gun and somebody doesn't know like even what they're comfortable with yet, or if they're like what they shoot, like, you know what I mean? Like there's people that tell women to go get like, you know, insane guns, by the way, you know, oh yeah, you should get yourself like a 45. You're like, she's a chick, dude. Like, you know what I mean? She's gonna fucking flinch the first time that thing goes off. So it's like, to me, I've always said like, go to a store or a range and start feeling some guns. Go to one of those ranges that doesn't rape you too much on the price. If they, you know, like, you know, you could pay them. Some places rape you on renting guns, but some places are pretty, you know, all right. Like they'll let you do a fucking flight of guns. like you're getting a flight at a restaurant of beers. They'll let you go, yeah, we'll let you try out a couple. Especially if you go, look, man, let me try it out here. I'll buy something here if I like it. But you should go and feel and shoot a couple and do stuff. And there's things you need to do, because trust me, you'll put 10 guns in your hand, but there'll be that one. Like the 365 for me was the one that when I put it in my hand and I actually was like holding it and like, I was like, oh yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, this feels nice. It's lightweight. It's small. It's a quick draw gun. Like it has the low profile sights, right? So it doesn't snag as easily. Bro, it's fucking gangster. But then again, you might not like that gun. So it's like, you know, you might like especially like, dude, if I were bigger, like if I were a bit, like say I was like 6'4", and I was like, you know what I mean? Just built like a football player. You might hate that. You would despise the 365 micro. You'd hate that gun. You wouldn't even be able to get your finger maybe over into the thing to pull the trigger. So you might want a nice big old fucking, CZ 45 mil. That might be good for you. But I always tell people, don't listen to Glock assholes. Don't listen to AR assholes. Don't listen to AK assholes. Don't listen to any of these assholes. You go and try some shit out. Go with somebody who knows a little something and go and hold things in your hand and fire them, because you'll have some guns that you go, oof, okay, this is not for me. And then you're just going to find one where you go, oh, yeah. Like, to me, the best gun you could possibly have is one that you go to the range and you fucking enjoy shooting it. You enjoy it. It's not displeasurable to you. It's not, you know what I mean? It's got to be a gun that you're excited to take to the range when you take it, because you're gonna spend a lot of money emptying fucking ammo that day because you're having fun. That's the gun. You want to have the gun that you're comfy with, that you've had a lot of fun with, that you've practiced drawing with, all that shit. And then, God forbid the day comes you ever have to use it. It should be just a fucking reflex for you. Not a fan of CZ, with the exception of the Scorpion. Well, the Scorpion's always the one I think of when I think of CZ. That's a fucking beautiful gun. Every time I've seen the CZ Scorpion, I'm like, I want to buy that. Oh, no, that's not the one I'm thinking of. That's the fucking, that's like almost like a carbine pistol build. No, that's not the one I'm talking about. What's the one I like? There's a CZ that I really like, and I can't even think of it right now. I don't know. I'm not going to be able to find it by now. But anyway, they do make a good fucking... I run Glocks just because that's what I have the most time and training behind. Yeah, but that's what I mean. If that may not have been your first choice at some point in your life, but you got so fucking accustomed to it that now you're like, well, yeah, I guess I just use a Glock now because, you know what I mean? Jesus, that's a nice gun. But no, I can't spend money on guns right now. Yeah, it is impractical. If it's anytime it's semi-auto, you're like, well, thanks. It's got no balls. The air rifle thing. My problem with that is that you're not practicing firing a real gun. I've never been a fan of not like if I'm trying to practice being in a self-defense situation, then I want to practice shooting my rifle. I want to practice shooting a shotgun. I want to practice shooting my handgun. I want to practice shooting things that I need that are like I don't. To me, if you're like somebody even earlier said, get a 22 and a 9 of the same gun, practice with the 22 or whatever. No, I don't. I'm not going to practice with a 22 if I'm going to be using 9mm in a situation, because it's going to be different. You should be practicing with exactly how the fuck you're going to be using shit, with the exception of using obviously fucking cheaper ammo, because you don't want to use your goddamn Hornady black fucking home defense super ammo that costs like $250 a round. I got the Hornady black in my AK. I have that Hornady black ammo with the fucking orange tips. She was nasty. Spicy chicken sandwich. Have you heard about the lawsuit about the SIG P320 going off by themselves? Supposedly it's a big problem. Yeah, I've heard there is an issue with that. I don't own one, so I've never really, it's not a problem for me. Sig Sauer has a pretty good history of fucking up the first batch. You know what I mean? Usually the first loaf of bread they bake is usually not the best loaf of bread. Like even the P365, right? Like I have that gun. That gun had a striker fire problem, had a striker pin issue where they weren't firing. And it was a really big problem. In some cases, they broke. And people were furious. And so everybody was like, fuck, that's not a great gun. And then I got a good discount because for a while it had a bad rep, but they fixed all the issues. So the one I bought, the later editions, like they're all beautiful. They fixed the issue, but yeah, SIG has a history of being like, whoops, I'm fixing it. Yeah, I heard about that all capping. I saw a video. I think I know, you know what it is? Tactically terrible, or what was the show? Forest Mommy got me watching them. She's not here tonight, obviously, but FOMO had me watching some YouTube channel that has these like tactical guys, and they were talking about the explosion at the factory. The P320s keep going off. See, yeah, I don't know, man. And I remember when those came out, I was like, those actually look pretty fucking cool, dude. Yeah, going bang when dropped. Ooh. JB says the SIG 320 had an issue with them going bang when dropped. An issue SIG knew about and fixed for the military gun, but left off commercial guns because they're gay. Wow.
Because they're gay.
Terribly tactical. Those were the guys. I was watching them the other night, and they were talking about the explosion. They're on YouTube if you guys want to check them out. They're actually kind of fun. I saw a video they did, like not their live stream, but a video they made where they bought like a $60 brain bucket from like 2003. It was some discount surplus. He's like, yeah, they were $60, so I bought two. I got a deal on two of them, and they just put it out in a range on a chair, and they were shooting at this fucking. They just, they did that standard test where you just start small and work your way up. And that's all they did. They just kept slowly working their way up in fucking calibers until they could figure out what the break. They basically were like, let's stress test this all. It was $60. Fuck it. So, yeah, that kind of made me laugh because they were you saw them slowly working their way up, and then it stopped a 9mm. It stopped a lot of pretty good shit. I think even a 40 something. It was something cal that it got up pretty high. And then when they started getting to the 44s, they started getting to fucking rifle rounds. Yeah, it was not happening. They were showing how it was like, all right, it's done. It's done. Every gun manufacturer has done shady shit, Virgie says. That's why we have the NRA, so that when gun buyers get injured by manufacturers, the company has third-party spokespeople to blame the victim. I was reading that, and I'm going, where is this going? Because Virgie is not going to end this by being pro-NRA. I almost said NWA, which I'm sure Virgie's not a fan of either. But yes, that's Virgie's always, whenever Virgie writes a long thing and it starts off with like, I've come to know Virgie well enough that sometimes I'm like, where are you going with this? And then of course it's so they can blame the victim. That's not true, Virgie. They also funnel all their money overseas and pretend that they're bankrupt. We covered that on Nightwave years ago. I don't even think Virgie was around back then. That was early Nightwave days when we used to do deep dives. And then I realized deep dives were gay and preaching to the fucking choir every night about shady fucking shit was gay. And I decided ROTC is a show where we'll do informational stuff. And then I'll just be drunk and make fun of people. But speaking of which, let's make fun of black people. Hey, Fall River, Massachusetts. I knew this would be a good video because I'm very good at spotting euphemisms nowadays. And when I see a headline that says 8 children arrested after refusing to leave McDonald's and crowding police, I say to myself, children, eh? Bro, it's getting to the point now where the media doesn't realize is that humans are very adaptive, right? Linguistically, culturally, physically. I mean, humans are a very adaptable species. That's why we're at the top of the food chain. And the media, every time they try to change a word or shift a word or move something around or hide what's going on, we adapt, right? So it's like my brain is now adapted to whenever it's insert kind, very kind noun, and then it's followed by arrested for, or what, whenever it's something now, like you guys don't understand, we've adapted. I already know it's black people. Like when you say 8 children arrested in a McDonald's for crowding police, I'm like, that's black people. I know right away. I knew before I clicked it. You guys aren't going to fool us. You'll gaslight some people into getting fucking mRNA vaccines and being retarded and medically experimenting on their kids with absolutely no fucking liability if anything happens. You guys are dumb. I get it. You want trannies to swim with the ladies and jack off in their sororities, and that's fine. Some of you are retarded, but we're not falling for it. Actually, good call, Jim. Yeah, I saw children, and I thought,
I knew you were black right away. Where he called the police and said, "There's a black."
I'm not falling for it.
Oh, black people aren't children?
You forget you took the N-word from us a long time ago. You forget you're using euphemisms now to trick us, but you don't understand is that you took the N-word from us a long time ago. We've been using cutesy euphemisms sarcastically long before the news was doing it. Maskless party goers, youth, young teens, children, rambunctious party goers. It's always one of these things, right? But we were doing that, right? Like we were doing it when Colin Flaherty, when everybody started ripping off Colin Flaherty, like I did, start calling him fellas. Like Mauser said, fellas is one of the first earliest, the one that Virgie watched me do it to fucking a group of black guys at Virginia Beach. I walked right past them, like in front of Royce, Virgie, his wife, everybody. Just walked past them, like, fellas. Neighbors, yeah, there's Canadians. Like, we've been doing this for years, and now you guys trying to slip children past us. Like, we don't know what that means. Virgie goes, "You took our hard R's, so now we let you faggots come up with our next best racial slur." Oh my God, you're right. Think about it. Holy shit, Virgie, you're right. The only people inventing racial slurs in 2023 is the liberal media. I got to get the fucking, can we get the GIF? Virgie just gave me one of these moments. That's not a GIF. That's not a GIF. Is this a GIF? Thank you. This is, every once in a while, Virgie will make me have one of these moments. Oh, shit. You're right. It's the media now that's doing it. We tricked the media and outsourced our racism to them, Virgie. We're literally waiting every week for MSNBC or CBS or CNN to drop the new euphemism. Hey, Virgie, can you find me the green text list? We have a 7-minute video. I don't know how much of this we're going to play, but I know how to stretch it. Virgie, please, can you find me the green text list of all the euphemisms that dropped in the last 5 years? Because somebody wrote that shit out on 4chan, and it was hilarious. Maskless party goers was in it. Just every rambunctious youth. Like, it was just they made a fucking, some autist made a list of every, how do we say black teenagers without saying black teenagers phrase? He goes, I'm trying. Oh, he's already looking for it. All right, here we go. At approximately 3:10 p.m., we received a call for service from CVS Pharmacy reporting that a large group of juveniles were causing a disturbance. Upon arrival, the group of juveniles dispersed into the McDonald's restaurant. Officers entered the restaurant to ensure that there were no additional disturbances inside the business. While inside, officers were informed by the management staff that the juveniles were not welcome to remain within the establishment due to the fighting behavior which had taken place prior to them entering the business. As officers communicated this to the juveniles. They became confrontational with officers and refused to comply with the verbal notice of trespass. As officers attempted to make an arrest for trespassing, the group began to interfere with the arrest by crowding the officers and attempting to interject themselves.
Juveniles.
Clyde for 5 says, I live less than 5 minutes from that McDonald's specifically. I don't go there because the juveniles that go there are out of fucking control. I live one town over. Thankfully, the local cops don't put up with it. Yeah. Well, you're going to see this cop not put up with it. I read fast. Let's move on. Yeah, it's home of Sam Hyde. Look at all these juveniles. See, I always tell you, right, that they always 30 seconds is audio is always redacted in case they say the N-word because he's thinking it.
And we'll be arrested.
Here we go.
Walked in, time to leave, or you got to be subject to trespass and we'll be arrested. I gave you the warning before you came in. They didn't want you in here. Time to leave, folks.
By the way, true story. In the there's a McDonald's in Ybor City, right there on. It's right on I-4. It's like on the. It's one of the busiest McDonald's probably in America, especially when the bars let out, right? And when I lived in the hood, I used to live kind of in that hood. McDonald's was kind of far off, but when I didn't have a car, I'd have to walk in. Like I'd walk through, like underneath I-4 under the bridge and go into Ybor to go to work. I would stop at that McDonald's, and sometimes when I was at the bars or whatever at night, like that McDonald's would stay open late. So I went to that McDonald's one night as they were closing, and it got this unruly. It wasn't kids though; it was a lot of adults. It was a lot of hood rats, whatever. They were all adults though, and everyone was just refusing to leave, right? And I was eating my food, and I was doing the white person thing where they had to bring the cops in at one point to get everybody out, and when the cops were like, all right, everyone literally has 5 minutes to get the fuck out of here. Anyone who is standing in this building within the next 5 minutes is done. You're going to jail. And I looked at my food. I only had like 2 nuggets left. I had like 2 nuggets and some fries left. And I'm like, and I finished my food, but I finished it within a minute and then dumped my thing out and left. But like, you could just see people like, fuck y'all. And it's like the cops have to now clear out McDonald's and Walmarts and shit. This is going to get worse, by the way, as more of these companies like centralize their power. Like as we get closer to like Demolition Man future, where there's basically only Taco Bell, right? There's going to be only Walmart. Like, you know, one of the reasons why having all these different communities and having small businesses and not having all these giant corporations was good was because everybody wasn't all forced like cattle into one store. They're forcing you, even people that live in decent communities, eventually have to stop at a Walmart at some point. And it's these stores now resemble, they really resemble, like McDonald's and Walmart now resemble more FEMA camps than they do actual businesses that want your business and you buy food from. They feel like FEMA camps. It feels like this is going to get bad when, you know, they did that Agenda 52 where they were going to use Walmarts to distribute shit. And that's the future, guys. And do you forget about like Black Friday on a Thursday when we all still have paychecks and stimmy checks to spend at Christmas time? Imagine when we're getting like food credits, we're getting rations like it's Star Trek, like it's a fucking communist hellhole. We have bread lines and we all have to go to Walmart at the same time as these people. Because that's the future. Josh Dam says, learn to cook. You're missing my point entirely, stupid. You're a stupid person and you're not listening to my point. There's going to come a time when you're not out there growing your own cilantro and fucking, you know, baking your own breads. There's going to come a time where there is no food. There's no wheat. People are not eating. We're getting literally like Soylent Green credits. Josh Dam said, these people? Yeah, black people. That's what I meant. Try to keep up. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know how else to enlighten you on this. So children. Call them children if it makes you feel better. But there's going to come a time when it's like old granny is going to get, it's going to be like gas was in the 70s, where it's either you were on an odd day or you were on an even day. And you get to go in and get your food on an odd day or an even day.
Hey, what's up?
And what happens when grandma, she draws odd days. But guess who else draws odd days? A bunch of children.
Time to leave.
Tolkien said that Walmart on President Avenue is nuts. Bro, Walmarts in general now are fucking nightmares.
To the main page.
I'm not playing. Time to go.
Bowling Green says Walmart is the reason I carry. See, and by the way, fun folks, you guys want to know fun facts? Fun legal facts with Mersh right now. Fun fact: in most states, check your local state statutes. But at least in Florida, I learned that you know when you go to, like, let's say a Target, fucking first place I thought of, which is kind of funny, or a Walmart, where you go to like a certain restaurant, right? And they'll have the little gun with the circle and the line through it. And it says no firearms on the premises. A lot of people that are dumb, they take that to mean, oh shit. So if I go in there with my gun, I'll catch a gun charge. No. Fun fact. If you...
Let's pause that. Hey, what's up?
HB.
Welcome to the show.
Dude, I asked you, and I went back, I didn't see a response to my comment.
You know what? I meant to respond to your comment, and I did not. So
that's all right. It's here we are, man. And I dig seeing you here and want to joke with you, man. I need some jokes. Most people aren't funny. I went on B-Socks. There's not a whole lot of funny people.
No? What happened? Did they all turn out to be assholes, or did they all turn out to be funny?
No, because if you're not really good and you're not self-confident, the trolls will take you down. And most people aren't that good. A lot of people are really do well and they're not that good. I guess the networking, whereas like we're two of the best, and but I'm talking one-on-one. There was one person watching.
Yeah, we're the best. But I mean, look, we've stuck around. A lot of the people who started from when we started are no longer here.
Most people
disappeared.
Or they should disappear, or they become irrelevant, like Broken Walshy. Your bud.
So
I'm really mad at him.
I thought you guys did pretty good to get. Oh wait, you weren't on the last show. That's right. He was a.
No, I came on and then you buffered.
Yes, my computer
But
died.
my fault. I so many times through the years we try this that I've gone complacent. And I quite didn't believe it. I wanted, of course I wanted, but I slept through it. I felt the one time I wanted to be on it.
Through the show?
Yeah, I love being on there with you.
Yeah, well, look.
I'll talk to you with nobody watching like now. Just one-on-one.
Yeah.
Really. Here I am.
We got to promote or something to get it out there. You know what I mean? In general.
Well, I could go back to my channel and probably get 5 or 10 people, but.
Did you do a show today? A stream?
Yeah, thanks for paying attention.
Oh.
I did a stream for 6 hours.
Yeah.
I needed somebody like you up. It turned out okay, but you make it special.
Did you have some big names on there?
Oh, who did I have? I had Alex came up, right?
AOC.
Oh, Lexi came up. That was pretty cool. If you know Lexi.
Lexi is she's like the co-host of Alex's channel.
Yeah,
now, right?
She's really popular, right?
Yeah.
She used to like me a lot, and then I just did something. I don't want to repeat it, but it was kind of I thought interesting, but she didn't take kindly to it. But hopefully we worked everything out.
You did something that she got pissed off
Well,
about?
on publicly in chat, two things. One thing, or I see her point of view. one time, so Rev, I'm always trying to get Rev up there, but I've given up on him. I really have, because the last time we were fine, and then he doxed someone's name. Well, that was Lexi, and Lexi came to me and said, "Well, he doxed my name. Take it down." And eventually, I did, because she has a right not to be doxed, right?
Yeah. Of
So
course.
she was mad at me, and she came up. I like her. But most of all, we're good on air. She likes to challenge me, and I like to be challenged. So it's like I make up with one ex-troll, and I get two new ones. I'm very, I'm like that, right? You remember?
Well, you're a trollable person? Is that what you're saying?
Trolls, yeah, people like to. I say the truth, like shit. Like I said, I don't know if you know her. I said she's just not a good streamer, and people then take kindly to that if they stream. But it's true. A
Well,
good streamer to me is I want to watch somebody. I don't have to like them, right?
yeah, people don't always take criticism kindly unless you deliver it to them in a flattering way, like with
Yeah,
some
you're right.
compliments around it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
she
Well,
I don't
she's one of
know
the
her
good
too
ones.
much.
So I'm glad she's one of the really good persons. So I'm glad, hopefully we get along. She was very good on air.
So wait, I thought you just said she wasn't good on air. I thought that
Oh,
was
I'm sorry. See, you got to clarify. Sometimes I misspeak
Okay.
because I brought in other people. There's this streamer named Shift Happens.
Yeah.
Abe calls her like Shift Cruddy or something like that, right? Abe led the way, evil Abe, because it took me a while to find out that she's horrible. I'm not good at that, finding out what people I really like.
Okay, so you thought she was good at the beginning, but
Yeah.
she turned out to be horrible?
I exiled who backstabbed me, and now I'm kind of okay with them. Exile these people. You probably don't, right?
I've heard of him. Yeah, he's the guy who I can't place is he Jewish or is he
That's
black?
interesting. He says he's Jewish, but he believes in Jesus as our savior. Probably like us.
Okay.
I
So
don't
what
think
is that?
you're genetically Jewish by your father, but you said you were raised
Yeah.
Catholic. Do you accept Jesus Christ?
Yes.
There
Yeah,
you go.
I lived at home with a
Uh-huh.
dad who never went to church, who said, "You better go to church." It
Yeah,
was
I
a weird
remember.
environment to grow up in.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. I didn't understand it. Because it
I
was
don't
good enough
know.
for me to go to, but not good enough for him.
Well, he didn't believe, but he wanted you to believe in something he didn't believe in.
Yeah. Yeah, so it
Very
was very
strange.
confusing.
Very
But
confusing.
I mean, I get it now because I
Really?
get it in the sense that, what you want, he can't talk himself into believing in God. But
Uh-huh.
if he thought if I had a chance to, then
Oh,
maybe
it'd be
it would
better
be
for you.
worthwhile for me.
It'd
Yeah.
be better for you. That's an interesting way of thinking, but mixed messages, which aren't good
Mixed
for children.
messages.
They're not
Yeah.
good for children, right?
What's that?
At least your father wasn't a drunk like mine.
That I know of, yeah.
You never took a bat to him like I took to my father.
No.
People love
No,
that
definitely
story.
didn't do
I've
that.
finally gotten where I can joke about it. It bothered me at
Yeah.
first, but after
Well
6 years, it
Yeah.
loses its power by the 1,000th time.
So
Right?
talking about it got it to, like, kind of make more sense, like, you were able to deal with it better?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you have
You
other
look good,
things
by the
like
way.
that?
It's a really good look if you go in the clubs. You really got it down.
My,
I didn't like some of the ways you looked before, so I'm not kissing your butt.
my
It's just really a
barely
good
shaved
look.
look with
You
the
look really good.
Yeah, alright, I'll take it.
Well, I've attacked you. Once you looked really like druggy and erratic, but today, wow, this is the best you've ever looked. To me.
Okay. Alright.
For real.
Thank you. I
You
don't
got the
know what I did differently, but I'll take it.
well, you kept
So
trying. You needed someone to help you. Like
Yeah.
if we had been on air, I would have said, "No, that's not working." But it's working. You got there, man.
So let me ask you this: what's the? I was gonna go for a Rodney Dangerfield look
I love Rodney Dangerfield. You know that.
with the
Love
black jacket and the red tie. Should I do that?
Red Jack. I don't remember. Like somebody, Rogan said that at the end, Rogan had been a security guy. Rodney showed up, in I guess in New Jersey or something, and he said Rodney walked around smoking dope in a bathrobe, and he was naked underneath. Joe Rogan said.
Oh,
interesting, huh? Yeah.
Damn.
He was a pothead, I guess. I love Rodney because very few people make me just laugh out loud. I don't have to analyze. Like Hedberg, it's like a quiet laugh, like a witty. But just everything about Rodney just fits to me. I still say his jokes. His jokes are one of the only jokes that people laugh at.
Oh, on your show?
Yeah,
When you
you
do?
know, I still occasionally do the Hedberg, and Rodney's jokes hold up. A lot of people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And through the years, some comedians don't wear so well. Like Andrew Dice, maybe because he played a character. I don't know. His stuff doesn't seem to hold up. But Rodney does. So Rodney was a genius in his way, and it's interesting that his first authenticity, well, that he was Roy. What was his first name in his first career? Something Roy. Right?
For Rodney?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So do you remember that he tried being a comic and he failed?
Rodney?
Yeah.
No, I
So
didn't
he
know
went
about
to
that.
so he had a family, right? So he wasn't making enough money. He always continued writing jokes, but he couldn't make enough money to support his family. So he I'm surprised you didn't know that. So he went to work cliche selling aluminum. It sounds like a joke, but he dropped out of comedy, still wrote jokes. He came back, right? He came back as Rodney Dangerfield, and he hit it big with the I don't get no respect deal. He became a superstar of
That's when he
comedy.
made it over the top.
Yeah.
I get no respect.
He came back, man. True life. He came back and he hit it. He hit because people can relate to it. Even if you look at Maslow's hierarchy, people want respect. They want to be acknowledged. They don't want to be ignored. So he struck on like a universal truth that most of us want respect, to be acknowledged that we exist.
And that
And
was where he like made it because we all want to respect.
He
Well,
plugged into something so real.
Do you think that that's like a good way to write a joke? Is to look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs and be like,
Yeah.
like, what are the other things on that list?
That one should know as a comic.
Yeah.
What a great question.
I'm just wondering, like, is
You
that
would
a
be the
normal
one to talk on it because
I
you
don't
are
know.
a comic.
Well, I don't know what
Yeah.
else is on the hierarchy.
Let's see. Being able to laugh at yourself, maybe.
I don't know how to
Being
write jokes about
thick-skinned
that.
and having talent. Most people, even our little world, I don't know if you know these characters. There's this guy named Foreman,
Yeah.
and
know him.
he really wants to be funny, but he's not. He's naturally so unfunny that he creates bits, but the bits are kind of cringy, you know? Like last time I gave him another chance, he comes up and he started saying the N word. That's what he came up for.
And that was his joke?
That
Just
was his
saying the N-word?
appearance. That was his appearance.
Okay.
He thought that would be valuable. Because it's the old deal, Hostbusters. Wanting to be funny isn't enough. Wanting to be a basketball star isn't enough. There's got to be a connection. Like if you're a comic, you can script it, right? You can script it, but your jokes have to be funny if you script it. Like Seinfeld is more of an intellectual humor. He's not naturally funny. Like when I look at Dangerfield fiddling with his tie, to me, That's funny. It hits my funny bone, not analytically like Hedberg, right?
Yeah,
Because he's funny.
Naturally
There's a
funny.
universal sense of comedy across cultures. Some people, and you have it too. I know I'm complimenting you, but you have a funny look about you. You look like a comic.
Yeah, that's quite the compliment.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Well, it's a compliment if you want.
Well, I mean, no, I know what it means. Like,
Yeah, I know you
people they just look at me and they start cracking up.
Yeah. There's a look. You're like, you have the look. Foreman don't got none of it. He don't got the look. He's not funny. He's cringe. Rev can be very funny, but he got a bad attitude. He got real bitter.
Oh, did he
Bitterness in a
really?
comic, you can go too far. Yeah, he's real bitter.
What is he bitter about? Like not making it, or
Having a terrible life, I think, and thinking that YouTube would change it.
oh,
YouTube, I guess it can make you worse, but don't make too many people better, does it?
no. Not most, not the most,
Comedy is so
not the majority of
nuanced.
people.
It's not like if you study hard in science, you can put so much effort to, and Foreman does. He wants to be good, but there's something called talent or thinking wittily, or you know what I mean? Like most people on air, HB, and there's nobody here, so it's kind of nice. Not that I change.
You can say whatever you want now.
The
Right.
bad thing, the good thing about streaming is like 100,000 people or more can do it. Anyone can basically do it. That's the good thing. The bad thing is everybody can do it.
Yeah.
So average people think you can just come up and, but they're average by its nature, and I don't want to spend my time. I'd rather lie in the bed next to my wife, or lie in the bed alone and think, than put up with average people trying to be funny. At least you should be interesting. Like Dice, like I was bombing the other day. For the first time in 6 years, I saw 0 people watching, right? But I used it for content. And I thought about Andrew Dice when the clowns die. Do you know that story about?
Yeah. Day the Laughter died.
Day the Laughter died. Brilliant, because he made failure or flopping into a successful anti-flop.
Yeah.
So I was trying to do the same thing, and the views went up to 4. First time in 6, 4.
Yeah.
But then the replay, I always think people. I know some people, maybe they don't want to make like they're in my chat who like me, but I got a lot of replays. So it went up to just okay. Because it was an hour and 30 minutes. So you want at least 130, right? That's like okay. That's not good, but it's not a flop. A lot of people don't even get that. So it got and it went out to 50. Hour and a half, 50 isn't good to me. It's all comparative. But it went up to 130 or 125 in replay. But just streaming with 0, with nobody watching, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
But then guests came up. I said, like Jeff, I don't know if you know Southwest Jeff.
Southwest Jeff, is he friends with Southside Steve?
No, I don't know Southwest Steve.
Okay, who's Southwest Jeff?
So he's come up on B-Sox, and he was part of the predator hunting community. And I got to like the guy, right? So his stream, I was watching. He was being attacked. Trolls went out. 150 live viewers. That's pretty good. I've never done that, right? We've never done that. Yeah. And he came on my show, and there was 0. And I said to him, "Why are you here? You're too big for this." And he stayed, man. He stayed like an hour and a half. So there are really good people. He got nothing. It probably embarrassed him, but he stayed. And we had a good time. Like right now, nobody's watching, but I just like talking to you,
Yeah. Do you
Great response.
Is it?
Sometimes you do that.
No, we're doing good. You know,
You're
It is
saying,
tough,
shut the
though,
fuck
but
up.
I get what
Let's
you're.
move on.
You know, you want to get people watching. You
You
want to get
do, of course.
to feel like there's energy. Do you think that you wish you could like mic up your audience somehow?
Well,
Think you
the
hear the
reality
laughter?
is, I know how to do it. You go on other shows bigger than yours, but I go on shows where, you know, there are 10 people or like right now. You know?
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
something in me that fights like technology. I really don't have I fight like Alex was trying to teach me about sharing. I don't want to know how to do that. I don't want to know how to do this stuff.
He was trying to teach you how to share.
Yeah, you know, be able to put up a clip.
Oh, okay.
Frank tried that too. But then I do it a lot like link. I don't want to know how to link because then there'd be pressure on me to put up links. I want to keep this simple. That's why I didn't come on here. I really not. I think both of us could be bigger, but I just don't care enough. Right?
Didn't you at one point care a lot about that?
Well, the first show, well, with Busters, we were growing. So I wanted to, seriously, I wanted to get big enough that we can get monetized and you could make money and I could feel good about that. I wanted that, you know?
What if you, but you don't
And
want
we were on
your-
our way. We would have reached it.
You don't want your own show to have had that success?
Well, my other channel, I forgot the password, went to 1,400, so I could have monetized, but no. I had
Okay.
another channel that got to 1,400 views, and somehow I lost the password and didn't care enough to try to retrieve it.
Oh, so that was a password thing. That wasn't like
People
somebody
didn't believe it, but
messed it up or something.
I switched from, it was automatically where the password, you click it and it remembers, right? So I forgot it because I would click automatically, but then like Windows changed to an earlier, more latest version, and unfortunately I plugged into it. So when I restreamed using the new Windows program, it didn't automatically put up my password.
I
So
see.
I forgot. But someone said that originally I put in the phone number of my wife's cell phone. I probably could get it back. But I
So
didn't.
you're a Windows guy.
Yeah, I'm a Windows guy.
I
I
saw
have a
you
little
as more of
sign.
a Linux guy.
No,
to
I'm
be
wearing a
honest.
hat, Windows guy.
Yeah.
Linux is a fun word, but
Yeah.
I'm a Windows guy.
You're a
I'm
Windows for
yeah,
life.
I'm a Gates abater.
A
Bill
what?
Gates. I stretched for that. Probably didn't work.
What word did you say?
Well, Bill Gates is Microsoft. Right?
Oh. Yeah.
Bill Gates, who I don't know if he's a good guy or not. I don't know.
I don't know. People, he
His
outlived
stock
Steve
hasn't
Jobs.
done too well. What? Sorry.
What do you think about his stock isn't doing well?
Well, when I was younger, Microsoft was a big deal, but people had made all their money in the beginning, like a lot of companies. So the stock of Microsoft, when I bought it, hasn't done like Nvidia has gone up 400, 500% or more. That's why I don't have to work, because I got this Nvidia that I talked about in Busters. It went up
Yes.
200% last year.
Is that because of all the AI stuff?
Yeah, it wasn't doing too well, and all of a sudden AI came, and they're one of the biggest AI. So their stock, because the year before it lost 50% of its value, and people like Reb and other people like Alex were telling me to sell it off. It was finished, right? But I didn't, and then
So
it made a
did you-
comeback and went up to the highest 200. Lately, it's not doing so well, but I got to over $1 million. I put not that much into it when I was young. My grandfather gave me money. And that was like 20 years ago, a long time ago, 20 years ago. And then I got this statement, and I'm not, you know, my mama got money, but I never considered myself independently, you know, pretty well off. But then I got a statement all of a sudden, I had over $1 million because of the NVIDIA. And I went, whoa. I didn't
So how
believe
does
it.
that feel? Do you feel like you're in the millionaires club now?
No, because in California, you need more than a million or two to be in the club. In California, you need, I don't know, 5, 4.
Have you ever thought about living? I mean, that would be a lot of work to move, but have you ever thought about like living in the cheapest part of the country and being like a baller with that money?
What a great question. No, I never thought that because I want quality of life. Where would I move? Where would you move if you could move anywhere? And then I'll answer where I'd move.
I don't actually know what's a nice place that's also cheap, so I wouldn't move because I don't know.
You're probably not going to find it because the good places people want to go to, right?
Yeah.
Like Philly probably loses a lot because people want warmth and, you know.
I would say the Philly suburbs are probably still good, like
my kids
crime-wise,
kids live there. They live in the suburbs of the Jewish part of Philly, outside.
Yeah, so like, oh, okay. So they
I don't
live
want
in
to
the
tell you
suburbs,
exactly where.
that's fine.
You would know it.
But that's going to be safer than, the city
question.
Avenue or whatever. So
Suburbia is usually much safer than the big city for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've lived in both. If you live in a big city, I think you really need a lot of money. Like Manhattan, forget about it. But if you have a lot of money, that'll set you up nice. Some of these big cities are so expensive now. LA, the same thing. You need a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
Because so the same old story. But where will I live? The fact is I can move anywhere in the world because you could do the stock market and I have, other stuff. So I could live anywhere, but where would I want to live? Well, I haven't moved anywhere else. So where I'm living is pretty cool. What about you?
I would have to get a decent amount of money before I moved anywhere, really. Like, if I were to move somewhere,
Well, you should, because you're interested in comedy professionally. LA, isn't that the place to go? Or
I got to go to LA, or I got to go to New York or Texas, where the comedy mothership is.
Well, Austin's supposed to be a pretty nice place.
I don't know if it's actually nice, but yeah, they say
I don't
it's
either. I've never been there. I've been to Texas, but not Austin.
Yeah.
Actually, I heard it got too crowded and there's a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
But it's liberal.
Because of all the people who moved there?
A lot of liberal people moved there, yeah. They're I imagine like I heard somebody I like say, I didn't mention anything because we were riffing, but he said it's kind of sad that Christians have a problem with Jews because he said that Jews killed our Savior, which I don't think so,
Jews killed
some did and some
Jesus?
didn't. Romans actually carried the act, but who's mad at Romans? But something about Jewish people blame unfairly.
But but he was also Jewish, so
no, he wasn't Jewish. No, not at all.
Jesus?
Oh, gee, York says that Jesus was not Jewish, but I think he was.
What does York say he was?
Well, York hates Jews. They're American.
Oh, okay. So
he's a real racist that you like.
No,
I use it.
I'm starting to think that sometimes I'm a little too forgiving towards racist people because I see them as flawed humans who could be better. I don't know.
So Hitler just had flaws. He looked the other way.
I think
Hitler was nice to his dog, except at the end he killed his dog. He killed Heidi just before he killed himself. So some people said he was nice to his dog, but how nice was he if he killed him?
No, I think he got bad. He got bad towards the end. I wonder if he started out okay. and became bad over time, became corrupted.
Well, I know. I read biographies. That's a good. I like talking about evil. He,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know if he always hated Jews. I don't know how that came about because his mother was treated by a Jewish doctor, right?
Okay.
His mother worked for a Jewish family. That's where the rumor about him being half Jewish, because his mom actually was like a maid for a Jewish family, right? And what about Hitler's father? He had a stepfather. So it's possible he was half Jewish. If I had to bet, I'd bet against it because most historians don't buy it, but some do. And for a fact, his mom worked for a Jewish family. And sometimes, you know.
Okay, so
What are you doing?
His mom, you're
Right.
saying his mom believed that she was Jewish?
No, I didn't say that. No, no, no.
Oh, I was grabbing a piece of paper, but I can't find it.
What do you need the paper for? Is it
I
rolling
forget
paper?
what was something was written on it that I was going to read that was related to it, but I don't even remember now.
No, I'm curious what you wrote down.
I don't know where I put it. That's that kind of the thing.
I do that too.
Yeah. So the doctor was Jewish, and do you think his hatred for the doctor or his father was
No,
where
he didn't hate it to the doctor. His mom had breast cancer, had a Jewish doctor, and he appreciated the doctor, and that's why the doctor lived, because people made sure that he wasn't hurt until he can get out of Germany. So he liked the doctor, I guess. He didn't kill him. That's a Hitler test, right? Because if he didn't like you, he could kill you.
Yes, that is Hitler's.
It's like the old English monarchy. It's like the old monarchy. I'm reading about Henry VIII by Hilary Mandel. Right? 3 books about Henry VIII. And if you said something he didn't like, he could kill you, and did. He killed many people, including his biggest supporter named Cromwell. He's a very interesting character. He's the guy that, break it down, that he wanted a new pussy, right? He wanted a divorce. He had this new pussy. I think it was Anne Boleyn, right? You know this story?
No.
And so he was Catholic. So he had to get approval from the Vatican to get an annulment or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The Pope. Not a slob like one of us. The Pope back then, and the Pope wouldn't give him. The Pope wouldn't approve it. He said, "No, you can't have the new pussy." The Pope didn't say pussy, right? But that basically, he wanted a new pussy. As a man, the Pope said no. So you know what Henry did?
What?
He created the Church of England. That's why there's a Church of England, because Henry didn't get an annulment so he can get new pussy. So he changed. He created his own church so you get pussy, and it was called. It's still the Church of England. It's still the Church of England, and the monarchy is even now technically, I guess, head of the Church of England. That's real history, man.
How does that work?
He beheaded one or two of his wives. He killed them. Maybe you've heard that. You know the joke about Henry with the wives. Yeah, so he had one, like his first wife was called Catherine of Aragon, right? But she wouldn't give him a male heir. I think they died or something. So he really wanted a male. That's part of being a monarch. So you carry it on. And it's because he wanted to move on from her. He put her in the Tower of London, where she lived most of her life after not giving. So this guy, my point is, Hostbuster, these monarchs are horrible. They put people in the old days. They used to put people to death, seriously, right? I think the Jews, you know what they did to the Jews?
They killed
in England?
Did they hang them?
I don't know. Let's just say, I don't know, 1400. I'm getting the date wrong. No, they expelled all the Jews from England. They told them to leave. Hostbuster, tell your dad to get out. And they had a period where they were expelled. And then one of the monarchs, I guess, let them back in. I mean, they had houses, they were successful, and then this one monarch said, "Get out." They kicked him out. Monarchs are fucked. We're Americans. I'm not going to bow to no monarch. This king, what gives them the right? Because they were born? We never got to be monarchs. You get it?
Yeah.
It's a
so
big
basically,
deal.
being a king meant you were allowed to kill
queen.
people with no consequence?
Seriously, yes.
Okay.
And if you read history, like I just gave you an author, now that was a long time ago. I'm sure things changed in the last 50, 100 years. So I'm talking way back, right?
Yeah.
I think it changed where they took away most of the power from the monarchs. But I don't know when that would be. But they did. So now the monarch don't got much power. Praise the Lord. They shouldn't have.
Is that what the queen in Alice in Wonderland was based on? Was the monarchy?
Was it?
Because I don't know, she would always kill people.
Oh, maybe so, huh?
I'm just that as
Lewis
soon as you mentioned
Carroll.
that.
Lewis Carroll turned out to be a pervert. Did you know that?
No.
So the author, I believe, was Lewis Carroll, who was an author of children's books. And it turned out that he liked being with kids. At least I think he like photographed them naked. Some really weird thing. A lot of these authors, like Dr. Seuss, I went on Ozzy Outlaw show and I went through Sam I Am. It took me an hour. But there's some weird characters in the Dr. Seuss. Like, why are some animals naked and some aren't?
Really?
So,
yeah. That's weird.
Lewis Carroll. This came out like 10 years ago in a book that really, showed that he liked to like photograph naked kid. Really, that's pedo stuff, right?
So yeah, of course. Then he doesn't get canceled for that because he's dead already, I guess.
I think back then people got away with a lot.
Yeah.
Right? But go back in Rome and Greece, and the culture, the elites accepted that P-word stuff. You probably heard that, right? But they were allowed
I
to get
heard
away with
something
it.
about that. Yeah. In the Roman days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think when you have that much power, it encourages perversity because you can do whatever you want and you get tired of the normal, probably. Like very wealthy people probably are more kinky and some are evil like Epstein, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's got to be somebody was just killed related to the Epstein thing. One of his victims was just not
Really?
killed, but died under suspicious circumstances.
Well, if I was Epstein, and I'd never be that evil guy, I would have he had powerful enemies. So if somebody was threatened, their life would change because Epstein would tell about them. And you had enough money. How about phoning those guards and saying, "I'll give you $2 million to pretend you're sleeping." Okay, that doesn't work. $10 million because my life's on the line and I'm a billionaire and I can do that. So I think that's a good possibility because Epstein, you probably know what happened to him, right?
Yeah.
Very suspicious. Oh, all of a sudden, the most famous inmate at the time should be watched. And yet the people who were watching him looked the other way. Well, if I was going down because of Epstein and you got $1 billion, I wouldn't do that because I'm not evil, but it would be logical to try to get the guards to look the other way because if he was dead, the people got off. And he had a lot of powerful people. So it seems too coincidence, right? You would think he'd be watched closely.
Yeah.
And yet for that to happen. So I think there's a good possibility he was killed. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it seems pretty clear. Even though people still are like, the official stance is that he was murdered. Somehow that still is like,
that's official. Their report saying that there was no hinky pinky.
Yeah.
But if you were life was going to be destroyed, and some of these politicians make decisions like send the army in. Hillary Clinton got people killed. That was the nature of her job, right? So I don't
That's what
think
I've
they're
heard.
immune to people getting killed. Excuse me.
What do you think about those lists of like, I don't know, there's lists out there of like all like 50 people who died related to Hillary Clinton.
No.
Do you think that that is conspiracy or that that is legitimate?
What do you think first, and I'll give my opinion.
I don't. Here's what I feel. What feels weird about it is that I don't know the answer, and I don't know why. I can't tell if it's politically motivated or not, so I'm not decided on it.
I don't believe in most conspiracies, but when things make sense, like this guy could have taken down many people because many famous people were on his island. I'm talking about Epstein. Were on his plane, like Bill Clinton, like the son of the Queen of England, that slime bucket. And there's incentive for his death, and they got access to millions of dollars. And maybe they know some people from the old days of these clandestine, I can't say the word, secret service, right? Like there's probably rogue CIA. And you go to them and you say, okay, here's $5 million. Take this guy down. So he had access to people like the JFK thing. Nobody's sure who did it, I think. A lot of people, including me, thinks it might have been other people with JFK. Because this has happened. The CIA used to go to other countries and kill people. Look what Nixon did. It wasn't hard to find people to go into a burglary, right? Remember Watergate?
Yeah.
So most of the time people get away with it, I guess.
So the
if you do that
Watergate
job,
thing-
you don't want to be known. What?
Well, yeah. So go ahead.
Well, it wasn't hard for Nixon to find, they call them the plumbers, to go do a burglary. So there's people out there who would do anything, including kill. Maybe they would have been hired to kill Kennedy.
Yeah, that's another. Okay, so that's a weird one for me.
Me too.
Kennedy thing that
Most people, yeah.
Well, it
Most
feels
people.
weird that RFK Jr. recently. Now that he's
We could talk
going-
about him. We could talk about him.
He's going to be president, or he's trying to run for president.
Yeah, as an independent, by the way, not a Democrat.
All of a sudden, he's decided that it wasn't a conspiracy.
Then he changed his opinion, right?
He
Because
changed his
I heard him
opinion now,
say he thought the CIA was involved in it.
It seems like weird timing that he would change it now that he's
Yeah.
running for president. Like that
Well-
would get him more votes or something.
The presumption is that he has a Kennedy name, so there's a nobleness, but he's been involved with drugs. I don't give him any nobleness just because he has a Kennedy name. He might bring down Biden. He cares about himself, and most of all, a lot of people run for president because people show up and cheer. You get fucking, if you want attention and you get it, you get a lot. So I think he's not a good guy.
What drugs does he do?
I forgot what drugs. It's well known. Now he takes like some kind of testosterone. He's a workout fanatic. He's like 65, and I used to be around steroids in high school because I used to be interested in bodybuilding.
Yeah.
So he takes some kind of weird drugs, and he's very manic, and he doesn't impress me. And he has that voice. Somebody told me, maybe you, that he had some kind of condition that produced that froggy voice. Just the voice alone, I don't want him because we have to listen to the president for 4 years. I can't take it.
It is hard to. I feel bad for him, but it is hard to listen to him. Like
You think
it's
my
very-
voice is quirky? Yeah, I think it's some disease or something, right?
I guess.
But his father talked. His father talked like that too. I knew somebody who saw his father a week before he died at Griffith Park. Robert Kennedy ran for president, and he won a week before he won the California primary, and he was shot at the Biltmore. A week before, he went to the Greek Theater because I used to have these Vietnam friends, and they talked about all the 60s and all of that. And one of the guys that actually heard Robert, he said that Robert Kennedy was charismatic, very short, maybe 5'6". But he said he just had something about him people believed in, right? The father.
Yeah.
But the father worked for McCarthy. I don't know if you knew that. Kennedy's brother worked for McCarthy. Remember McCarthy? The blacklist? Everybody was a communist.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So he worked on that for McCarthy, who was destroyed people. Apparently, McCarthy was a bad guy, even though communists were men.
So the communist thing was all McCarthy? Okay. No? Anyway, did your internet cut out? I think we might have lost Sam Hill, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure. Let me put a bumper on.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yeah.
I thought I had the battery in a dent. Sorry about that.
Now you're a computer guy.
Oh yeah.
You're the laptop.
Sure.
Are you into
But
laptops?
I'm not good. I purposely am not good at the computer.
You're a computer user, I should say.
Sure.
Now, are you a laptop guy or a desktop guy?
Well, when I did RGA, I used to use a landline and phone in. I don't remember what I did with Busters because I have a laptop. I've had a laptop because I didn't know how to use StreamYard or any of that. So my early shows with RGA, I just be on the actual phone. With Busters, I forget. I forgot.
Now you.
What about you?
Would call in.
What about you?
I'm a guy who has too many computers.
Okay.
I'm a computer. I used to sell computers, and now I buy too many of them.
Yeah, I have one.
And people are very tribal about their computer usage.
Uh-huh.
You know, like there's some computers that I have that I can't even use around my dad because he would be like, all right, you're not using that because I don't like Steve Jobs. You know what I mean?
Is your dad a difficult case?
When it comes to computers?
My dad was.
Like, much less than in the past, actually.
So getting old has mellowed him a little bit.
Yeah, and just me being willing to, I don't know, have more ability to see his perspective and vice versa. It's not really. We used to, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we used to butt heads a lot more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, there were years where like all kinds of things he had to be right. I was
That's
never
my
right.
dad.
That
That's
kind
my
of
dad.
thing.
That's my dad.
Yeah.
Or was my dad.
And
it's like he didn't understand. Like, sorry to interrupt, but my first marriage, I fought and I wanted to win. My marriage now, I don't give a fuck. I just want the fight to be over with. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah.
there's an element, even as a father, I remember as a teacher, these power struggles. And one time, maybe somebody told me I was this student refused to do what I told him. So I made a power thing of it. Well, you got to do this. And then someone told me, I realized, what am I doing? Making a power struggle? That's kind of like with my father. He
Right.
should have given up his ego. Give up your fucking ego. It's more important to get along with the person, or let the kid. Don't back the kid up to the corner, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Like you're just like more diplomatic, as you were saying. Just
Yeah.
to
Well,
not.
give up your ego. What are you guarding? Like, I think I told this story. I went to a prep school, which means the teachers have more power than public school. You know what I mean? They can do more. So the guy had a paddle, and I didn't. He said, "Bring your tennis shoes to gym," and I didn't bring it. Maybe I forgot, and 10 other kids forgot. Right?
Mhm.
So he said that 10 kids line up. He took his paddle, and he paddled all of us. We accepted until he got to one kid. He paddled the kid, and the kid got mad and said, "Do it again." So the teacher did it again. Do it again. So here comes the power struggle. I swear this is true. Here comes the ego on the gym teacher. He should have let it go and said, "I'll talk to you later." So the guy was kind of mocking him. It's just a kid. And he hit the guy so hard, the paddle splintered off. It broke the paddle. The kid turned around and went for the teacher's neck.
Wow.
So someone ran off, and the principal had to come. And that's not the only time I saw something like that. Teachers losing control. Because when I taught severely emotionally disturbed, there was this Chicano teacher, but he was the hard case. And some kids, that works, but not most, right? But he wouldn't let go of his ego. So I had this student who got physical. He finally got thrown out because he beat up a counselor. But he was in my class. I was the new teacher, so they gave me the worst kids, right?
Oh, really?
But I didn't want to fight with these kids. My ego, so yeah, we used to have to hold them. But I didn't want to, but that was part of the job. But this Chicano teacher did this ego. So we were outside, and Joe was his name. He told the student of mine to do something. The guy mouthed off. And I don't know if the kid went for Joe, the teacher. They started fighting, not holding the kid, literally fighting. And this was a kid, very tall. And I swear I went to Joe, and he was on top of the kid. And I said, "Joe, this isn't worth your job. Let him go." And just at that moment, the superintendent walked up the hill. He never thanked me. Joe never thanked me. But when authority figures lose control and get physical or paddle, it doesn't work out well. So the better approach, be a pussy. Don't get physical, and let go of your ego, because the goal is to teach and help. Right? And if you're secure, you don't need to battle. So men teachers are kind of, I don't think they should be elementary school teachers. Really.
Too aggressive, too.
Yeah, I think when you're young, you need the mama. I think kids when they're young, because I know I put this one kid through school in the Philippines because her father committed suicide. So I'm helping. But you would think that the child would have been messed up, but she appears to be one of the healthiest kids around, just raised by her mom. So I think the mom is more critical. And then the dad becomes really important, say in adolescence, right? But it surprised me because my parents bugged me up. It's amazing that they still can be, my dad can still be in my head. It's disappointing. I try
You
to
have that
improve.
internal voice, like telling you what
Yes.
to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also, I do things that he did. So I had a fight with my wife 3 days ago where I get in this mood and I say mean things. And I realize what I'm doing, but I still do it just like my dad did. As much as I've have degree in psychology, had many relationships, a happy marriage. Sometimes I become my dad. It's discouraging because it's not good. Because he used to yell. He used to say horribly mean things. Then he'd feel bad, right? And the next morning, say he yelled at me. The next morning, I might expect to find a $20 bill under my door. So he got it, but he was in this uncontrollable mood state. So, I didn't really yell, but I said, go, maybe we should separate, because what she does is she runs away.
Okay.
Which might be a good thing, but it freaks me out. I'd rather just, because an hour later I calm down. So I'm thinking, when I'm in this mood state, when I'm mad at her, I'm thinking about my life after we separate, right? And there's some good parts to it, But then I calm down and say, wait a minute, I love her and I don't want to separate. And I said a really, really mean thing to her. So I don't put $20 under the door, right?
So
But
your thought
sometimes-
process is, I need to get away from this person permanently.
Well, that's hers. That's hers. She just goes to the park. We live close to a park. So this time I gave her 2 hours. But in that hour after, I'm thinking terrible things. My mood calms down. And then I get real and say, no, I want to be with her the rest of my life. So we had a fight. But in the meantime, she had left. Right?
Right.
So I was ready to let's and makeup sex is a real thing. But right? But this I know enough. I said she's probably at the park. So I walked down the park and she was on a bench. But it's terrible. I hate fighting with my wife, who likes it. Well, some people like it because I think with my parents, now that I look back, it was kind of maybe a pre-sexual. I just know they always ended up after a fight in the bedroom with the bed squeaky. So that was the predictable course. Somehow it was a ritual or horrible. My father would be terrible, drunk, but the way they made up resulted in, very dysfunctional. It added to their makeup sex, I guess. I don't like to think of my parents that way, but now that I'm older, I kind of get it. Sex can be very weird. You fight, so it somehow gets you excited, and then right? That's a terrible connection.
That is a weird. Why is there that connection with anger? What is that about?
Isn't
Did
that
they ever teach you
interesting?
about that with psychology?
Yeah, there's probably some connection, right? It's like a primal. Now I have a new. I just went on today and have a new theory on Nikki and Rev. Right? Because it's hard to figure out. It doesn't make sense, right? It just, she seems attractive and together, and he's a mess. And so what they do over 2 years is they'll get mad at each other, but they'll make it public. So they'll go and chat, or they'll go on air and just try to get the other to suffer. I really think it's sadomasochistic that they get something from suffering, and they get something from inflicting suffering. That kind of makes sense. Otherwise, I just don't get it. But if they're tied in with this really sick sadomasochism, I kind of get it. They get something. All actions are transactional. You know what I mean? What do you think about that? We always get stuff from what we're doing.
Okay.
Something. Sometimes it's a negative payoff, but it's a
Right.
transit.
No, I agree with that.
So what do they get? Well, the only thing that makes sense is something very, very sick or dysfunctional. And what do? They inflict suffering on each other in a public way. So I think there's some truth. At least that's my theory. That would explain some of it, that they're sick. They get something from the other person abusing them, and it's very, very abusive, don't you think? Nikki,
Yeah.
yeah. So
So they both get the pain part and the pleasure part of it?
I'm not saying it's conscious, but I
Okay.
think there's a connection between pain and pleasure, or sado. I used to study a little bit this stuff. Sadomasochism, or both. There's connection, right? One gets off on inflicting pain, and the other receiving. But I think they're both. I think that there's a connection there, and sometimes they make the other suffer. And what I'm saying is, the dysfunction is they invite the abuse. It's their relationship. It's not healthy.
So they
Obviously.
still do like each other, but they like to make each other suffer as well.
Well, Nikki fooled me because she would write me and others that she wanted nothing to do with Rev. And we a lot of us said, get a restraining order. She never did. And the last time she showed up in my chat, and she was going after Rev, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, have you contacted Rev in the last 30 days? And she won't answer. So she comes on and says she want nothing to do with them, but yet she obviously, I speculate, contacted him. So problems are she's not honest, that she does contact him. And who knows? That's the only thing I could. Can you explain it, Nikki? And people are interested. I thought nobody, but I see, because when Nikki and Rev come up, more viewers come in. So people are still interested in that.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me in the sense that I know it has to be real, because there's people who like to get hit with hammers. There's people who like to
Good point.
all kinds of crazy things, and those things are real. So I don't get it firsthand,
Right.
but I can accept that people are into weird shit.
Yeah, Frank DeRosa. You know Frank?
Yeah.
The first time we heard about Frank, I was still with RDA, and he was with this woman in a motel room who used to be a model for kinky magazines. And someone brought it up, and she said she was a slave to someone. So the first time and then she would phone in. She said she was like the Howard Stern of the Midwest.
Oh,
that's how I know about her. You remember? What was her name? Carla? Was it Carla Kitty
Carla
or something
Kitty?
like that?
Yeah.
So the first time I ever saw Frank DeRosa, RDA brought up Carla Kitty being on camera from a motel room, and the man beside her was Frank DeRosa, this Italian-looking guy. And I didn't know him, and that was Frank. And then in conversation, I said, I wanted to acknowledge the truth. Dude, you were with a woman who's kinky. She admits it. And he said, well, he was in a hotel room with her for 2 weeks to help her. And I said, bullshit. You were in you were in it for the sex, Frank. And that's how I got to know Frank. So the next time I think I talked to Frank was Jarvita went up on Bleachy, and Frank came on and started yelling at Jarvita. And I phoned in and yelled at him. And that's how we kind of met.
Okay.
So then he was great, and he was horrible. He just tried to dox me. He might have done it or might not have, but he's been terrible.
You know what? He messaged me. I never responded, but I remember him messaging me fairly recently saying, I have the docs of Sam.
Wow.
And I had no interest in going any further.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he comes on, and I even let him on, but he goes, he's really a dark, evil person, and yet he can be a really good person. But he's terrible. I don't even like his name. He says not a Christian. That's his avatar. I said, why are you disrespecting? Why do you define yourself as not a Christian? What a thing to define
that's
yourself.
weird, right? Like
Weird.
not a Jew. Like it's like hateful of that religion, kind of.
How interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because of course some Jews probably don't like there's maybe you know this. I find it interesting. that some Jewish rabbis are anti-Israeli. Did you know that?
No, I
And
didn't know that.
the Iran would bring these Jews in to rant against Israel, and it turned out that there's a form of Judaism that there can't be Israel. The Jews have to take over Israel after, I don't know, the Messiah comes. But yeah, not all. There's that sect that are anti-Israeli. So I investigated and I listened to a couple of them. Very weird, huh? So there's even now we take it to the limit. There's like pro-left Jews who seem anti-Israeli. You would think being Jewish. See, like honestly, Jews and Arabs are the most interested in the Middle East, I think, right? For a lot of us, I hate Hamas, what they did, but I probably don't have the passion that maybe your dad has.
I mean, I personally don't think that you should be pro or anti-Israel just because
Uh-huh.
you're Jewish.
But you can understand why Jews do, right?
Well, they're kind of conditioned to believe that that's their homeland.
There you go. Right? But there's
Yeah.
historical evidence where Jews have been persecuted. Right?
Yeah.
That they were in a situation where they couldn't defend themselves when they were in Nazi Germany. Right? So at least here, that's why I think they'll go down to the last Jew, and they got the nuclear bomb. So it's hard for us to understand in America. But if you're being pushed to the sea, at some point, you might drop a bomb because they got nuclear bombs. Most insiders believe. So if you're going down, drop the bomb on Iran. If you're pushed again, like America was pushed to drop the bomb because they knew many people would be lost invading Japan. So America had that tough choice. It's not like they wanted to because they knew innocent people would be killed, but they were pushed to the wall. A terrible choice, right?
Yeah.
But I agree. Would you agree that it was a good thing? Given the choices?
That we bombed Japan?
Yeah.
If we had to do it, then I guess it was the best choice.
And historians disagree. Some historians believe that Japan was going to surrender, but I don't think so because they're warriors. They died. They thought the emperor came from God. They really believe that, right? Like the monarchies, Henry VIII thought that God made him king, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Obviously wrong. Monarchy is a bad institution, and we fought the revolution against it. And yet so many Americans, especially women, seem to love being involved in the British royalty. They're really kind of slime buckets. You know, maybe the Queen was okay, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What gives them the authority? Because they were born, they're not especially smart. Right?
No, I mean, it's got nothing to do with qualifications. It's
There you
just the
go.
fact that they're in the family.
It's kind of like the Nazis. The Nazis, you got a top job because you believed a theology. So this Curlin actually had a theory. He said, maybe we talked about this. It impressed me because for the first time, I used to always hear Hitler was crazy, right? That's what I thought. And then Carlin said, well, if you look at it rationally, Hitler had a conspiracy theory and he acted logically, not in a crazy way. Now, what he believed was pathogenic and unhuman, but logically, he believed, like Jorg, by the way, that Jews were behind everything bad, right? That's what Hitler thought. And that's what Jorg thinks. But Jorg's a pacifist. So Carlin said, assuming that Hitler had this theory, which he did, the solution to Hitler logically was, if you think people a religious group, Jews are behind everything, then the logical follow-up is what action? To destroy the people. And unfortunately, he basically accomplished what he wanted because most of Jews in Europe, a great percentage, perished because of this evil Hitler. So Hitler achieved part of his goals, and he wasn't so crazy. He had a pathogenic belief, and unfortunately, he achieved it. But I always say, take it from forget the religion. Jews obviously are high achieving. There aren't that many cures for polio. I mean, they've done some brilliant stuff. So the real cost of civilization, other than humanity, because you don't want that terrible thing, was out of those millions of Jews, we lost cures for disease and wonderful discoveries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a cost
Oh, yeah.
practically to the world, too, that people don't really talk about. Because I'm interested in medical, and I read a book called Medicine and Jews and read the history. And many Jews, they weren't permitted to be full professors. So many of these people who got credit were non-Jewish, Protestant Catholic, right?
Oh,
But
they
the
said it
people who
was
came
other
up with the
people.
cures were their assistants who were Jewish
Wow.
because the Jews weren't allowed to be full. That's why Einstein couldn't get a job in Germany. He couldn't get a professorship. He was in the patent office for a couple years after his theory of relativity, after he was recognized brilliant. It was that bad.
He couldn't they wouldn't hire him?
No, they wouldn't give Jews full professorship, even before Hitler. You get it?
Yeah, but why before Hitler? How did they know?
Because anti-Semitism existed before Hitler. Hitler just took it to the extreme. But anti-Semitism has been around horribly, right? The Inquisition. Christians, sorry, tell your father I'm sorry, burn Jews, right? Wasn't one of the tests that, I forget, it's like Salem, in Salem, they thought there were witches. So the test was, I read, maybe it's not true, but I heard so to find out if somebody's a witch, they put the person in water, and if they drowned, they weren't a witch. And if they didn't drown, they burned them. Kind of a catch-22.
So there was no way to live if you weren't a witch.
That's what I'm saying.
You would still
But the whole
die.
thing was crazy. There weren't witches. I don't believe.
How do you feel about that?
About people. Well, there's people who claim, like Jan. I don't know if you know Jan. She calls herself like a good witch. And I met people in university. They call themselves Wiccans.
I've heard that.
People? Yeah. It seems like bullshit. Actually, religion was supposed to, because before Catholicism and religion, witches, people gave great power to this idea of spells, right? Which seems ridiculous, but people believed in it. So religion was supposed to get away with all that superstition because everything was based on the Lord, not spells. Even though prayer, in a sense, can be looked at as a spell, I guess. Right?
Right.
It's like Foreman is criticized by Poon Handler. Oh, Mormon, you're a cult. Well, in Christianity, our Lord walked on water. So some people might say that's not logical. So you go after Mormons because they have this kind of crazy belief. It's faith, just like Christianity. You believe in a miracle maker. You know what I mean? It's all faith. So why are you criticizing Mormons, making like Christianity? Like when you go to Mass, I think you've been to Mass. There's a line, the mysteries of our faith. So in a sense, that's a critical element. But faith is not Is it I don't think it's provable. It's certainly not scientific. So it comes down to believing in something that probably can't be proven. And yet people go to war for it. The Mideast, let's be real, the Muslims, they don't want Jews. Most of the Muslims don't want Jews there. So it's religion. Again. My God my God wants me to kill you people because you believe in a different God. It's so absurd, but war is happening right now. Right? It's crazy.
It's all over that, right?
Yeah. I mean, the reality is that I'm not a big thing on Muslims, but they're supposed to be very intolerant, is what I hear. Right? Like I hear that if you go outside your faith, they kill you and stuff to the extreme.
Wow.
So Christianity used to burn Jews, right? Inquisition. But then there's a Reformation. It changed. The institutions reformed themselves. The Vatican Council even took out some words blaming Jews for Jesus. This was like 30 years ago. Because before that, Jews were blamed for killing Jesus, even though you had nothing to do with it. Ridiculous. Because like you're putting a curse on people who weren't even born, but a lot of people do. So bottom line, the Muslims don't want the Jews, and the extremists got a society to just massacre people, which is, you got to call that out or you're sick, I think. I mean, how do you justify killing babies in their cribs? Well, someone like Jorg says it's all made up.
Oh, everything
I guess that's
made
how
up, he says?
Yeah, all that. It didn't happen. It's all staged, according to Jorg, who's interesting because a lot of people think like him.
You've met other
It wasn't
people?
staged. Pardon?
You've spoken to other people who think that too?
Well, I try to do series streams. My last stream, not today, was I'm kind of, I don't want to be thinking about all these images. I get it. I know it's horrible, but not all the time. So I had a stream that you didn't watch. I said beautiful Palestinian and Israeli women, where I just put a picture. I wrote in search beautiful Palestinians, and they kind of look alike. And then I wanted to play a Jew or Palestinian. Remember, I played that game where was it Irish or not, something like that. But no one, very few people watched. Very few. The first time in 6 years, and I needed a good chat. And I needed 3 people came up, but I needed a couple people together to play Palestinian or Jew. I think Jeff did it. He got a couple wrong. I don't let Rev up anymore, by the way. Rev keeps trying to come up. It would have been a good stream. People want to, because we were good. By the way, Rev always got jealous because I had the most fun with you. You get
I know that was a big thing. I thought it was.
But you're both very
fun with
different. You know, you're both very different.
Yeah, we are different.
So it's not even, he shouldn't have taken offense. I mean, he stuck it out 250 streams. We went 13.
Maybe you wanted a little more credit then, you know?
Yeah, I just wanted
Showing up
acknowledgement
all
of
the
truth.
time.
I don't want jealousy. Jealousy hardly ever leads to good consequences.
Yeah.
He's a very he's sick though. You're not mentally ill. You have problems, I have problems. But he's truly
He's truly
Looney
mentally ill?
Tunes. Well, look at his life, Hostbuster. We talked about his relationship.
Yeah.
He kissed her hand. She said they met one time, and he went around saying, "Well, he ate her out." He said, something. Well, okay, so let's go with you. You had oral sex one time in 2 years, and after she got back from watching you, Nikki went on RDA, who Reb hates, and told how horrible Reb was. I wanted her to go on my show because I'm more neutral, but she went on the one place that he hates, Wazzy Doggy, who he used to call Daddy, by the way.
Why?
He has horrible father who wasn't around. He said that his father tried to steal drugs from him. So this made Rev. He just didn't appear as a slime bucket, right? Our father, you think our fathers are bad. Well, I shouldn't speak for you. Your father could be difficult. My father was a drunk. But my father never tried to steal my marijuana with a knife, Rev said.
That's
So
something his dad did.
he said, yeah.
Oh,
We think a lot of people who follow him think he has guardians, that he
Like,
can't take care of himself.
oh, like his grandparents or something, or adults.
Somebody mentioned a stepfather who had been married to his mom. People have different ideas, but how does he live? He doesn't work. Where does the money come from? And could he really take
Well,
care of himself?
Who does he live with?
Apparently, guardians or
Okay.
relatives, maybe a stepfather. He's
Oh,
really
that's
never talked about that. He's
okay.
talked about his father and mother, but he's a liar. He just he went around saying that I was a racist, right? Well, what
was
he
that
did
racist?
was, I told you this. So my co-host, 250 streams. After a stream, he was backstage, right? And he had
Yeah.
a long conversation with me after saying it was totally private. Well, as I was having this conversation with him, he was streaming it on his channel after telling me it was completely private. He was streaming it, trying to trip me up.
Oh,
So I didn't. In fact, I said, it's bad that you call that woman a gorilla, right? But afterwards, he accused me of saying these horrible things against black people. And I said, it's so easy. Go to his channel and play the tape. People did and saw that he lied. But not people who didn't go to the stream probably believed him. So I say on slander, we can't win. What can you do? You can deny it, which I do, and you can ask for proof. But even so, people believe some when there's no proof. Completely made up, right? And Alex did this thing after knowing me 6 years. He says that I wrote my wife at 16, which I never did. I never did. But
he just started saying that because he was mad
he
at
started
you?
saying that. Well, he got dumped by his woman, and I talked about that, and he got mad at me. But I'm not the one who dumped him. Sarah did.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
he
know if you know.
carried that anger, he
He
spread it on
transferred
other
it. He
people.
blamed me. So
Yeah.
he knows, he has to know. And then he called me the P word. And then I said, it's a creepy thing to do. But I looked up P, and it has to do with inappropriate with children. Children. A 16-year-old is a minor. A minor, and it's illegal, but it doesn't make somebody who has an affair with a 16-year-old necessary a pedo. It makes them a creep, maybe, but many times in our history, the legal limit was 16. There's somebody on air, I think that guy from Florida, Randall, who said his mom married at 15. Not good. I don't approve, except certain circumstances. From that, people started twisting, like this Will guy saying that I said it was okay. No, it's creepy. I just said it's not pedo. If you're going to accuse somebody of that, it's with children. And it's one of the most vile things, probably the most vile crime in the world.
So
Right?
it's like, if you say that a murderer isn't a serial killer, you're not saying that a murderer is a good person.
Yeah, something. Well,
Something like
even
that.
in your experience with Rex, even though you tried to explain it and it wasn't bad, they twisted, and some people thought you did bad. Right?
They thought I did what?
That you intentionally doxed the girlfriend of Wazzy.
Oh, yeah, they didn't want to hear it.
They didn't want to hear
just
the
wanted
truth.
to hear it their way.
They didn't want to hear the truth, so they
Yeah.
twisted it. And there's nothing you could have done. Well, with me too, these slanderers have hurt my stream. They have. But I'm not
Yeah.
going to give up as long as I have fun.
Yeah, just keep going. You know, they're looking. Sometimes, if
Mhm.
you're apologetic, they want you to be. Sometimes they take advantage of you more if you apologize.
Good point. But why would
They
you
actually
apologize if
see
you
that
didn't do
as
anything?
weakness, and then even though you would think they would look at that and be like, "Oh, here's somebody who is like, I don't know, remorseful or something." Instead, they see it as an opportunity to attack more. So the only way to really deal with it is to move on and find new people to talk
Yeah.
to.
Well,
And
that's a
that's
good
it.
point. But you still like I'm thinking of Rex. Oh, I know. So the truth is, he said two things. Before he got mad at you, he called you a genius, whether you accept it or not. And then after he
Yeah.
got mad at you, you stunk.
Yeah.
Well, come on. You made up things because you don't like him now.
Oh, yeah.
Which do we believe? Right?
It was
But
super obvious with him.
but it wasn't obvious for a lot of people because RDA, as I always said, has this weird pussy move of doing what some guy in Florida who is a plumber tells them to do. We're not like that, but some people want that. So instead of trying to find out the truth about you, Rex had a problem with you. So they said it's more important to support Rex, even though it was obvious to a neutral person it was bullshit. Their reaction
Yeah.
to you, right? Maybe
That's
you made a
why.
mistake, but you accept the mistake. But they didn't. They didn't go for truth. People against you, I guess, for jealousy or whatever the reasons, treated you unfairly. Right?
Yeah. Which is why I
Completely.
just kept trashing him over and over.
It took you a while. Finally, you did. But then you were like me because I was up against a group, not one person. Right?
Yeah.
So for a year, I kept talking about RDA before Germinate, before anyone did. And I had a show with Pop Vulture, Talking Heads. First show, great. And then he killed it. He killed it because Wazzy Doggy told him to. Right?
Yeah.
Frank, because I knew Frank, I ended up meeting somebody, and being with that person resulted in my channel of 100 videos going down because I knew Frank.
Oh, because he was mad at Frank.
Now RDA got mad at Frank because Frank is the one who basically doxed Wazzy Doggy. I don't know if you knew that. Frank does that.
No, I
This
didn't know that.
guy who kept trying to tell you about doxing me does bad things to other people. Right?
Yeah.
Like what he did to Now, I think he knew Wazzy Doggy's name because they were good buddies. And Wazzy Doggy Frank was going to go see Wazzy Doggy, right? But Wazzy Doggy didn't want Frank in the home because most of us know that Frank's a druggie. So Wazzy Doggy said to Frank, "Yeah, come visit me, and we'll meet at a restaurant." Frank probably figured if I come all that way, you're not going to let me in the house.
Right.
Which I agree with Wazzy Doggy, by the way. Would you
Yeah.
trust Frank in your house with your kids? Most of the people, no. On-air people, with you, I'd trust them. But most of these, with Rev, are you kidding? Who knows what Rev's capable of? Or a lot of these people. I mean, David Waltz, I don't trust. Your bud.
What do you think he would?
He's really, AOC calls him broken. I agree because his wife seemed to have left him. Your bud has gone really low. I talked about him
I
because
don't know.
your bud said something like the Star of David was because of Satan. There was
See,
some
I thought
connection.
that part was just like a troll joke type of thing.
So I followed David for 6 years. He means it. He's oftentimes said horrible things about Jews. And
Yeah, but
he got his
he is-
channel. You don't know.
He is Jewish, though.
He's not Jewish.
He's partially Jewish.
He's not partially Jewish. That's shtick. That's a lie.
That's shtick.
I don't even know if he's half Irish. He used to make like he's full Irish, which we have the same. I have heritage, and you do. Your mom's. So I kind of know Irish. I never thought, and then I thought, well, maybe he's half Irish. I think he might be fully Polish and ashamed of being Polish because there's bad stereotypes. I mean, the man wore a girdle. He's really very strange and weird. Who would wear a girdle?
I thought that was the thing Rex made up.
Yeah, RDA proved it. You know, RDA did something once on German Lady where they kept looking at her crotch and making inference. Well, whatever you are, German Lady, you define yourself, I'll accept it. But that was kind of a curious stream because what RDA did, you could actually see the outline of a member.
Okay.
Right? So sometimes RDA can get it right, sometimes wrong. It's like you discover people more and more. I'd heard a rumor that Rev was friends with Lemonade, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people said, in fact, a couple of people in RDA told me that Rev had taken those nudes and offered them to RDA, the nudes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Lemonade denied it. No, she never gave nudes to Rev, right? She said over and over and over. And weeks went by. No, I never did it. And then last year she confessed. She said she did, in fact, give nudes to Rev. See, this guy is bad. He was going to betray her. He betrays me. He's taken down 4 of my streams by porn bombing. The last time he tried to get my channel taken down by doxing a real person's name, and I had to take down the 12-hour stream. It was really good. Rev is after me. Why?
Why?
Because he felt part of Shaw. And then I proved by not letting him up, I did it all myself. Without him.
Okay.
And he hurt. In fact, he actually did. He porn bombed Wendy Pack.
Yeah, I didn't feel good about that one.
No, he's a real bad guy. People think because they're funny on air that they give you some grace. Some comedians have been terrible people. Yeah, he can be funny, but and some comedians can be great. Somebody was talking about what a nice guy Robin Williams is, that he did charity work without wanting people to know it. So comedians, but a lot probably are. Lenny Bruce was not a nice person, right? I think he tried to shoot up with his stripper wife. I read a biography of Lenny by Goldman, if you're interested.
Yeah.
That Lenny Bruce started out as in vaudeville. You know about Lenny Bruce?
No. I know that he was gay, I think.
No, he wasn't gay.
He wasn't gay.
He was married to a stripper.
Why did I hear he was gay?
He had a child. Well, because people call me gay. All these stupid things that aren't true.
Oh, they just made it up.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I really like comedians, and I read this big biography. He was a junkie. He started out clean, like a lot of comedians, like Carlin, right? Like Pryor. Pryor started out clean. Richard Pryor. Who's your favorite comedian of all time, by the way?
I don't know. Carlin's up there. And of the people who are alive, I would say Louis C.K., Bill Burr, Dave Chappelle.
Well, I like your taste.
Solid.
So, and they Louis messed himself out by sex again, right?
Yeah.
Because he jerked off in front of women, and they get away with it. They get away with it until Bill Cosby got caught.
Yeah, that totally screwed it up for him.
Well, yeah, because he had sex with he would pill women and have sex when they were passed out. America's father, he used to be called. Which see, even with streaming, the real interests me, not the persona, the real of comedians, and even you. And you're very real.
That was Mark Maron's advice.
What?
He told me to be real.
You were on with Mark Maron?
No, I met him at a club, and
Dude, I
that
used
was
to
the
follow his streams a couple years ago. So I know a lot about Mark. Mark Maron became boyfriend of Frank Zappa's daughter, Moonchild or something. I know
Wow.
because she would come on his show. He had trouble with his father. Supposedly he made up with his father.
Mark
So
Maron?
father issues. Yeah. Mark
Oh
Maron.
yeah, I've heard him say
is
stuff.
maybe, I'm trying to think. He had on Obama on his cast. Did you know that?
Yeah.
So big deal. But I think his stream, I've stopped watching it, and I think it's lost a lot of its popularity.
Yeah, I kind of wondered if he went the video route, if he would have gotten more viewers or fans.
Mhm.
He was always rivaling. He was always like going against Rogan and trying to get more viewers than Rogan.
Correct. But he's an interviewer. He was good at interviewing, like Jonathan Winters. You know who Jonathan Winters is?
I know of him, yeah.
I like the history of these comedians. Jonathan Winters went to in and out of a mental asylum. He was nuts.
Okay.
I mean, certifiable. The fact that it used to be this hospital in Ventura County. The Eagles, it was very famous before drugs came in. It was filled to capacity, hundreds of rooms. And then in the 70s, they came up with antipsychotic drugs, which emptied the hospitals because now the crazies could be controlled. You didn't have to lock them up. You just give them the medication. So that place became a college, by the way. It used to have like 1,000 patients. Because of the drugs, it got down to 100 patients, which meant that every patient cost the state $100,000, some ridiculous amount of money. So they closed it down. They sent the people somewhere, and it became a college. And that's where, like, Hotel California is supposed to be about that. The one of the Eagles used to go there. You can check in, but you can't leave, kind of.
Oh,
At least that's what I've been told. The Hotel California is actually a mental. Yeah, Hotel California is really a mental hospital because we know that one of the Eagles did go there. A lot of famous people have gone there. I forget the names because artistic people are probably more likely to get crazy.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're mutants. They don't fit in. That's why they can be comedians. You don't say funny stuff that everybody knows. Everybody's perspective. They have a different perspective on life. Like, whatever you are, you fit that mold. You're an original. I don't know anybody like you.
I'm a crazy person.
Yeah.
I'm crazy enough.
But
yeah,
I like being on there. You're funny. You contribute. And you could be, with luck, you could be very big. But I don't know if you're ambitious. Like, you'd probably have to, if you really went for it, you'd move to LA and try to get in sitcoms or work the rooms. I mean, these guys really hustle. Don't you think?
I'm very One, I don't know if I have it. Two,
Right.
I don't know if I can handle it.
Right.
You know?
Fear is a big stoppage. Right. Look at me. Have I tried to build the channel? You build the channel by networking. And there's people who've invited me in much, much bigger channels, but I don't do it. Instead, I go to, I'm with you. Right? So
you made the wrong choice. You should be out
if I
there.
enjoy it, I'm enjoying it. I made the right choice.
You should be on a channel with a lot of people right now.
I should be on a channel I enjoy, and I am.
All right.
You get that, right?
Well,
you do
with
the
that,
same thing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, I don't know that there's been like really big channels that I've that I know anyway, but yeah, I tend to gravitate towards
Abe
people that I
is
like.
bigger. Have you been on Evil Abe?
No,
He might
not
really
yet.
like you.
I'll probably check it out though.
He's real
Yeah.
funny. He's real funny. I was on his show like a week ago. I had a falling out because he came on my show, and I didn't know if he didn't get full attention. He said like it was too gay. I was talking about gay stuff, so
Oh.
he didn't like it or something. So he made a stream saying that I farted. I don't know if you remember what they tried to.
He
I
did?
pulled my. Well, I don't know if you know this story. That I pulled my chair out, right?
Yeah.
After I leave the stream, I pull my chair out. Usually I stream from the kitchen. And then people started saying that I farted.
Uh-huh.
People told me that in Discord, which I'm not a member of, people would take hours on this question. Did Sam Hill fart on air?
Hours about
Yeah,
that?
that's what they told me.
Wow.
You know how people obsess. So Abe made a stream saying that I farted on air. And then Lexi came up and said it was proven because people took the fart sound and stretched it out, slow motion, and it clearly showed it was my chair.
Oh,
But people don't want the truth. So Lexi told them, but Abe still went along with the stream. And I didn't like that. But we're
I
good
can't
on air,
believe
so
this
we
was
kind
so
of we worked it out.
People put so much work into that. They slowed it
Fart gets
down.
so much attention. It's a main staple of B-Sox. People
Is
really
it
give
because you denied it, so they're just like, there's no way this
It was a way. It's fun, and it was a way of going at me.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie. Why would I lie? No. They wanted me to just admit, but I didn't do it. So this
Yeah.
became a theme, content. And B-Sox farts are very. B-Sox had a couple short streams where he would say, "Okay, listen to this," and he'd fart. And then he said, "Well, I was on the toilet, and I was talking to some people on air, and they liked that." So he said he was going to do that all the time. People like talking to him on the toilet. What? I don't want those fans. If you want to talk to me on the toilet, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you around. Is that asking too much?
Yeah, I don't
Stay
tend to
away
talk
from
to
my
people on the
stuff like
toilet.
that. Yeah. So it's very what people focus on interests me because I've done thousands and thousands of hours. I've talked about politics, my divorce, being on Busters, and yet people seem to want to focus on hitting my father with a bat is a big one. The sexual assault upon me at 16 is a big one. These very weird topics people want to focus and farts. I'm more than that. And of course, they twist it with what happened to me on the sexual assault. Oh, I liked it. Oh, did I get off? It's just weird, creepy stuff, man.
Yeah. You're talking about Poon?
Poon, who I like, by the way, we sometimes talk, was the worst ever hour I had on air because Poon started saying that, yeah, I was sexually assaulted in a perverted way, but I was responsible for every single thing that the creep did because I didn't report it to the police. And he tried to make it was my fault, everything that happened. Trying to make me feel bad. No. In my circumstance, I wasn't going to report it to the police, but he took the opportunity. And after we went off air, I said, "Why did you do that?" He said, "For the views or something, some bullshit." So I like Poon, but he's done some pretty fucked up things. And then I said, after a while, I said, because people would bring up the sexual assault. So then I would say, so you're bringing up a sexual assault when I was 16 on a stream as content. Really? What kind of creep are you to use that against me? There's some creepy people out there, man. And some were RDA. RDA did some creepy stuff. which I warned you about, but you had to find out for yourself.
I know. I was
I'm like that too.
sometimes, you can give me all the red flags, all the warnings, and I just completely ignore them because for some reason I have to find out for myself. I don't know why.
Dude, people warned me about this horrible person, Ozzy Outlaw, Frank DeRosa, even Lycan Theory. They said she's crazy, she's evil. Evil. Well, I have to find out for myself. And she became my co-host, and I lost. The guy who took me down, Raleigh, didn't like this person, and then they were right. I took away her wrench, and she was horrendous and vile. So you have to find out for yourself. Me too. That's how it works, right?
Yeah,
So I
that's
get
just
it
the type
completely.
of person we are, I guess.
Well, you didn't have the history of RJ that I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just take a quick break if you don't mind, and then there's a question in the audience I'd like to get to. Do you want to stick around?
Yeah, my wife's, I think, still probably phoning the Philippines. So
All right.
yeah,
So I will be
for
back.
sure,
then.
man. For sure. I need you to do something.
Sure.
I need a wrench.
All right.
And I need to take out probably this real pedophile because it's on his brain. He made a remark about me that goes against the boundary.
Which person?
Leonard Lake, who's probably a pedo, because it's a psychological. He's thinking about it. He's accusing me. Do you see it?
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of the truth, and I was going to ask you about a comment, but first, please get rid of him.
All right, I added you.
Okay. I can't do it from here. Can you get rid of that guy from your position?
Yeah.
What a foul thing. See, we deal with this stuff. I probably have worse trolls than you do. That's foul. And then I'll mention some comments.
Okay.
So
I got
here's
rid of him.
B-Dumb, who's a takeoff on B-Duck. He says, call out the tapes, HB. Do you know what he's talking about?
The tapes. All right, I'm calling them out.
What tapes?
I don't know.
Call out the doctor tapes.
What is he talking
So
about?
you're still in chat, but explain it. Sometimes in Discord, people play games. There were doctor tapes of me. RDA took voices from the soundboard. Sheppy doctor tape.
Oh, yeah.
What tape are you talking about?
I
There's a
remember
couple
when they
tapes.
made up fake tapes about
But
you.
I don't know what tapes they're talking about. Maybe Sheppy made up a couple tapes. One was I talked about having a fight with my wife where I threw a temper tantrum and threw books on the floor. Sheppy took that. And Gino did that. I'm sorry. Gino, not late Geno, doctored the tapes where he had me confessing that I hit my wife and called me a domestic abuser. Doctored the tape. I said, just go listen to it. I had to post it. You see what people do? From throwing books on the floor, they doctored the tapes. You see what I have to deal with, man?
Yeah.
I want to have fun.
So they said that you were making that up. That you were actually hitting your wife, but you were just throwing books
Well,
around.
he actually doctored the tapes, if you know a little bit of audio. But yeah, Sheppy doctored the tape when he had me confessing to murdering my father. Are there other tapes? Maybe. I'm not afraid of being called out, but this vile stuff, it says something about the people saying it.
Yeah, I agree.
Call out the doctor tapes. Which doctor tapes, dude? Here's
Are
Los
there any
Lobos.
that make you look like a better person?
No. Mostly the people who care enough are haters, very unhappy people who would say foul stuff. Because I don't go around calling people the P word. Wazzy Doggy was called the P word by Sands. I went on the Don Anus show because Pop Vulture went to me and said, "Can you write something defending Sands?" I mean, host Wazzy Doggy, who's not, as far as I know, a pedo. So I did that. I went on Don Anus. Remember Don Anus?
Yes.
And my first appearance, I defended Wazzy Doggy,
Wow.
who later slandered me in a tape. But I still don't do that.
Do you stand by your defense of him?
Well, I don't think he's a pedo. I think he's a creep.
You think he's a P word?
No, I don't think he is. I don't, even though I don't like him. I don't call people the P word. If I have proof, I'd probably call the police or something, right? So the same old thing. People accuse you of outright slander and lying. Hey, Hostbusters, according to Los Lobos, did you know the age of consent in the country where Sam Hill purchased his child bride was only 12 up until last year? Complete bile. Now she was 12. I've talked about my wife on Busters. My wife has been on. You see this, but that's better than the other comment. But it's vile. I didn't write my wife at 16.
That's a jump in logic, even there, because they're saying that the age of consent. They're not even claiming that was the age that your wife was, right? Like that's.
I didn't purchase a child bride is like 12. That's disgusting. But dude, again, 6 years. You just accuse me without proof, but that's what they do. What can I do? Deny it? But
that's a jailable offense in England.
It should be anywhere.
Not in America, unfortunately. No, I mean to say that about a person.
Oh, really? Well, I could win in court, but it's ridiculous. I'm not going to spend thousands.
That's why you should live in England, because nobody can call you a pervert.
I lived in England.
You can't call someone a pervert without evidence over there.
That's a good law, but I don't want to I lived in England. The weather is terrible. I like Americans more than the Brits. What they've done, so no. Have you been to England?
Partially.
Okay.
But I've never been there in person.
How do you partially?
I mean, like my family has been there and brought me back stuff, but I've never been there one-on-one.
It's worth going.
For real.
But, I
Where
don't
in
even want to
England
live
did
there.
you go?
Well, all over England. I went to Wales. I went to Scotland. I lived in the Republic of Ireland, and I lived in Belfast, and I lived in England too. I worked in England.
Wow.
I had a job in England. It was a good job.
And
People never want to know. They never know about where I spent most of my life working. They
Yeah.
want to know about the bat. They want to make up stuff.
They want to keep anything that makes you look like the worst person you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah. And I'm not the only one. A lot of like Unbleached. Remember Unbleached? Matt Stearns.
He
You were
never
his
told me
co-host.
where he went.
My point is, I think the trolls warmed down because I saw what they did in the chat, and I think it bothered him. Trolls
Unbleached?
run off people. Right?
Unbleached was a troll of yours?
No. I followed Unbleached. That's where I first saw you. But I saw in chat they really went after Matt. The trolls really tried to get him. So
yeah,
if I was working, I wouldn't be here. But these vile comments, they're hard to take, really, because I'm still a person, and I'm the only person. I think I'm one of the only people who taught kids, which means they do the FBI check, and you're watched, and I care about kids appropriately. I wanted to help kids, right? You don't become a teacher to get rich, so I actually help children appropriately. And which means that it's even more offensive because I helped children. I was a
Right.
teacher for 2 years. So what's worse than what they're doing? So they're just really, really hateful people. What kind of person? Now, you could say, I talk too much. I'm not funny. But they don't do that. They go to the most vile thing a human being can be called. But that says something about the troll. Do you think they're happy? No, trolls are, if you're happy, you want to laugh or be a funny troll, but to be a vicious liar says something about you, Los Lobos, whoever you are. It says something about the vileness of you. Really, you don't have to be you're not a healthy person. Most of all, we're one of the only people, HB, to be in loving relationships with our wives. Who else?
Yeah.
Who else?
That's true. None of these streamers.
For years. My wife's been on. HB is married to a woman he loves. Are you Los Lobos? So one of the only guys in a loving relationship, and that's what they go after. But I don't want to become obsessed with trolls, but a few of them can really do damage, right?
Yeah.
It takes away the fun. It's probably someone I know, unfortunately.
Do you like somebody who watches your streams?
Probably somebody has said you're a bad streamer or you're not funny, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't pull punches. If you're not good, I'll call you out for it. But I have a right to my opinion. I'm just one dude. But from that, like David, I used to like David. I did, right? And then he's gone foul and anti-Semitic. And he says, well, I'm not saying Sam is a P word, but I can imagine where he might be. Vile stuff like that. You see how he twisted.
He imagines how you could be one?
He wants to insinuate that I am, but he says it in a qualitative way where he says, well, I'm not saying he is, but I can imagine, I wouldn't be surprised. You get the twist that David has been doing. He goes low.
Way to say it without saying it.
Or he said, I really want to help AOC, but he hates AOC because AOC revealed that his wife left him. He hates AOC even more than me. Very strange.
Well, okay. I would hate a person if they do. How did he know that, and how did he get that information?
No what? No what?
if he left his wife or she left him or whatever.
Oh, see, that's interesting. So we look at the situation. So I used to go on a show and watch sometimes a show. Sometimes you'd be on the show. I always heard the background of the wife of the family. It's like I know about those sounds because after I had trouble with my wife, right? One night we had a fight and she took the kids. I went to work. Everything seemed okay. She took the kids to a motel. I got home and usually I'd hear my kids, my wife. It was still, I never heard the house so quiet without those voices. First time I heard the refrigerator. If you listen, the refrigerator will make a sound, but it has to be pretty quiet. So AOC and I noticed there had been sounds for a couple years with David, but all of a sudden, no more sounds. 1 week, no sound. 3 weeks, no sound. And then David gets really bitter. So I believe it. I think that's what got him really upset. If your kid is no longer there, if your wife leaves you, you handle it. Some people handle it by getting really mean and low. See, I'm not like you. I was divorced, you know? So I know I went through all this stuff. And I went depressed for the first time in my life because I'm really not a depressed guy. You know, I don't get extremely happy, hardly ever low. But when my family broke up, whoa, my whole world changed. My life was marked by being around my kids and my wife. And then one day you get home and they're not there. That's when I got depressed because around that time, my best friend died of cancer, right? And I had to have an operation to kind of save my life. So all those three things happened at once, kind of. So I got depressed. I went to a therapist. He said, right about 1 year, I posted 1,000 posts under a clip of mine that Pop Vulture had taken of my phone call to Sands, which got like 3,000 views. So under that clip of me, I wrote 1,000 posts about my life. Different.
Okay.
And that's how I became known. I was better known than in a small world than some of these people from this guy who wrote 1,000 posts. Who writes 1,000 posts and comments?
That's a lot.
Yeah, it was. I write. I published a poem at 17 in this magazine. And I don't want to say the magazine because people will find my. But that's how I got into college. I was a published poet, so lofty. One poem, one published poem. So I don't mean to denigrate myself, but it helped me get me in college because I had a GED. I didn't graduate because I ran away. But seeing that I was a published poet in this fancy magazine, I think helped a lot get me to University of California.
Mm. Oh, so you use that as like a credit to help get in there?
Well, I'm a published poet, which probably impressed them.
Yeah.
And then, well, a lot of things came together. Like, it's really complicated. So I was a pool boy. I think I've talked about it. And I got close to these women near where I was staying on Los Feliz Boulevard. And one of the women was an alumni, important person. She had graduated from UCSB. So she helped me too, being an influencer. They gave money to the college kind of deal. She was divorced, but I got to know her. And actually, I told this true story that I was in a dorm, and my dorm mates would stay up in the middle of the night. So I started staying other places at night.
When you say Staying in other places, you mean like other people's houses?
Who was I talking about? Oh, I know. Okay, because
You.
it's a little confusing because I had sex with somebody who employed me in the pool as a pool boy, but then I get confused because my master teacher, when I was interning to be a teacher, wanted to sleep with me. So sometimes I get the sleeping with people confused. I never did with her, but yeah. So I get confused. The past, these women, but to get into college, she had a boyfriend, right? I started. She gave me a key to her house. She really started to trust me, and I started spending time in her house, like later on I did with the master teacher. So I came in one time, and she wasn't there, but I went through the house, and she was in her bedroom, right on top of her bed, getting drunk. Her boyfriend had dumped her, and she was just getting drunk.
And this was
Right.
while you were a student?
So I'm getting confused. I'm sorry, because the idea is that I had these older women. I was 17. She seemed older. She was probably 40, 45. But to me, that was really old, right?
Yeah.
So she had a boyfriend, but she was single, but I never thought of her that way because she was so much older. You know what I mean? What a huge
You never
difference.
thought of her what?
Sexually.
Oh.
She was like, she called me her golden goy. There was a lot of these Jewish people lived on Los Feliz near Griffith Park, right? And she liked to feed me. I'm connected with the Jewish people in many ways, right?
Yeah.
And they helped me. She helped getting me in college, but she was very, she was sad. And she said, she was drunk and said, just come lay with me. And she told me what happened, right? So I got in bed with her, and she starts kind of hugging me and rubbing up against me. And I had sex with her. Is that a pity? Kind of, maybe. That was the only time, but somehow it brought us closer, and she became involved in trying to get me into this University of California, Santa Barbara, where I ended up getting accepted. But then, and I've told these stories, but this is what comes in my head, what happened. I always remember she was taking me to the college to meet people, including she had a daughter who went there, right? So on the way, you probably don't know the geography. On the way to Santa Barbara, there's a place called Ojai, and you kind of go east. You're veering east, where if you keep going north, you hit the college. So she wanted to show me Meditation Mountain in Ojai on the way to college. So we go out there. It's one of these places run by, I don't know, some pacifist peace group. And you go at the top of a mountain, and there's a walking area. You go to the edge of the cliff, and you look out on the whole valley, like 20 miles, Meditation Mountain. But she had a conversation on the way to the college where she said my nickname and said, I just want you to know that, don't take this personal, but I know my daughter is at the college. I'm going to introduce you. And I know women can be attracted to you, but please don't with my daughter, because her father and me want her to marry a Jewish man.
Interesting.
So I kind of got offended. What, am I chopped liver? You know?
Yeah.
I'm arrogant. What, is that still going on?
That's so weird.
So she didn't want me to connect with her daughter. So we get to the college, and I like the daughter, but I'm not aggressive. I mean, I'm thinking I'm going to fug this up. I need to get into college, right? But every UC campus is known for having a tower. University of California includes, by the way, Berkeley, UC San Diego. They got a bunch of campuses. I don't know if that's like SUNY or, you know what I mean? University of California has many campuses. And one of the things they're known for is they all have a tower. If you go to Berkeley, they have a big tower. UCLA, big tower. And where I went, they had a big tower, but you had to walk up. So the daughter said, let's go up the tower. There's something at the top I want to, there's a tradition. And the mother wasn't going to walk that up, right? So here was a girl, I didn't want to connect with her. We walk up the tower, and it's kind of a cool walk. You know, what is it? I don't know, like 5 stories, but it's a big, long tower. We get to the top, and she looked at me and said, there's a tradition. I said, what is it? And she leaned over and kissed me. That was tradition.
That was the tradition?
You take a girl up there. You take a woman.
Oh.
Yeah. So I got kissed, but she never became my girlfriend.
Okay.
But some people, like my parents, because I married a Jewish woman, is that ironic? My parents would have been preferred a Catholic, but they're really not prejudiced. And I'm kind of a believer, but I'm not religious. I found it interesting, this Jewish family of hers, even though the mother-in-law turned out to be really hurtful to our marriage. They liked me at first. I don't know if they called me the golden goy behind my back, but they liked me until I said no to the parents. Then they didn't like me so much. And
When did you
in-laws
say no to the parents?
They sold jewelry, right?
Mhm.
And the parents did. And they got supplied by someone within the family. And they wanted me to deliver, and my wife, this jewelry to this place, right? That the aunt was going to give us. Real complicated. So I show up, and the aunt was one of these people who makes you wait too long. She's always late, right? Always late. So we got there. She wasn't ready. We waited 15 minutes, and I said, let's go. We left without taking the jewelry, right? So I said no to them. And from that, they got really mad at me. But I was an innocent HB because I did things that I look back upon I did wrong. Like they had many houses, and we would stay at some of the houses. And one time I had a fight with my wife. She went and locked herself up in the master bedroom, and I kicked down the door. It wasn't my house. I messed up, but the worst thing was I didn't replace the door. I should have. So they didn't like that either. So I was the golden goy until I wasn't. And the in-laws became a problem. How do you deal with your in-laws? I think you said on Busters, they're nice people or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't had any issues.
So the in-law is more than a bad joke. It hurt my marriage. But I'm not innocent. I should have replaced the door. If I would have waited 2 hours because, she's not ready. Let's go. Which was arrogant. I didn't know that was going to happen. Right. Things like that. But many within her family liked me, And I got to know about it. But I'd always like these Jewish, that one woman helped me get into college. And she was, what would happen was I was really, really in shape. You know what I mean? 17, really in shape, pool boy, good 10. And I would start to clean the pool. And after I had my shirt off, I used to like being looked at, right? So then this woman would call her friends. And the more I went, they started to play, is it canasta? some game, I kind of forget, some game that women played. And they giggle about me. I became the entertainment. And then they started feeding me all the time. Like, they took some pleasure in feeding me.
Did you feel like you were in a movie or something? Like a porn?
I felt like I'd been in movies, but that was just, I liked it. It's like, they gave me attention, and I kind of like displaying myself. I'm not an exhibitionist, but I was really proud of the way I looked. And I got involved. I mean, I was thinking about this. Do I regret running away? I don't know, because my life would have been easier, right? I would have gone to college, not too long, and would have been around people like me. You know what I mean? Like most people like me, mostly. And from running away, I had so many experiences. My life changed. So I don't know. I think I met you meet so many people when you have to. Like now, I have a secure home, and sometimes I go out, but not like when I ran away. I had to meet new people, which meant I had more experiences, which means a lot of people don't get it. Because seriously, I'm amazed how many people don't have lives on air. Like Rev sits in his room. B-Sox, no friends. David probably had one relative monster who talks to him, and wife left him. The stream today was like the three sad men. There's so many sad people here. Right?
Yeah.
And yet in
Even
my
the
real
people
life,
who say they're doing stuff might not be. Some of the
well, what does Reb say? Reb had an anxiety attack when he went to the market. He only has one tooth. How do you present and meet people when sometimes they want you to smile, and one tooth does make an impression? Not a good one. Seriously, teeth are really important.
I know.
So these people, not all of them. Abe seems to be a happy guy, and that's why I like going. You seem, well, you're happily married, you have love.
I'm not the least stable person on the internet. But I'm not the most stable either, but I'm not the least stable.
But you're kind of normal in a way. You're just anxious. You might like Woody Allen movies. You're saying the guy is a little quirky and funny, but he's basically normal, which is a fallacy because Woody Allen later turned out to be really creepy with his stepdaughter.
See, I would love to find out if you could take a test to find out, just relative to other people, how normal or how weird are you? Because I don't actually know how normal or weird I am.
Yeah, we have to define normal.
Because
that's a good point. What
do I do that would indicate normal?
Well,
I guess
you're
I'm
not
outside
delusional.
fighting people every day.
You're not delusional. You're based in reality.
I might overvalue myself at times.
Well, that's called self-esteem.
To overvalue.
That's good.
Myself. I also overvalue myself. Here's a real question for you. If somebody had to ask you, do you love yourself? What would your answer be?
Mostly.
Now, what do you think about people who...
Do you love yourself?
See, forever I would say no. Then I said yes. And the reason I changed it is because I always thought, and this might be a thing I got from my dad, I was always told that the idea of loving yourself is means you're a narcissist, means you're egotistical. But then I learned it was kind of the opposite, that most narcissistic people are actually people who don't love themselves and they're trying to get external validation all the time.
Yeah, good point.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
But most of us generally have an idea of normal. The people on my street, and most are married, seem normal to me. They don't, they're not drunks. Their wives haven't left them, even though maybe at some point. They don't go low. They don't make up stuff like Los Lobos. If you said it to me in person, I dare you. But you can come on here. Your comment is, So why did you go to a country where the age of consent is 12 to buy a virgin child wife? Well, that shows you're stupid and don't follow my streams. I wrote my wife for a year because my brother, he's married to a Filipina. So after writing her a year and hearing about her, seeing her picture, talking to her, and I went to meet her. She was above 18, above 20. So why are you stupid and just believe this bullshit? Because you're not smart, because you're not happy, and you want to throw vile at me. She wasn't 12, she wasn't 16. And if I did that, I could have lost my teaching credential, because even though it wouldn't have broken a law to write somebody, a teacher there's ethical boundaries. Believe it or not, a lot of professions, they can kick you off for ethical reasons, and teaching needs to be one, because you can hurt kids. Why would I mean, it took me a lot of trouble and education and time to get those credentials. It makes no sense. I'm not a guy who can't get women, just on my personality. And I'm good looking. But you're stupid, Los Lobos. So
do you think that this is somebody that you had fights with in the past?
Yeah.
And was like
yeah.
using a pseudonym?
Yeah, because but not somebody who follows me. It's not David. He knows my past. So this is just, it's like you don't even know me. But most of these people, I've like I say their history. Like the biggest crazy person I was warned about, I know her history, and I've said it when she attacks me. They don't want you to know the truth. So people like Lauren is important. Brutal Mafia, even Lycan Theory, because they know this person. And sometimes you got to get more than 2 years. So it's just so vile. And what do you want me to say? When I just came in to talk to host. I asked you if you want to do Busters, because I feel like, but I went back and checked comments to see if you replied like a minute before, and you didn't.
Yeah, I'm bad at that.
I didn't know. But I was happy because I feel like being on air, and you're the favorite guy to be on with. I don't come here for views, obviously. But you talk to me.
Hopefully that can change at some point. Hopefully
it'll change at least a little bit. Yeah. Because I'll even just post it, and some people would come over. But the main thing is I just talk to you, man. I've been talking so much because we don't talk that much. So I'm venting. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I got you. And by the way, this guy says Woody Allen was a pedophile. Or a P word.
Now, a case could be
whichever
made.
one you say.
Here's a case.
Now,
that he saw news or something, and I think she was, how old was she? There's a case to be made.
No, I don't think he was a pedophile.
I would have to see
child molester.
when he got intimate with her. What age was she? Definitely
3.
creepy. How old was she?
4.
Oh, okay, a joke. I don't know how. I saw an HBO cable thing on that, and bottom line, he was inappropriate. Was he a pedo?
I mean, he was.
Depends on the age.
He was a child molester.
Yeah, I might agree with that.
But he wasn't.
Right? It wasn't. Was she a child? That's the thing, right? That's important, because a pedo, the worst thing in the world, means children. That's why it's so bad. But what's a child? There's a difference between a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old, right? Don't you guys get that?
4 years.
Puberty is the difference. I read a law once, and puberty was mentioned. But it's a vile subject. I don't want to talk about it.
I didn't bring it
show
up.
up and chat.
I mean, I sort of brought it up, but I didn't bring it up
I
because
brought it up because he was going too far. And part of, I mean, if you said it to me as a stranger, if I never knew you, and the person wrote, I would remove that person in chat. Right? But, sir, okay, here's another one. I talked about Palmerston Hospital. Palmerston is a very, very common name. Have you been to Ireland? You haven't?
No.
No, I'm talking to this B dumb in chat.
Oh.
Palmerston, there's a lot of buildings named Potter, and I said that, but you don't want to know the truth. Yeah, probably there was a Palmerston Hospital that closed, and I bet there's more than one Palmerston Hospital.
I hope
Dummy.
so.
He was, I think he might have been a famous figure in the, people in Ireland had to fight to have a republic, their independence. There were famous people like Michael Collins, all kinds of Irish patriots. Maybe he was one of those, right?
So there's more patriots in Ireland because of that?
Well, like us, we had a Revolutionary War. We had to fight for independence, and Ireland did from England too.
Right.
Right. So they did, and there were violent, like when you talk about the IRA, the Irish Republican Army was different in the War of Independence for Ireland than in Belfast. It's very complicated. And most people don't care. But I worked in Northern Ireland. I lived in the Republic. And I lived in UK. So I mentioned this, and people want to twist it. And I don't, unless you're interested, I don't want to talk about Irish history.
You have Irish family members.
Yeah.
In
That's
the,
my
in the
heritage.
mob?
In the what?
In the mafia?
Oh, in the mafia, huh? There was an Irish mob, especially in Boston, Southie. But mafia is usually associated with Italians.
Oh. Was
Right.
your family member in the Irish mob?
No, that I know of. Huh. Whitey Bulger was like that Irish thing. But the mafia, one of the top people in the mafia, he wasn't a made man, but he was Jewish. And he Meyer Lansky, interesting guy. You know Meyer Lansky? He was associated with the mafia.
Okay.
Okay, you don't care.
No,
See,
well, I was just thinking about. I'm
being like
about
high
it.
number, nobody wants to know about Irish history, high number, or
No.
from me, right? You taught for 2 years. You have zero work history. You don't listen to me. I was a pool boy. I used to go to restaurants and see if the dishwasher guy didn't show up so I can get some money working at the table. The worst job, the guy raised rabbits and he moved. So I had to go in the backyard and clean up all that rabbit shit stuff. That was a hard day.
You had to clean up shit?
Rabbit shit, yeah.
Rabbit shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
he raised rabbits and he moved.
That's kind of like something I wouldn't talk about, but that makes sense. I mean, it's more so something I'm surprised you would talk about because you're
What?
you're more of a man of cleanliness.
Yeah.
At least that's what I think.
It bothered me. Yeah. Well, I have white privilege, even though maybe my father had Cajun. No, you too. But I don't apologize. It's what we do with it. And I did stuff with it. Good. But obviously I had privilege.
You did things with your white privilege that you feel ashamed of?
No, I would have been ashamed if I'm like these white people who don't do anything. I made use of my education. I got my permanent job. Nobody cares about my job. I worked for a peace organization. Nobody ever asks about that. Right? Most of the years, I only taught for 2 years because have you been a teacher? Have you worked for those bureaucracies? I had choices. I quit a couple jobs. You never quit a job, dummy. But I gained knowledge. So when I have my own children and I know what's going on at their school, right? And I help people and I got paid. And I like challenges. I taught severely emotionally disturbed kids. One of the hardest jobs teaching, and I was great at it. But I didn't want to have my whole life with that. Being a therapist, it was depressing. I quit that too. But I gained a knowledge. I like going to graduate school in psychology. So I don't regret it. I'm glad I quit. But yeah, I taught for 2 years. Challenge me on that, dummy. Challenge me on what a teacher would know. I've had teachers come up.
And you're talking to Los Lobos?
Yeah, I think, didn't we ban him?
He taught
didn't ban him.
kids with emotional problems,
Los Lobos?
but not until after he taught them.
Oh, he made the. No, I think
Yeah,
that's the guy
I
we were
know.
supposed to ban.
That was a bad joke. So you're saying that you
Bad
helped out
joke.
children and you were a good person. You were a good influence, and he's trying to
Who would teaching? People
negate
say
that.
that I had 2 teaching credentials. One, people might not realize. They think, oh, special ed, they must be dummies. No, because first, to teach special ed in a public setting, you have to have a regular credential, and then you go back and get I had a learning handicap credential. But you don't know that, dummy. Special ed teachers have more education, and it's harder. And I taught the hardest. I taught severely emotionally kids who were so bad they were removed from their home. So I taught it a kind of a residential setting for kids who got kicked out of their home.
And you had examples of bad teachers growing up.
We all did, right?
Is that why you wanted to be a teacher, so you could prove that it's possible to do it the right way?
Well, it's a little more complicated. I didn't have good goals in college. I wanted to finish college in under 4 years. I should have been saying, well, what am I going to do after college? Right? Isn't that good to do?
Yeah.
So I finished college and I said, okay, what do I do now? Right? My mama said, well, you've always been good with kids. You relate to kids. Go be a teacher. It's a good job to pay, right? So I said,
Right.
okay, I like graduate school. I get to be in graduate school again. I like that part. So it wasn't driven ambition to be a teacher. I kind of fell into it.
And
Right.
now, was that a good thing or a bad thing that you just kind of ended up there?
Do I regret the 2 years? No, because I learned a lot. I was good at it. Now I got when I taught a regular class, I got in trouble with the principal because I didn't want to teach so much from the curriculum because kids were bored. So I'd go off in these kind of stories. I mean, for kids, not like Buster stories, no white showers, just things I could tell about the world. And the kids liked it. They liked these stories, right? And I thought parents liked it because kids would go home and, were you bored? No, this is really an interesting teacher, right? So I thought I was doing really good, even though some of the teachers were jealous. But the principal called me in because test scores are really important, right? That's how teachers get judged. It's an objective measure. They give these tests. And the principal said, my students had some of the lowest scores in the whole school, maybe the lowest. And we talked about it. And it turned out that I wasn't teaching so much from the curriculum. I was spending a lot of time telling stories.
Okay.
So he kind of, I got scolded and I changed, but I didn't like it as much because I had to teach from the boring curriculum.
Did that seem unfair?
No, because there has to be some measure of accountability. What's the goal of education? It's not to have it's not to have a creative, bright guy go through high school and say he didn't read a book.
Getting
It's
good
to
grades.
actually learn, not to listen to stories, right?
Yeah.
But so it was complicated. I was good at it. I could have ended up with tenure, but I only 2 years, right? I forgot what tenure. You get evaluated a lot. You're always watched. Because AIDS, especially in special ed, I had a bunch of AIDS, right? SED, I had AIDS. And parents are always volunteering. Sometimes they want to check out the teacher's kosher. But they should actually have cameras in classrooms, I think. But the union won't allow it. Maybe eventually they'll have cameras. Right?
Yeah, that would be good.
So I was watched. I was totally appropriate. I have my own 2 boys. My wife's been on air 6 years. I've never been creepy. I'm one of the most normal people around, even though I'm quirky and I'm bright and I have a sense of humor. I like talking to people. So it offends me. Attack me on at least decent grounds. Like you're not entertained, you don't like me. But just to make a bile stuff. And they do it to other people, right? On air. Look what they did to you, and it wasn't bile like they go at me. It bothered you because it wasn't fair. Right? Well, I get a lot worse. And if Buster's gets going again, they'll probably come at you. If you're not getting views, they don't care. But that's what happened with RDA. When we beat RDA, our second episode, you think Wazzy Doggy liked that? No. Like,
yeah, somebody needs to give him a hug. Do you think that's his problem?
Yeah.
He just needs a hug.
One hug. They can turn him around. There you go. Are you
from
volunteering?
From an attractive person.
Talking about Wazzy Doggy, Nat Clo, they said, wanted to see a dick of Wazzy Doggy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, now that's one of the few circumstances where I had to take Ross's side. Because, what are you doing, like, looking... Even if I didn't like Ross, it's like, what are you doing trying to get pictures of him behind his back? That's kind of
Nat
weird.
Clo was always homophobic when he was in RDA because they called the F word and all that. And he turned out to be bisexual. So he don't like me because I say, why don't you do streams calling out bigotry? Your streams would mean something. And then I made a stream with a character. Hi, I'm Nat Blows. I'm a proud gay man. I want to fuck Wazzy Doggy. So I did the whole stream on that. And had where he went out. Wazzy Doggy was delivering pizza. And Nat Blows went around for the ride. And Nat Blows, I tried to touch Wazzy Doggy. And then Wazzy Doggy being touched, opened up the door, stopped, opened the door, and told Nat Blows to get out. So it was a parody on Nat Clo. But I'm Nat Blows. I'm a proud gay man kind of deal. I don't think he liked that.
That's good.
Me and Caleb had a stream about Rev, where we put Rev in a bird cage, because I had a theory that Nikki collected birds and she wanted to rescue Rev. So I've done creative stuff that maybe people didn't like.
I want to get into...
Okay, Los Lobos, I'm getting tired of this. Would you stop, or would you ban him, please?
Yeah, he's...
I really don't want to... I don't like talking about this stuff. Who wants to talk about vile things that I came up to have a good time?
He's really good at taking the negative interpretation of anything.
But it's vile.
He already deleted his own shit.
Well, he's showing up. Hopefully he's gone. I mean, I want to have fun. So I'll answer you, but you just won't untroll vile. Or be funny. Most of these trolls are not funny. But I don't like trolls.
But do you think they would be funnier to you if they tried to make it funny, even if it was still hateful?
Yeah, humor counts for a lot, of course.
So you're saying it's just hate, just pure hate?
Well, there's a border. If you're talking about the most vile thing in the world, I don't joke about that. Children are victims. It's like, I think Foreman said, anything's funny. I said, well, I don't think anything about grape. I changed the word just in case of YouTube. It's funny. I've seen nothing funny about it. But Foreman said, yeah, anything could be. So I have a disagreement. I'm not a big Holocaust because I told this story that when I was a kid, maybe I told you, that a guy came in to talk to the class, and we saw he had a tattooed number on his hand, which freaked us out. And then he talked about he was in the Holocaust, really old guy, and they had pumped, at one of these camps, they had pumped gasoline in his chest. And it kind of still traumatizes me. So I actually heard an experience. So no, I don't find anything about the Holocaust funny.
Yeah, I would say anything can be funny to somebody, but
Mhm.
nobody should expect you to laugh at everything. Like River
That's a
was
good, yeah, that's smart.
River made a big deal about like Sam should be able to deal with Ross saying this stuff about his wife and stuff. And my thought was like,
Oh, about my wife.
that's nobody's choice to tell you where the line is. That's a very personal.
Well, River, first of
thing.
all, River's RJ. River, what he did was he took my voice on the soundboard and he made it seem like I was talking inappropriately to children. What if that was you? What if that was your brother? That was such bad slander. I actually depended on people to call it out. And some people did call it out. But same people like Cosmic wrote in comments under that stream, and Helen the Pervert. So making it seem like it was real. No, it was my voice off a sound. So River, you're stupid. You just being part of that hate group. I was, and I left. Anybody who stayed with it, whoa. They did some really bad stuff, man. Oh, they weren't that bad. Well, ask German lady. She could have ended up in jail. You know that story, right?
Wow. No, but
You don't know that? What they did was they hate German lady. First, they tried to call her a man, and she's a woman, right? I mean,
Mhm.
many streams about her, attacking her, whatever she is, vile. But the worst thing was that Wazi Doggy or someone in RDA wrote German authorities a DM denying the Holocaust and forging her name. It's against the law in Germany where she lives to deny the Holocaust. That is just vile. Police probably opened up a file on it because they had to react to it, but it was a forgery. It wasn't her. That's really bad, don't you think?
They forged her saying what? That the Holocaust wasn't real?
They had her name with a DM saying the Holocaust, denying the Holocaust. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And then Wazi Doggy gave me DMs and other people saying that Lemonade for real was trying to destroy his family. Made it up, I think. I mean, he's done really vile stuff.
That's what I'm
Because they don't-
saying. Like, I think he just needs to be. This is like to fill some kind of emotional void
Uh-huh.
he has.
Uh-huh.
It's not even like if he would just stick to being funny,
He can
to
be
trying
funny.
to be funny,
Yeah.
then I would be have no issue with it. It's when it becomes about destroying a person and destroying their livelihood, their
Yeah.
reputation. That's when it gets to be like.
Well, that's what I said. Get rid of this troll, and Los Lobos just continues this crap. It's
Oh,
just
he's
it
still going?
says something about you.
Where?
A Freudian would say that the fact that you have the ideation and you bring it up says something about you, troll. Why do you have that thought in your head? There's something very sick about that. Or mention it one time, but the fact that you keep mentioning it reflects maybe you are. And I'm being serious. Freudian even had a word for that, where you keep obsessing or at least keep mentioning something. Where did that come from? It
What
comes
is
from
it?
you, right?
Is it
So there's
projection?
something sick in, yeah, projection would be one word, but there's another word where they're preoccupied.
Mm.
Most of all, you want to be acknowledged? Because I just came in to have fun with, nobody's watching. The proof is I'm really talking with him, whether someone's watching or not. But you come in here with one intent.
Would
You're
Freud?
a bad person.
Okay, I agree.
at least be funny and say it one time. I address it, right? I address it. I'm not all I can do is call it out, right? You have the advantage. First of all, you're not on air. I probably know you, but you came up with a different avatar. I have 2 accounts. I have no other accounts. 2 accounts, right? David Walsh has many. He calls himself Name Check. He really got low, man. I used to have fun with David. Really. I used to bring him on Busters when you go up. We'd be in the middle of the night. And I gave him a show. The David Walsh Show on my channel. I still would bring David up, but he's turned. And I think it's because the wife left him.
You think it's the cocaine?
I'm not accusing him of cocaine.
What do you think has made him turn then?
That his wife left him. AOC first came up with that, but I agree. Because my divorce
is it that, or is it all the people saying it?
No, because in my own experience, it tore me up. It broke me apart for a while. Can you imagine not being with your wife?
No.
You don't even want to imagine it, right? Now imagine you had kids and you're kind of surprised. And you come home, she's gone. And the kids that you love to death, now you have a divided home. And now, for the good of the kids, they're with the mother in Philadelphia, suburb. Let me privately tell you where they are. All right? Don't say this out loud. I think you'll know.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you go to private chat? I think you probably know that suburb.
I've heard of that area.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a Jewish neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually walked from there 12 miles into Philadelphia, which was an eye-opener because I went through neighborhoods that were filled, the houses were filled with brick. It was a really bad neighborhood. For a while, I was the only Caucasian walking. Right?
What does that mean that the houses were filled with brick?
I guess they were condemned. They were filled with brick. But one thing I noticed was beautiful murals on the walls, even of the condemned. Someone told me it was a project, but I didn't know that. It was an intentional, right? And then it taught me how different. In California, it's all spread out. But along that road, I forget the name of it, Revenue, you could go a little ways and the whole neighborhood would change. Where I wrote is a really kind of exclusive suburb. But you walk into Philly and you pass really poor areas. The only white people I saw for a while was when school let out and the teachers would come out with the kids to put them on buses. Right?
Yeah.
So I purposely didn't want to look at the people.
That area is like 52 minutes away from me, so not far.
Yeah, I said the name of the stream.
I didn't. By the way, I haven't said that where I live, so that's not.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Yeah,
ever.
I'm not going to.
Good. People think they know where I live based on a phony conception. This is how stupid they are. So my nickname is Cole, right? It's out there.
Yeah.
It's unusual. So someone found a Cole street. Therefore, they think I live.
They think you live on a street named after you?
Maybe I got the name from the street.
Oh.
So they think I live. They said there's a senior living place near Cole. They said they think I live in a senior living place. That's how stupid people are. When I pick up my wife, I'm back in 10, 15 minutes. I'm not in a wheelchair. You know. So, but people create what they want to think, which is kind of interesting because I tell the story of my romance. It's not dramatic. They want to hear that I bought my wife. They want to believe that, even though in reality we had to go to the embassy. They had to approve. If they're not going to approve the marriage if they thought I was writing my wife, look it up. You have to go to the Philippines. You have to go to the embassy to be approved before you marry.
Really?
People don't want that.
Even if you're getting a wait, so you got married in that country?
Yeah. When I went to see her, I got that love when I saw her coming off from the airport. Right? She brought people, and I saw her. Just that physical thing. Because I already kind of fell in love with her character through writing her. You get a sense of the person through writing for a year, right? But until you meet the person, you don't know. I met her. We went back to her barangay. It was like, I won't even say how long. It was drivable. And I go in the house. All her family's there. And we're eating. And her mom says to me, because a lot of Filipinos speak English. That's actually the official business language. And my wife comes from a middle-class, educated family, mostly teachers. So the mother-in-law speaks English, right? So I'm just eating. It's kind of awkward, but interesting. You know what I mean? And she says, when are you going to marry my daughter? I mean, I was only there like 3 hours, 2 hours. And I said, when do you want me to? She said, tomorrow.
Wow.
I said, well, let's give it a few days. My friends told me, they said, whatever you do not marry, right? People in my family said that. I said, okay. I gave it up that she was beautiful. I said, I know you're going to be pretty, but whoa. And within a couple of weeks, we had to go to the embassy. You have to be approved. They said, bring when you first started writing everything, all documents, went to the embassy, no problem. Because the truth was, she's not fraud because a lot of Americans are defrauded or frauded. You know what I mean?
A lot of Americans are frauds.
Hang on. I'll be right there. What?
I'm going to bed.
Okay. This is Hostbuster. Say hello.
Hello.
I did a show with him.
Hello.
Say hello again. You going to bed?
Yeah.
I'll be there.
Wait,
Not too long.
My thing are here.
Okay. See, she doesn't care. She doesn't watch these shows.
I forgot something.
I don't want her to watch these.
This is mine.
No, not a fan.
No. She gets mad at me sometimes because I stay on too long. It's not good for a relationship, believe me. You just shut the door. But I have to, because Wazzy Dog, you remember his wife left him.
Because of all the streaming?
Well, he would go in the middle of the night to the garage. He would leave her. It wasn't good. AOC moved in with a wonderful woman, veteran, served in the war. He loved her, and she kicked him out. Maybe because he would go in the house and stream for hours. So from her point of view, her love is screaming into the microphone in her house. You know how he screams, right?
Yeah.
So it's not good for a relationship.
That's crazy.
Interesting. It was that important to him.
Yeah.
So I got to end it. She's got it, but she has a point. She has a point. And one of the things she did was proof that, because people say that she's my nurse, and she is a nurse, but she's not my nurse. So I'm streaming. I used to remember the middle of the night. I'd be 3 o'clock in the kitchen. She'd wake up. One time she woke up She had gone to sleep and she comes in the kitchen and she sees my underwear on the floor, and she starts scolding me for keeping underwear on the floor because previously we had sex in the kitchen and I'd left my underwear on the floor. But my point is, she didn't care. I was on air, and she was scolding me about dirty underwear.
Wait, so she only brought it up because you were on air? Is that what you're saying?
No, it didn't matter. She came in the kitchen. I was on air. She totally disregarded that and started scolding me about pick up your dirty underwear kind of. Well, she has a point. I had an observation the other day I thought was pretty good and true. A test of whether your partner, your woman, a test of whether your woman loves you is if she cleans your dirty underwear, because that requires true love, right?
Yeah.
Who else would you got to love the person to do that?
Now, would you requiring her to clean your dirty underwear be a sign of not loving her to put her through that?
Oh, interesting. Well, she doesn't. I want to do the laundry, but she doesn't want me to for some reason.
Yeah.
Maybe I messed up. I forgot hot with colors, and I wrecked some clothes. I forgot how that worked one time. Cold with. You know what I mean? You don't do like. I forget the rule. Colors with cold, or I
heard
fucked it up.
some of that was made up, but I don't remember.
No,
what
it's
part
true.
was.
It's true because I wrecked some clothes, and
You
ever
don't put
since
colors with whites, right?
I
Is
used to
what
know
you're
that
saying?
stuff, something like that, because
Okay.
I can operate. I even kind of like it, but she does it better, right? She doesn't want me to. I want to help, but one time I fixed a vacuum cleaner. I took it completely apart. I fixed it. I put it back together. And then I saw that I left out a part on the ground. So I'm not the most mechanical person. Because my dad was a university professor, and my grandfather, fix it yourself or teach. And he would say, I can hire people to do that. So he really didn't teach me that much mechanical stuff.
That's interesting. My dad was the opposite. I told him I would hire people to do stuff, and he scolded me for that.
Oh,
He was
it's
like,
okay
"You
to
got to
hire
learn how to
people.
do the oil yourself. You got to learn how to."
Don't do the oil change. My brother messed that up and nearly wrecked the car. He might have wrecked the car. It seems easy, but you can do it wrong.
See, if I went to a place to get my oil changed, my dad would be like disappointed in me.
Well, that's crazy because you can mess up the car.
Oh, of course.
Especially if you have a nice car. I mean, not a lot. Some women forget to put oil in the car, especially with the older vehicles, and it just kills your motor if you don't have oil in it.
I killed my last car that way.
Oh,
I went
okay,
too
there you
long
go.
without getting it replaced.
Yeah. Well, my car takes synthetic oil, so maybe it doesn't need to be changed as much. Whatever
Yeah,
that
that
is.
stuff is better. It lasts a little longer, I think, but it still needs to be changed.
I should change it, but COVID, I don't use the car as much.
I understand not doing it if you never did.
Right.
But it's not.
I should go have it changed.
It's probably
Yeah.
not as complicated as it seems.
It's been like over a year.
It's just a
Because
matter
when
of
COVID came in, we stopped going to a lot of places.
you just take out the filter in the bottom.
I'm not doing it.
Okay. What
My
if your
brother,
wife
like I
was
said, nearly killed the car.
Why don't you pretend you're doing it so your wife gets impressed?
She would be. Sometimes she
Be
says
like, "Hey,
men
look,
do that, and she's right. But I hurt my back, so I can't do a lot of manly things.
I don't, that's the thing. Like, I don't think it's like a man thing. I think it's more of just like it feels good to know how to do shit.
I agree.
There's a lot of
I
stuff
like
I don't know how
fixing
to do.
things. I like that. I'm just not good at it. I
Look,
try.
my landlord always makes fun of me because I don't know how to fix shit. So
Well, you can say I can hire people who can.
Yeah.
That's my and my father grew up poor. My mama wasn't like that, and she grew up pretty prosperous. But I think being poor affected my father in many ways.
Mm.
That's probably why he became a
Yeah,
drunk.
that will leave a mark. I mean, that's how it was for my dad. Like, I think that's why
Mhm.
he does everything himself, and I think that's why he
No.
doesn't wanna see me using expensive things because it just doesn't appear
Mhm.
to him. It just doesn't seem right. I
He
don't know.
seems kind of judgmental or something. I don't know
Yeah,
him.
he doesn't like people with luxury cars or
What?
Apple products.
Whoa, he's kind of a weirdo, huh?
Yeah, he's big about if I wear Nike shoes or have a MacBook, he'd be like, "You're not my son." He wouldn't, he'd still be my father, but he would look at me weird.
Los Lobos, what's your problem, dude? Why don't you just be a nice
I
guy?
thought I got rid of him.
I keep
No?
seeing him. Maybe it shows up on mine. If you're going to make up stories, how about making up interesting ones instead of long, drawn out, boring ones? Well, you haven't heard my stories on Busters. You don't even know basic facts about me. And why are you here, dude? Go away. We don't want you here. Again with the children. Dude, you're sick. There's Sour Tina, another fan of mine. I brought the trolls of the people who don't like me, right?
No, Dark Tina.
Sour Tina, I call her.
Sour Tina doesn't like either of us.
She's always sour, right? You can tell. Always sour. You didn't like Abe when he called out the fart. I didn't like that. I always said he was talented. So what's her? Did you fight with somebody? Did you fight with Abe? I think Abe called you out. We had a little problem, but I went on a show. He came on mine, and we're fine. But you don't understand that, Sour Tina, because you don't make up. People disagree. We're great on air. I like the guy a lot. What happened between you and Abe? Sour. Can we get some, I was going to say nice people.
Yeah, that would be good.
That'd be good.
If we had the option to swap out people.
I need to, I'm reading the comments, though. Los Lobos. You're a troll. You're not funny. You have a ideation of the most vile thing. It's in your head. You project. So, dude, I don't have proof that you're deviant, but I bet you are by your comments. And I do have a degree in psychology and one in education. There's something wrong with you, dude. Right? You're an old man. Everyone knows it. No, I'm not, but okay, let's say I am. But you continue to lie. Who are you? You're a clone. You're not funny. You came in a stream with probably 2 people watching. So you got some agenda, and P word is on your mind. You're probably a deviant. You're not funny. Again, you're a troll. And on my one channel, I'm going after. I've decided to go after trolls. Excuse me. And I will, like this guy, with the truth. There's something wrong with you, dude. Really. I have a degree. Do you?
You're asking me or him?
3 degrees. I have a BA too.
You have a what?
I'm talking to your chat.
Oh.
But I'm gonna just. I've been quiet, trying to ignore people, right? That doesn't work either. Sorry.
No.
I didn't have jobs. What about your job, dude? Who are you? Why don't you be a good troll? Arnie Zanzibar, remember him? He can be funny. Remember Arnie Zanzibar?
Who is Arnie Zanzibar?
I don't know. Someone said he's from New Zealand or something. He used to show up Busters and dude, what's your problem? I just came up. I have fun with Hostbusters. Why don't you be fun? That's why I'm sure, dude. I'm a cop, sorry. That's why you're here. Why would you spend your time coming in here and just being vile. Do you have a partner? Do you have your own show? Do you have friends? But here you are. Dude, there's something wrong with you. You're not a happy person. It's not hard to tell. It's hard to be funny with trolls, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they're, you know, they get upset.
They're not, but if you're happy, why would you troll? Why? I mean,
They want a rush. They want to get a rush.
A rush from trying to degrade people, right?
Yeah.
Come ban me with your wrench. I probably have banned you. Is that your problem? Dude, you're the P word. That's what my intuition is telling me. And I could analyze you, but you have a preoccupation with it, which it's in your head. Why is it in your head? Because you have these impulses, so you're projecting, right? Yeah, I think you are. And I gave a reason for it. Dude, I shouldn't even be talking to you. People want to talk about the P word. Isn't that weird?
People want to talk about pussy.
Gallbladder. So gallbladder comes in all ages, including old people. I said I was having gallbladder surgery. Here's this. I said I was having gallbladder surgery. People said, well, only old people have that. So 2 people in the chat were under 30, and they instantly said, no, I had it done. I was 25. So you don't even know what you're talking about, dude. You're not even a smart troll. You're stupid. The average age, all I know is all ages have gallbladder. It's the most common operation.
Everybody's got a gallbladder, right?
It's maybe the most common operation. One of them, anyway. So I read up on it.
That's your body
I'm
part.
sure if the average, maybe, but young people have it. So you don't even know about gallbladder, which I never cared about gallbladder because I had problems. You know what gallbladder does?
Is it for meat? For the meat
Yeah,
that you eat?
it breaks down the fat.
It breaks down the fat.
That's pretty good. I never knew about gallbladder before I had attacks.
So wait, is it a fat in all foods or just from meat?
Don't know.
Okay.
Don't know. But primarily meat, I would think.
Okay.
I would think. I didn't really study it or anything.
You didn't study it, but
it wasn't that bad an experience. And I got a bunch of pain pills for it. And I got a phone number from a nurse who I would not act on, but it was still kind of ego. You know, before I left the hospital, she gave me her phone number. I certainly would not ask for it. I love my wife, but it still felt kind of good.
She gave you her number?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was leaving. I went in the bathroom, and they're supposed to somehow make sure you're okay. Right? So, but she kind of stood behind the door. I opened it after I finished. And I just want to get out of there. I just want to leave. And she put it in my hand. It was her phone number.
Wow.
I never, of course, would never act on it. And I felt really, I don't know if you've been in the hospital, but I wasn't looking as good as I usually do.
Nurses are an interesting group, huh?
Fascinating, especially
because extra sexual.
Well, I heard that, but I haven't had really that experience except, well, once I was depressed in hospital, right? Really got depressed. And a nurse was real nice to me. Let me put it that way.
Really?
Yeah. Another time.
Give you a little action.
Well, let me move on.
Another
time. Well, I don't want to go into it. But
okay.
She made me feel good. I was very depressed. Another time, this sounds kind of so little. I was in the hospital and I felt so dirty, right? Oily, hadn't taken a shower. And the nurse came with a warm cloth and gave me a body massage. I felt so clean and just human touch. I need a lot of, hugging from people I love and stuff like that. I really don't like hugging, but from people I love, I do. Right? I never got into strangers hugging you. Ugh. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you teach, the female teachers some of them are huggers. It's like no, you didn't ask my permission. But sometimes, especially like they teach the younger kids, and they would hug me. You couldn't complain. I don't know your experience.
What are you
No,
talking
you don't
about?
have a right to hug me.
Who would hug you?
Some of the teachers. You
The
socialize.
teachers?
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, maybe I don't really remember.
Well,
that.
I was a teacher, so they're hugging socially. These women who, some of them are really touchy-feely, not in an appropriate way, but I don't want to be hugged by most people.
Yeah, I agree. You got a stranger. I don't know about that.
Well, they weren't strangers because I knew in the faculty room, I knew the staff. Right. And my relatives, some of them, like my aunts, when I was a kid, would want to be kissed. And they'd be older, and I remember lipstick, and it's like they're forcing you to kiss them.
Yeah.
Come give Aunt Sally a kiss. I never liked that. And they would smell, and I didn't mind the younger ones.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Teachers are on a probation period for 2 years. Yeah, you're evaluated, and I wasn't fired, dude. I got abilities. If I was fired, I never would have mentioned being a teacher. Dude, I've been on here 6 years. I'm not. No, I'm not. I don't get fired. I don't get fired, dummy.
I do think you have something about the nurses being sexual. I do think
The
that's
only
a real
difference
thing.
in probation is maybe a couple evaluations, and then after 2 years, I wasn't tenured. So does tenure go on the 3rd year? I don't know. And it probably depends on the state, because licensing is from the state, dummy, and states are different. But ask me about IEPs or curriculum. I've had teachers come on. I've had psychologists, Dan, a little bit. I am what I say I am, dummy. Who are you? Yeah. Didn't you get rid of this guy? I don't want to be negative.
I did get rid of him. Who are you talking
He's
about?
still showing up.
Who?
That's okay. Los Lobos.
What time are you looking at this from?
I don't know. 10:59.
10:59. You know what time it is now?
11:34. Cali.
Yeah. No, it's So that's old.
Can we, Tina? You're very sour. You guys kind of wreck the mood. What's wrong? You're very unhappy, Tina. I've seen you elsewhere. Are
Maybe
you like
she's
a
a nurse
woman?
and she doesn't want you talking bad about nurses.
My wife's a nurse. I like nurses. What are you talking about?
What if your wife is out there? No, I won't say that. That was too
Probably
far.
mad at me.
I was gonna say nothing.
But talking to you is special.
Do you ever
Hopefully
get mad at your wife and you're like, you better not act like those other nurses?
No, but I'm a little jealous of the possibilities that she's around doctors.
Why would that?
I can't compare. I'm groovy.
Oh, that she wants to like marry a doctor?
No, that she's around doctors thinking that they'll hit on her. So I'm insecure because she loves me. We have a good marriage. But some of these doctors are millionaires. They're 30 years old. They're good looking. You know what I mean?
You got to use reverse psychology on her.
Like what?
Tell her to do that, and then she won't do it because she'll respect you. That's what they always say.
Wow.
That's what Patrice O'Neill said.
I like Patrice
But
O'Neill.
he's not alive anymore, so I wouldn't take that.
I liked Howard Stern that I would listen to with my father in the car. But
Do you
I know a
still
little
like him?
Opie. I liked Opie and Anthony Patrice would come on, and I thought he was really interesting. So I like Patrice O'Neill.
Yeah. Yeah, he
I
was
like
good.
comedies. You know, you do too, obviously.
Yeah.
So I know some of these people you mentioned. I liked when we would tell jokes. I
Yeah,
had
that
fun
was
doing
good.
that. I'm not saying we never pretended we were as good as Rodney Dangerfield. Just the jokes would stand out on self. And with Hostbuster, he would kind of help me a little bit.
Yeah, it was just fun to do
It
it
was
it
fun.
was like karaoke, right? Like
Yeah.
joke form.
Well, with you, it's the real deal because you're a comic. But
You know me. I want to do the Cool Boy Comedy Club setup.
What's
Now,
that?
do you like Cool Boy?
Not really, but last time he came on, he was pretty good.
Okay. No, I was just gonna do like a setup that looks like a real comedy club, and we
I'm
would
going
call
away
it
from the
Cool Boy.
chat. You guys are real losers. No offense, a couple of you. So I'm going to give up on that. You failed to get my attention. Chat, I like a good chat, man.
Yeah.
Busters, we always had a good chat, right?
Yeah, we had one of the best chats this side of heaven.
We really did.
We really did.
Yeah.
You know, interesting, funny people, people who would just, you know, reference things we said on the first episode, bring up
Yeah.
things, have running jokes, people, you know.
I
It was
worked
just
on
fun.
those things. I don't work on those things anymore. But I actually, especially with Russell, and you'd have a couple ideas.
Okay.
And working on stuff did pay off on Busters. Right?
Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
ideas.
it was-
How about doing jokes next time?
Okay. So like jokes from comedians.
10 jokes, something like that.
10 jokes?
Yeah. You know, they're fun to write down because you're laughing, and as you write, it's kind of a pleasure because you see the jokes, and some people are brilliant. And then you give it, and if you flop, you do a Johnny Carson and try to make humor out of the flop.
Mm,
I like doing that too.
that's a good. I remember a long time ago we did that with Greggy. Do you like Greggy?
I did
Yeah.
at one point.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I don't
I
remember.
did a show with Griggy.
Oh
I
yeah.
did a show with Griggy, but in real life, you know, behind the scenes, you write, he was a sour Tina. He had no sense of humor about himself. Super serious. The reality was his character of Griggy was a better man and funnier than the real person. True.
Wow.
It's kind of like Dice. The
Mm,
character is funnier than the the real Dice.
wow.
Dice did a cable show or something. He wasn't that funny, but the character was.
The
Kind of
character
sad
was
in a
the
way.
funny part.
So Griggy, I have experience with. In fact, I used to go on a show, right? And Griggy's viewership subs kept going down and views. So when he got under 100, Was Dog said, well, why don't you come over to my channel and you can do a show with Sam? But I only want to do one time with him. Anyway, all these connections.
That's what he
right?
said.
I
said
know what
that?
happened. Ross Dog used me to get Griggy to go on his own channel. Griggy used to have his own channel, so Wazzy Doggy wanted him. Wazzy Doggy used to say that he really got Griggy going. So I did a show with Griggy, but I didn't want it to succeed because I didn't want to work with the guy, right? But Joe Cool came in, and I got real with not Joe Cool, sorry. The Canadian RDA guy who does sports, Booney. Booney came in, and I asked him real questions like, dude, you're always telling me how to be with women, but why would I take advice from a 18-year-old virgin? So just real stuff. And it was good
Yeah.
stream. Yeah. I mean, I do that. That's what I do. I go blunt, and most people like hearing it unless I'm talking about Sour Tina. That's what I did with Sands. People weren't asking him hard questions. So in chat, I phoned him and said, it's not good you being a drunk around your kids, is it? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Why did you scam people? You took money saying you were going to go to the Kumia show and you never showed up. What did you do with the money? So stuff like that. It made an impression. And that's why I'm here. Right.
Dude, that's funny.
The irony.
I like Joe Booney, but I still think that's a great point.
Well,
Like,
Joe Booney lied about me.
What did he say about you?
We were going to do a show together, and he said that maybe I didn't phone him or something about. I was going to pay for the phone-in line. He lied, or he said I didn't talk to him. He out and out lied. So I'm not a big fan, but I thought I would use my experience, and we could have a phone-in show, and he could be a good model for his religion. It'd be interesting. But it wouldn't have been good.
It would be good for his religion?
Well, people in his religion need good models.
Yeah.
And the models they have are on TV killing your people.
I don't even
Probably most Palestinians are not Hamas.
His religion is what? Israeli? I mean, that's not a religion. Is he Muslim?
I know what you're talking. Yeah.
Muslim.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I thought it would just be, we'll do the call-in show, and there's some money involved. I said I'll pay for it, but he got hung up on that or something. I don't know. You try with people, right? And most of them don't work out. Like I tried with B-Sox. It didn't work out. He wasn't as good. It's hard finding a co-host. I've tried.
Yeah, some people. Well, here's the thing. Some people are like Pepsi, and some people are like Coke.
Yeah.
Some people are sweeter, but they don't last long term. Some people aren't as sweet.
I thought you were going to say
but they
some
can be
people are
around a long
sweeter, some
time.
people are sourer.
Oh, well, that's true too. Yeah,
I
some
like
people
sweet and
are like
sour.
vodka cranberry, and some people are like tonic water. They're just sour and shitty.
Wow. That's pretty profound. Right.
I just
You were always
expanded
kind
it
of a
with what you're
philosopher.
saying.
Comics are philosophers. They take viewpoints on life.
Yeah,
They have,
as much
they have a
as
view of life. Right.
as much as Norm made fun of that and made a joke out of it, it is true in the sense that they think for a living, right? They look at the world and they actually, because who are there actual so-called philosophers out there that are paid or work as philosophers?
Yeah, they most of them are professors.
They're
They teach
professors of
philosophy.
philosophy.
Yeah, it's one of those.
But the thing is, they're not accessible to the public. Less people watch them than watch Dave Chappelle. So in terms of a functional, actual person, yeah, you're right. Like a comedian is going to be a real philosopher. But everybody makes fun of it now because one of Norm Macdonald's last jokes was,
I like Norm Macdonald.
you know who that's an insult to? Actual philosophers or something like that.
Yeah, he was an original.
Yeah, he was.
I hate his ending. I hate these endings where people get cancer and die.
Yeah, and he had a right to tell, to not tell everybody that he was going to die, but I do wish that I knew. I wish I knew so I could, get a chance to see him. I didn't get a chance to see him. I didn't get a chance to see Patrice O'Neill, George Carlin, Mitch Hedberg. They all, passed away too soon.
That's true. It's one of the hardest jobs in the world. You're saying to people, "Give me money, I'll make you laugh." There's like a financial element to it. Like I give you money, therefore you owe it to me to make me laugh. It's kind of a weird relationship, right? And it's a relationship where very, very few people make money, but they're one of the most rewarded of all entertainment, the few people at the top. And then most of the people don't make any money off it, or very little. But it's a very elite group if you can do it. And you're loved.
Yeah.
People love to laugh. And
People love to laugh.
it's hypnotic hearing the laughter. Even on this little program, it's so wonderful to hear you laugh, right? So that's what I would do. I try to make you laugh.
I was thinking about that the other day, that like for comedians, being a comedian is almost a disorder, because you don't just want a laugh, you kind of need to hear people laugh.
Great point. It's very addictive.
You feel like it's a need?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you get a rush, and that feeling is pleasure, and you want more pleasure. So it's healthy if you're good at it. It's horror show if you're not. And the odds are against you. But if you hit it big, wow, multimillionaire, respected. Probably being around comics is fun. You're treated like a prince, but you got to be in that top echelon. And you can lose it. You can be popular and then lose popularity. But Carlin, and money will fuck it up, because Carlin did that once a year for money. Did you see the cable thing on him? He needed
like
money.
Documentary or something?
Yeah, it said that he creatively he should have taken more time, but he was obligated financially to do one HBO year or something. Because some of the episodes are brilliant, and some aren't. Some aren't.
Oh, right, because it was a IRS thing, right?
Yeah, I think got in tax trouble too. Yeah.
Okay. So
I think you're right.
So this was an HBO documentary that you had seen this on?
I think so. I have HBO and Showtime. It was maybe last year, and it was more than one part. It had like, I don't know, 3-4 parts, all on Carlin. It was okay. It wasn't brilliant, but it told us about Carlin. He had alcohol problems, of course, really, really bad.
He found a way to. So wait, so are you saying that his comedy wasn't as good as it could have been because he had to force it?
Yeah, he was brilliant when he was on, but it was he had to show up to get the money for the tax. It wasn't like spontaneous, so it became money influenced the performance. And I know because I watched a lot of those Carlin HBO, and some were disappointing and some were brilliant. Right? The ones on religion were pretty good.
So he was putting them out every year?
Yeah.
And maybe like, so you think maybe it would have been every 3 years or 2 years would have been his
It's
actual
hard to predict,
artistic-
huh? But yeah, when he felt he was ready.
Right.
He was sad. He had a kind of a sad, in the beginning happy, but he had a sad life because of drunk and owing all this money. Right?
Man.
Too bad. He gave this culture. The last thing I ever did for an RDA show, right? I think I did like 3 shows for them or 4. The last minutes of the last show was me doing Carlin's, 7 dirty words on TV. And the final minutes, right? Jay was my co-host, and he made me laugh. And I actually giggled and lost control doing Carlin. He was heckling me. So I had a great memory. The views were the most. And I was already thinking of next week. And then Wazzy Doggy took some kind of break. And we weren't going to do the next week. And I think that was the last show I did for them. Laughing. Having a great time, man.
Yeah.
Now,
You
some
didn't
of
want-
those shows, like one time, Wazzy Doggy fired me on air because I kept calling him fuckface. Usually they do the gay stuff, right? And I got tired and I started calling Wazzy Doggy, you fuckface. Guess what? He didn't like it. And then his other cronies chimed in, and I kept that. I know fuckface is probably a compound word somewhere, but I actually made that. I started using it, fuckface. And Poon Handler knew that, and he'd say, "You fuckface." Credit to Sam Hill. So some of these weird, like scumbag, that's more well known, but I started using it a lot when nobody was. What a contribution. Right? But I like words. So this good woman, brutal Rayward. Do you know Rachella?
Rachella?
Rachel? Yeah.
Not familiar.
If you ever want to go on another show, she's a lot of fun. She had this phrase, got it or not, which I like. A lot of people. She came up with that. So tonight I said, dig it or not? Or should it be dig or not?
Dig.
You like the dig?
And that just like, are you getting it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you hip with it? I like when I read about and hear these old 60s and 50s.
Dig.
I like dig.
Got it?
Got it or
kind of a
not?
beatnik old guy. Old fashioned
I like that culture. Yeah, I know. I've researched and like Ginsburg, and a lot of that came out of NYU, by the way. I think Kerouac went to NYU. Jack Kerouac. Ginsburg, of course. Those beatnik poets. Ken Kesey was more psychedelic. I got in him. And that On the Road, that stuff. I did a show on Catcher on the Rye. Only a couple people cared. Like, I want to do different things. Go do something different. I do a show on Catcher in the Rye, an important book. And 2 people in chat asked about it the whole time. People want to talk about B-Socks, or Wazzy Dog, I get it. I do. They want to talk about the dramas. And then High Number takes it too far because he talks about Irish history. Who cares?
Oh.
And I'm Irish.
People get bored. Yeah.
You got to read the room, but I don't want to complain, but I try. Psychology is probably the most popular when I do psychology. But this last one, the idea was showing that both cultures, Palestinian and Israeli, non-Hamas, have beautiful women. And let's look at the beautiful women. And let me make a point. What a shame over religion that these people who look alike, not all of them, I've been in Israel, I've been in Jordan, but aren't they both Semites? Aren't Arab Semites? Which means they have the same close genetics, and yet they fight and kill each other. So, but here's the beautiful women. So that's the first time in 6 years. There were times when nobody watched. Really weird, man. Because Righteous Jeff, his last stream was 150 viewers, and yet he stayed on the stream for. I said, "Why are you here?" And Maddie came up, and Alex came up. So it was a good stream, but the numbers. I mean, it was better than some streams. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If
I'm doing poor product, so then what I do is I acknowledge what I'm feeling. So I said, I'm flopping, right? So I tried to make content out of the reality because I felt nobody's watching. Why do it?
Yeah.
Well,
So
people on replay, but still, who am I talking to? Nobody's watching.
Yeah, so that's tricky, right? Because like on the replay, you will be talking to people, but in the very moment, you're talking to nobody. So do you
Well, you don't talk to people on replay, do you?
What I mean is you're talking to your conceptual audience. So potentially people are listening back.
You know, people are gonna, especially me, because I have so many trolls that they probably target people in chat. So people don't want to acknowledge and be in chat because they have creeps like this Lobos and others who will even target people in chat. They're that pathetic. But they want to watch, so they'll lurk, because the people who have big streams actually say they watch. So I always, my self-esteem, I feel like someone said it's incomprehensible that I'm not a bigger streamer. I hope they were serious. I hope they weren't sarcastic. You too.
You're consistent. You have a work ethic and you just keep at it. So yeah, I agree.
Well, I still like it, but it's incomprehensible to me that you're not bigger.
Well, I think I sabotage.
Me too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I should be working. I get that.
Do you sabotage? Oh, so what do you do to sabotage yourself?
I don't. I like, for this, one person showed up, right?
Yeah.
And I said, "What the fuck are you here for, idiot, dummy? Go away." So that person went away and went back to 0.
Yeah.
I don't see. People invite me on their shows, probably you too. Like bigger streamers, Tonic, Authority Check, G Mangoes. I don't know if you know him. I really like this guy. Much bigger streamer. Knows me, invited me on the show. So, and I'd be good, but I don't go on those shows. I go on EFD with 5 viewers. Or, like I'm probably consciously going against the best interests of the stream.
You're consciously not going on the biggest shows because you don't want to embarrass yourself.
I'm not saying biggest. I mean, some people have 1 million subs. I'm talking about the people like well, Jeff got 150 viewers. The most I ever got was 100 when Wendy V came in.
How do you even find streams? Is there like a database of live streams?
One thing you do that I stopped doing is being Discord. I used to be in Sans Discord, so every time I showed in Sans Discord, people would post the show. So they post the show. I'm not in any Discord for 1.5 years partly because I can't be blamed. I think I told you one woman said I was creeping to her in DMs, right? And I said, "Are you saying that I wrote you DMs that I was creeping on you recently?" "Oh, you were." And I said, "Well, I haven't been on Discord and I can't DM for 1.5 years. So she laughed and said she was joking, but she wasn't. So it's sad, man. I can't even. I had fun on Discord, but I know people.
You know Destiny?
No.
All right. Destiny. Do you know so you know that father-daughter?
Oh yeah, the Thorpes.
The Thorpes.
I kind of know them. I've never been on air that I can remember with them.
So they went on a show called Destiny. He has 720K subscribers.
Wow.
I'm thinking we find a way on that show.
But see, you'd be just by yourself, you'd be good. You don't need me.
I know, but here's the thing. I don't know if I have I don't know how to work.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know what I bring to the table alone for a stream that's that size.
Good point.
Like I'm just a guy. If I had a gimmick or an angle or a topic, maybe.
Yeah.
But I'd have to figure that out first, because he's probably looking at me thinking, "Okay, you have 50 subs right now? What are you gonna do?"
Yeah. They do they do the dots and they see how many subs you have. But ultimately, either you're good or not on the show. So if he lets you up, it comes back to how you do.
I could be good on the show, mate. I mean, anybody could potentially be good on
Mhm.
any show. I
Mhm.
don't know what I bring to the table. Am
Yeah.
I being humble? Yes. Am I being falsely humble?
You
Maybe.
have different moods. I like aggressive you, but sometimes
Yeah.
you're kind of slow and hang back.
Sometimes I feel like the right thing to do is be humble, so that's what I do.
I think with me, the host needs to engage,
Yeah.
and I
Oh,
do that. You know?
yeah. I think having energy is good. Having
Uh,
engaging with the audience, focusing, making people feel
and
like they
feeding
matter.
you something that emphasizes your wit that you can play around with,
Yeah.
giving you stuff to add. Me too, right? That's why I
I
needed
mean,
Rev. We kind
yeah.
of topped each other like we did on Busters.
Well, I found that like people, what works is having somebody slower than me around.
Mhm. Mhm.
Then it contrast. I work
Yeah.
it with contrast a lot. So
Yeah.
then suddenly I become very fast and very quick because
Interesting.
I'm the quick guy, he's the slow guy,
Yeah.
and it just happens that way.
Good.
But you
Yeah.
were saying about Rev. What was it like to work with Rev?
I have to say which year, because he really went downhill. Once
Mm.
he said he fell in love with Nikki, he started saying the N word and all this horrible stuff. So the first year, he's hard to work with because he really is. And he hasn't been as funny. He's funniest with me because sometimes he would take off his earphones and not listen. Sometimes he would just go off, right? So he
Mhm.
wasn't reliable or dependable, but he liked riffing with me, not to be pretentious, building. And he's funny. Just with you, Busters are really complex in some ways, some of the segments,
Right.
nuances. But I designed the show with a simple premise. So simple. One guy's funny, the other guy's funny and bright. They're both funny and bright. Get them together, and that's a show. I mean, it's simple.
Yeah.
I
Do
mean,
you think that it was overcomplicated?
no.
Okay.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know if it's possible to overcomplicate it or not, so that's why I'm kind of
I think it was. A lot of shows I won't replay, but it's one of those things. So much was going on, consciously, so much was going on. It was interesting, and replay worked because I like that.
yeah.
Like both of us can go in unexpected directions. We can
That
take
is,
take
now you
something
say
and
that.
try to make it funny and go with it. Reb could do that. Tonic does that. Abe does that. Alex really can't. Alex isn't
Mm.
funny. Wazzy Doggy's more like witty. But Wazzy Doggy, what happened was he became a total pothead. So his goal seemed to be getting stoned as he wanted. So he was better in the beginning. He used to be kind of good. But he's always been so intolerant. So he could be calling me the F word all night. And when I call him fuckface, he freaks out. So he's actually very, very thin skinned.
Yeah.
He can give it, but oy vey. Like somebody's like Shift. So I try new people, and they're funny until they don't like you, and you see them at their worst. Now Russell can get really offended, but he doesn't hold a grudge, and he comes back. Right. So Russell's a good guy. I like Russell, but he did want to kill me. That's true. That's not a minute in the moment. He said he wanted to murder me, and then Pop Vulture clipped it. And he made a point of saying, no, I don't. I want you to understand, Sam. It's not I want to kill you right now on the internet. I actually want to kill you. And he was screaming. He was screaming. And Pop Vulture clipped it.
That's intense.
And he's usually a calm, cool guy, but at the time, people knew him primarily off that clip.
Dude, See, Russell's. So he was like saying, just don't. Let's be clear. I'm not joking. I really want to kill you.
Yeah. You should see the clip. It's probably still at Pop Vulture Inc. Last I looked, still has all that up.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I realized recently is I was going through StreamYard.
Uh-huh.
And StreamYard has a feature where it backs up your shows. So even though I deleted the shows from YouTube,
right,
I might be able to restore some of our past Busters streams.
That'd be good.
From StreamYard. And then I hope to never, I'm never again going to do that because we need to save this stuff,
Well,
back it up 10 times and preserve it.
well,
And,
yeah.
Keep it in the archives like Disney does, the Disney Vault shit.
We need to also guests can come up and maybe they could read jokes like we used to. There's good guests out there.
Yeah.
Right? Who do you want as a guest? Well, Russell. We want Russell back, right?
Yeah, we want Russell.
There you go.
I would like to get some new faces in here.
I have a guy named Jamie who's kind of good.
Okay.
I could try to get him on the show.
All right.
He's like a conversationalist. But who else do you want?
And get some classic people as well, like
maybe Lexi. I think Lexi likes you. She's pretty classy.
Come over.
She came on my last show, so we're okay now, I hope. Lexi is in by Alex. I do like Alex on air. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd have him.
I don't know if he likes you or not.
Even though you don't think he's funny or that he's never funny, whatever you said.
He can be good on air. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could. I think he used to talk about your Jewish hair or something. I don't know.
Well, everybody does. It's kind of
Isn't it kind of black? Black people
can't ignore it. It's just messy,
Yeah, it's good.
More about the messiness than the color.
If you comb it, it's good. If you just don't, it's bad.
Yeah, but if I comb it, it just looks like a shitload of hair still.
You know, it looks good now, whatever you did to it.
It just looks like some people have OCD where they have to overly do something with their hair. Mine is the opposite. I have an OCD where I'm afraid to affect my hair. I'm afraid.
I've never mentioned that and didn't think I had OCD, but I've been thinking and talking about lately when I would compulsively steal pounds of coffee from Starbucks. And there were periods in my life where I'd have to go check the front doorknob 3 times, obsessively 3 times. So I probably have a little bit of it too.
Now, the coffee tastes better when you steal it.
Yeah.
That was an old Dice joke.
But the thing, I had a method to it. I was compelled. I didn't need to do it. In fact, I had friends, who I would socialize in the same Starbucks. So my method was that I talked about. I'd take the pound of coffee off the shelf. I'd line up, right? So now I'm holding the coffee in line. And then after a couple minutes, I go off to the restroom with the coffee, right? Like normally I'm just going there to urinate, whatever. In the restroom, I take the coffee, put it under my shirt, and then walk out of the store.
Okay. So you would do it. Okay.
I had a method, but after I didn't really want to do it. That's where the OCD comes in. I didn't need to. And then what happened, what stopped me was same thing. Well, I used to steal books a little bit, but so when I'd walk in a Starbucks, I felt anxiety like I have to steal coffee and it's wrecking the whole experience. So I stopped because at first I was getting some kind of transactional kick or whatever, but then it became a thing in itself of creating anxiety. The pleasure was gone. So I stopped. I don't want to make it sound like I do it a lot. I'd say once a year, maybe 2, I go through a couple of weeks where I do stuff like that.
So every year you do this?
Well, I'm saying usually, yeah. Not very often. And
And
it
this
would be an OCD kind of thing, I think.
Is this something you still do?
I'm trying not this year.
Okay. But it's just like out of a force of habit, you feel like.
No, I think I'm compelled because I didn't really want to do it and understand I do it and what I'm going to be embarrassed in front of people who know me because I'm somewhat known around my community as, oh, he stole coffee. I mean, it was so much possible embarrassment. And who knows if they take me in for a pound? Maybe. I mean, it was not worth it. And here's another thing why it's crazy. On my credit card, I get free Starbucks cards. You know, if you spend a certain amount, they give you reward points. And on my credit card, you can get Starbucks cards, which I get.
Right.
So I had like free coffee anyway.
So you could have been getting free coffee.
Yeah.
But instead you're stealing coffee.
Well, you get gift cards. Yeah. That's what I do with my credit card rewards. I get Starbucks.
So.
And that's where I would socialize. I actually have a group of not old people, all ages, and we would disperse our wisdom about the world. But it was fun. I like the people. So I could have been really embarrassed in front of them.
I think what these companies are doing is kind of mean.
Mm-hmm.
They
What are they doing?
instead of calling you out, sometimes they'll catch you the first time you steal. Instead of just taking you aside and saying this is wrong, they'll let you get away with it a ton of times, and then once they can get you for grand theft, they'll do it and get you locked up. So
Whoa.
they'd rather
didn't
than
know that.
teach you a lesson and have you not steal, they'd rather throw the book at you and get you
Yeah.
in jail.
Yeah. I also stole newspapers from Starbucks. First, as an experiment. This was a couple of years ago when they had newspapers. They don't sell them anymore. I'd say, I'm interested in how many times people do their jobs. Because I walk up to buy the coffee and I have the New York Times in my hands. And the person notices and should say, "Sir, are you going to buy that newspaper?" Right? Only one time, I'd say out of 30 times getting a newspaper, did one person call me on it. Did even mention, "Are you going to buy that newspaper?" Right? One time. And by the way, that person died the next week, strangely. Because I was kind of embarrassed. And I asked, and no, I went to the board and it had, rest in peace. And that was the person who called me on it. Because it's easier to look the other way. That's why people get away with stuff. It's more time consuming to call people on their behavior and do your job. Whereas if you don't notice, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's like, I don't know, that seems kind of messed up.
Looking the other way?
Well, no, I don't mean, if
do you mean?
if you're a good person, I don't care.
Yeah, but most people don't enjoy their jobs. If you're lucky and love your work, but most people, go there to make money. It's not like they enjoy working in a warehouse so much. Most people, right? Look at me. I have a good job to go back to. Did I go back? No. Not working for me is pretty cool. As long as you don't take money. Reb is a parasite. I've never taken real welfare from the government.
Oh, okay. So you're saying what, that you have this real resentment for people who take welfare.
Yeah.
But some countries operate that way entirely.
Socialist countries, right?
Socialist countries.
Yeah.
have lower crime rates. So if socialist countries have lower crime rates, and you're going after people who happen to, because we're not talking about communist countries. I think we can both agree that communism is bad. Socialism takes
B-Sox,
of communism.
because I bought a BMW, he called me a communist. That's going around now.
Who did?
I think that's going around the internet. Just if you don't like them, call people B-Sox. Just call people communists. And I say, dude, I'm a capitalist. I made money off the stock. But again, they don't want the truth. So that's one thing going on. You're a communist because you're wearing glasses.
What does communism have to do with BMWs or glasses?
That it's absurd. That's my point. It doesn't.
Oh, well, okay. So what I'm saying is you can, in a socialist country, you can still be a winner who's making money on NVIDIA stock.
Yeah, but you're taxed on that even greater. I pay California income tax and feds, and I pay more to California. Yeah.
How much?
It's about 30%, I think, last year.
30%
profit on it. I sold a couple stocks, 1/3. But in socialist countries, there was some point I read about the Beatles or something that way back when people paid 90% in UK.
What group of the population paid 90%?
The people made the most money.
I would say, all right, my opinion, if I would only charge billionaires 90%. Anybody
I wouldn't charge them 90. To me, that's even too high.
Billionaires?
Yeah.
You know how much $1 billion is?
But that's not the point. It doesn't seem fair.
You're
kind of penalizing them for being successful.
They have so much money. They have so much money that it doesn't even affect their life. It wouldn't affect. They could have 50
most.
Rolls
You're talking
Royces.
millionaires in my. It just doesn't sound right. It doesn't encourage success. It penalizes success.
Become a billionaire to then decide. But
would you want to be a billionaire?
All right, let's put it this way. You still have an incentive to make $700 million. You still
I get your point. Yeah, but still, people might say, I'm not going to make it. It's just too unfair. I'm working for the. It's like I've heard people say, I work till all the money I make till November, the government makes. Because they're taxed so much. Right? You get it? What is the top rate? Millionaires pay what? I don't know.
I don't know. It's 55%, maybe.
I don't know.
I actually
I don't. I'm worth something, but I don't. I bought more stocks, so I'm gonna pay a lot in taxes.
Look, some people are extremists, and they think that anybody who makes over $3 million a year should be taxed 90%. I don't agree.
I don't agree with that. Yeah, I know.
don't agree with that.
Well, that's like I was saying in UK. That's why, sir, a lot of artists moved to Ireland to avoid the taxes. Look at Joe Rogan. He probably moved to Texas because we're talking maybe millions of dollars because he would have paid California income tax, and he avoids that.
Yeah.
So he moved to. That was probably a big part of it. I knew where he lived. He didn't live. Yeah, he lived. You know Calabasas? You heard of Calabasas?
I've heard of that. Yeah.
He lived across the freeway, not too far. He lived in a really nice place with acreage. Really nice. But then millions of dollars, I don't know, he moved to Texas. I used to follow him, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, he moved there for the tax break. Right?
Probably. That was part of it, right?
I like, maybe this is like an obsessive part. I just wish his show had the old set with the brick wall and everything. I think I'd get more into the show if it did.
I agree with. When I watched him, he was on the couch, in the beginning, right?
That was way back, yeah.
Way back. Was it 8 years ago. I don't know. And I liked it. But I didn't always like the guests. I liked the smart guests, like Weinstein. The scientists were my favorite. Once he went to Spotify or whatever, I stopped watching him.
So we're 2 degrees separated from Rogan.
We do kind of the same thing. We're just not big. I mean,
Rogan, JRE is like beefing with Red Bar.
you
and
follow Red
Bar
Bar.
used to
I
beef
just
with
he
us.
didn't hook me in. Red Bar. Maybe he could. I
Well,
wasn't
you
hooked
by
in.
association are associated with me. I stopped going after Red Bar because he got sick and everything.
Oh, yeah, that'd be. So you have some people like AOC is partly great because he's ruthless. He wouldn't be bothered by that, so he can go further.
I
We
left.
like
I
you
let
just
it
said
go.
you wouldn't do that.
I'm not going to take credit because I let it go for 5 straight years.
Mhm.
It wasn't until this past week that
Oh.
I finally decided it, or 2 weeks ago, that I finally decided, like, all right, let's go easy on him.
Now, does he take great offense? Did he take great offense before?
Yeah, I think it hurt him more. I always think when I
Oh.
think about comedians, I think of them as like bulletproof. But the truth
Uh-huh.
is, behind the scenes, they're crying, they're upset, they're pissed
Of
off. A lot
course,
of them.
of course, of course.
But in my brain, I'm too simple-minded sometimes, so I take it literally. What you see is what you get. So if I
Mhm.
see a guy saying Hostbuster, he sucks. Nothing he
Uh-huh.
says hurts me.
Uh-huh.
I take that literally, but no, obviously he
Well,
was
he would
upset.
be hurt because it's coming from a guy he knows is witty and respects.
And
That hurts the most. When
here's
people stab me in the back, it's only the ones that hurt the most are the people I liked, like Exiled. You know what I
I
mean?
don't, and that's where self-hatred
Uh-huh.
makes you into a bad person. Because I don't love myself, because I hate
Uh-huh.
myself,
Right,
I don't see myself as capable
right.
of harming others because my words are valueless because I'm worthless, right?
Yeah,
So
there's no power behind your words.
I
Yeah,
couldn't
I get
fathom
that.
that I could affect Red Bar or even Rex,
But you affected me.
affected you in a bad way.
Yeah, because I wanted, I pouted, but I really wanted the show to continue.
Yes. So I'm realizing my effect and it's changing my action.
That's kind of
So
a compliment that you could have effect, don't you think? Because
yeah.
people go crazy when they feel powerless. That's not a good thing to feel powerless.
So I
It's a
like
good
the
thing to
yes,
have
I
you
do
affect.
I
That's a
appreciate
healthy thing.
power. Is it good to have power?
They did, they were trying to figure out what made people schizophrenic. One theory was they noticed that schizophrenia is like known as a young man's disease. A lot of people develop around 15 or 16, but they wanted to see if something happened between that. And they seemed to find a connection between schizophrenia and mothers who were really cold and basically not acknowledge the child.
Mm.
People need to be acknowledged. So they don't want to feel like furniture. Some people think it really makes you crazy, that it's a human need to connect, which is partly why I'm here, because there's connection for
Yeah.
sure. Right? Like we're connecting, which is a healthy thing. Especially today with the internet and everything. One of the reasons why I tell myself I'm on a phone is I don't want to become one of those people on the phone all the time. You walk in a
Yeah.
restaurant, half the people are not talking. They're on the phone.
I definitely could be more nice to people, I'm not like flowing with the
No,
compliment.
I think you're fine. I don't
But
think you
don't you
need to
think
change.
that, like you were saying, kind of people who seem cold make people go crazy, right?
Yeah. But
So,
parents, not people on the internet.
but okay, let's say you had that in your past. You're prone to schizophrenia because of your cold parent. Then
Right.
if you meet somebody who's cold, does that exacerbate it? Does it make it worse?
You would think.
Okay.
I was going to talk about double helix. So
Mm.
there's actually helix means different things according, like in science, it means something different. But the theory of schizophrenia in some circles, certainly Freudian, they call a double helix. They call it is like an impossible thing. That the child, like the mama says, "Come hug me," the child hugs her and she's cold. A better example might be, "Don't hear me say 10." It's impossible to do. You know what I mean? So it makes people crazy. They call that the double helix, at least when I studied. So now other people say that it's genetic. All different theories for schizophrenia, depending on your orientation. But the result is it's so serious that the medication is the answer, not a talking cure.
What's the medication for it?
I don't know, but it helped empty. I was talking about this earlier, hospitals in the 70s, because it relieved schizophrenic symptoms. That means people are manageable. I never, took that, and I'm not. So the Maxipan, or some people actually take it. They would know.
I think I'm right on the edge of that
because I had. We should talk about what schizophrenia then.
What?
We should talk about what it means.
Yeah.
Simplistically, it's a flight from reality, meaning that what reality testing means. You probably heard that. Reality testing is you're talking to me on a stream through the computer. That's reality. If you said, as we're talking, you're hearing voices from Frank DeRosa, that's hallucination, an auditory one. So that's a characteristic of schizophrenia. Auditory and visual things that don't exist. Do you have any of that?
Not currently, but I've had that. I've heard voices so they say that weed can cause that. I've had.
So you heard voices that weren't there, but you heard them. Yeah, that's a symptom, possible one of a group of that come together with other ones might lead to a diagnosis.
Okay.
You should. What you should do is, and I say this, I'm not licensed. I never said I was. So let me say this as a layman with graduate one in psychology. So I'm not an expert. I'm not doing diagnose, but I would suggest you start to document these symptoms so you can have a better sense of what they mean. So if you had that one time and it never happened again, okay, that means a lot, right? If it doesn't come back. If you have 2 in a day, that has different implications, but try to get a record of it. And then if you need to go to a doctor, you can say, this is what's going on. This is a timeline.
Okay.
So if it's more than once, it leads to more concern, right?
Yeah.
The good news, I guess, is they can give you medication for it. I think.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like Lamictal or lithium or what.
Yeah, I've heard of lithium for sure. You mean, have you? Okay, so let me get a little bit more into this.
Yeah.
Have you taken medication in your life for schizophrenia?
I had a doctor say that I had schizoaffective disorder, and I'm not.
Well, let's
really
talk
sure.
about that. Let's talk.
I'm not really sure what that is.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
All right. You're disconnected from your feelings. You're not in touch, and you're not let's say you're mad, right? So you're feeling mad inside, but you're not expressing it, and you really don't acknowledge. You're disconnected.
Yeah.
You're schizoid, which is not schizophrenia. maybe it's a person who's all mad inside and you're smiling.
Yeah, I've done that. I've been that way.
So, but again, you can have exceptional cases. It needs to be if you have it a lot, if it's consistent, if it interferes, or maybe it's just a quirk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And none of us would. The diagnosis should come from a psychiatrist, because a psychologist, the answer would not be the talking cure. So, and a psychologist can't prescribe medication. So probably the psychiatrist, but it's not based on one incident. I wouldn't worry. You know what I mean? Really.
Right.
But more than one, write them down. Write them down. So schizoid, I never saw it. What did he base that on? You seem connected to how you feel.
I don't know if he did a test, like if I was
Uh-huh.
like answering questions.
You don't remember if he gave
There
you a
was
test?
only one doctor that ever gave me that diagnosis.
Based on what?
I
A
don't
test?
remember. It might have been a test.
It's good to give more than one, because
I only met him one
mood can
time.
affect a test. You want, of course, simplicity. The more data, the better. When you base it on just one thing, it's not as reliable or valid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need to look at how. So you never took medication
took
relating to mental illness.
I have.
Oh. Okay. So there's a history, and you're concerned that it might be coming back or something?
No, I just never took any. I never had any consistent, schizophrenia type thing.
Well, you were diagnosed with whatever. Maybe it wasn't diagnosed, but he used the term schizo. What was that?
Affective
disorder. So, based on, I don't know what he based it on. It could just be nonsense, because that's mood. Sometimes we can be in a mood where that might be indicated. So you need reliable data, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm suggesting. Write it down. And if it's more than 2 or 3 times, like if you consistently have auditory voices, I would say you need to see a doctor. If it's one time, because sometimes, like, I think I'll hear a voice. Where did that come from? I think that might be normal, because, don't talk to yourself. We all talk to ourselves. It's called thinking, right? So it's really, but you have a history of it, and you took medication for it.
Yeah.
The medication worked, or not?
I think so. No.
Very
it didn't,
optimistic.
actually, it didn't.
Oh, it didn't work.
No.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Had no effect. Did your behavior continue? Has it just popped up? Have you had it for a while? What are your concerns? What is your insight? What do you think?
I don't remember.
Okay, has it interfered with how you function in life, the way you live your life?
No.
That's
It's
a good
not
thing.
really a thing.
There you go. That's really important.
I just don't smoke weed anymore.
Maybe people can even have a little mental illness, but it doesn't interfere with their happiness or functioning. Right? Like in England, those are eccentric people. We have eccentric people who seem odd, but they can be happy and productive and even respected, depending on how odd they are. Right? Maybe
Yeah.
So if it doesn't get in the way of your life, that's pretty good. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't mean to be not It's not from. I don't know. I can, it'll come down to, well, if it's a lot, go see a psychiatrist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
But I
it's
never noticed. I thought actually you fooled. I thought you were really together. From what I saw of you on Busted, really.
compared to what?
Me. I mean, you were the one who was shocked by some of my stories. I wasn't.
No, I was shocked because they didn't happen to me. But I've had my own things that probably would shock you, you know?
Did you say those on Busters?
I don't know.
You
Like, I
should've.
mean, were you shocked by my incident
No.
of me biting a police officer?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So if I went through my list of stories, I could probably come up with some things that you would be like, all right, this is not the most normal
Yeah, I believe you.
person.
I believe you. I'm full a lot, which is,
Maybe,
I'm studied and educated, and I've been in many relationships, but I'm fooled by people all the time.
well, maybe some people have a personality that is actually so private
Mhm.
that you think they're normal simply because they have a habit of hiding all the craziness.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Normal, by the way, is a term that's very rarely used.
In psychology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they don't use crazy either. They don't say nervous breakdown either, but people use it.
They don't even say nervous breakdown?
No. What
Okay,
is a okay, let me say why. What is a nervous breakdown?
I actually don't know.
You see what I mean? It's so general, it could mean so many different things that, like in
I
any
thought it meant like a
profession, they
psychotic
have to
break.
be more precise, and that's why they have like the DSM-R. They need a common language to function, right? Every job, if you're a mechanic, they have manuals. So every comics probably have their own language or culture, certain words. So every group, but it has to be precise, especially for insurance companies. You need to be able to categorize it, and you need to describe it. So you need a common language, and in the DSM is the common terms. People need to agree on terms, especially if money's involved, which is why they give you a diagnosis from a book, from a manual. That's a common language. Even though there can be changes that show the invalidity of some of the measures. I'll give you a common example. Most common one is 30 years ago, the homosexuality was described in this manual as a disease. So if you're homosexual, I don't know, maybe it was 40 years, whatever. So if you were homosexual, you were officially defined by mental health as a disease. If you're gay, you have a disease. But then in the last decade, 20, I don't know, they changed it. So before it was a disease, currently it's not defined as a disease. Well, you mean it was true before? You know what I'm saying? How subjective. Right. And a lot of that was due to politics. So politics isn't supposed to play into it, but it did. So remember, psychology is subjective. It's not a science, although behavioralism is closer to it. It's so schizophrenia. Some people say it's a place in the brain. Some people say it's your environment. Maybe you're doing things that trigger the symptom of the voices. But you didn't describe, the guy said schizoid. But you took medication there's probably a diagnostic for why you took the medication that I would think you'd be aware of. You took the medication for
Schizoaffective.
Well, but that's not schizophrenia.
Right.
You didn't know the difference.
No,
which
but
is
I thought it
important
was
to know.
like related. Is it?
Well, okay, so schizophrenia, you're hearing voices or you're seeing hallucinations, right?
Yeah.
The other one is not hallucinations. It's more like they're not your emotions are not connected to the way you show it. There's a just you're okay. You're not in touch with your feelings.
I'm not.
Might be a description. You're not in
Yes.
touch with your
Well,
feelings.
that's accurate. I notice physical sensations. I
Oh.
don't notice feelings as much.
Interesting. But it's important to get it right because they're different, right?
Okay.
Now you're creating more evidence that you might have that based on a doctor actually saying that, based
So-
on you're relating to the definition. So it's pointing more toward what you said and the doctor said.
What
Although maybe you could be multi, maybe you could be both, because the voices in the head are concerning. And that's not part of that disorder the doctor said.
It's a desire.
Maybe you're both.
I mean, are men in general, when all women are bipolar and all men are schizophrenic?
The classic schizophrenia was called the young man's disease. Right? You get it? So it was primarily with men, but did the last 10 years change? B-Sox on air said he showed up on Shaw, he had cut himself. So he showed Shaw without telling me that he had cut himself. Okay. So, but that's not classic. Classically, the people who were cutters or are cutters are adolescent girls with exceptions. So there's a case, maybe the culture changes, that men in their mid-20s are cutting themselves. That seems uncommon, but has there been changes?
But so, all right. If B-Sox, if we're talking about emotions, right?
Uh-huh.
If B-Sox is cutting himself, isn't it kind of callous of us to then like be attacking him if he's going to the point of cutting himself?
So usually I like to ball bust. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So with him, like the best fight he ever had, I actually got mad. I called him pool boy. And so that's extreme ball busting or attack. So when he shocked me, said he cut himself, I instantly changed my affect. And I went from provocateur to listening and being more calm.
Okay.
Because the concern was not drama, right? Because people like to freak out. It was the reverse. It was to make him feel calmer, not provoked. And I did. I changed the way it was completely. It was interesting he chose to trust me to come on my show. And I feel a little bad because I'm just a dude on the internet. Don't give me more weight, which Reb did. Because then I go back to ball busting and he probably feels betrayed. But I never presented myself. In that situation, that's an emergency. So I went on a show and I went at him in a civil way. But talking about him otherwise, I go hard on him. But I'm just a dude.
When you're face to face, you'll go easy.
No, I don't. Of course, the emergency of cutting yourself is going to encourage me to be the most helpful, positive I can be, right? But after that's gone, like on a show, I'll attack him with the truth, right?
But you still know he's that guy.
Yeah.
So does that factor into your...
but it shouldn't. I don't present myself as anything rather than let's have fun on the internet.
Maybe B-Sox is not on air.
I think it's natural to want to like and trust people because so many people aren't. But people have done that. They expect a lot of me, right? Even physically. Because you're good looking, people expect proficiency in other ways. Maybe I act against expectation. It's simple. I mean, I never did what my dad wanted. I never met his expectations. Probably like your father too, right?
Yeah, like he's.
I disappointed him, I'm sure.
To become a computer programmer, I didn't meet the expectations of that, you know.
But there has to be a letting go of parents taking their ego, what they want for you. It's human in that. I want my two sons to be better than me. So, but more important than that is probably acceptance. Because we all need to be accepted, and your dad, your mom, your grandfather. But I just want to be better than my father, and I think I am. That's my goal. And my children, because my dad messed me up, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm good, so I don't want to be affected by it. But I have to be aware of it. Like in my family, my dad was never wrong. We were. So I really felt guilty. There's an undercurrents in my family of what I did to my father with the bat, right? So I felt really guilty. What are you doing?
I was just writing that down.
Really? So what really helped me? I had an aha moment. They talk about it like there's a fancier word, but aha moment is when you go, oh, I get it. I get it. What do they say? Epiphany or something?
Mm-hmm.
So I always had this reflecting the feelings of the family that I was at fault. Right? And then I went into therapy and I told my stories and like indicating that, you know, I did really bad. And he said, wait a minute. Your father's a bastard. It was on him. He was the parent. And that moment I said, yeah, he was a bastard. And I never really thought of him that, you know? So yeah, but he was. And it's painful to say. Obviously, I want all good memories, but pretend doesn't work. So I got to accept the reality. But it's hard. But it's better than accepting that I'm at fault. I was a kid. That's all.
Right. Now, accepting it, was it difficult to accept?
Yeah. It's still difficult. I want to escape my past. Right?
Yeah.
But it's part of us. And I've said this before, that when you see Alzheimer's patients, you understand how important the past is. Because without the past, there's no personality. So I guess we need the memories, but how do we handle them?
Yeah.
So one way is to talk about them. And that's a good thing about talking to you. Or sometimes you have smart people in chat, not tonight. But you learn to, like, I have people like Mike Brown, Charlotte's a really good person. So Becky's a good person.
Okay. And they're like, so you really cultivated a group of people in your chat that's like interesting and
Oh, I think they're
shows up
smart.
for
Even
many
the
shows, right?
people don't like me. Even Tina is kind of smart. Yeah.
Now, one of the things that you're able to do that I still haven't figured out is to like how to have a soul as a broadcaster. You know what
What
I
a
mean?
great question.
You know, you
I'm so simplistic. I say righteous is just trying to do good. It has a lot to do with intent. Is the intent maybe to try and risk and be a jerk, but still helpful? Or is it malicious like Rev or like Wazzy Doggy, wanting to degrade, not build up? And I even like AOC, I promote him, even as he slanders me. I like helping, you know, that's healthy for me. I don't get jealous. AOC getting more views than me, congrats.
how do you
I mean
have now, and that's very gracious of you, but how do you do that?
Oh, I miss your questions. You really ask
Well, how do you get
smart
there?
questions.
You know what I mean? How do
I
you
don't know
get
if
to the
gracious is the
level
right word.
of appreciating other people's success?
I'm not the jealous type.
Okay.
Maybe that's a part of it. And
Yeah.
it's easy here because what on air would one be jealous of? Most are drunks. A lot are lonely, sad. Even like the really cool people like Abe, I think drinks a lot. Who would
You
I
know
want
what?
to be? Who would you want to be on air? I mean, a real
Mostly,
person.
I'll tell you where the envy comes in. Not success as
Mhm.
much as, I mean, it does come with success, but creativity.
Uh-huh.
But what was your question?
Creativity is interesting. It's hard to describe, isn't it? Why do some people have it and some don't?
Yeah, some people have no desire to. I mean, I
So
think
wanting to is a big deal, you're saying. Desire is motivation.
fear causes you to not be creative.
Yeah, because fear can prompt a reaction. People act out of fear. People don't act out of laughter. You know what I'm saying? It's a real motivator, right? People
Yeah.
will change their lives to avoid fear, like putting on your seatbelt.
Mm.
Less fear, but it's not
Yeah.
comfortable. Well, that might be a bad example, but these
I'm
basic emotions, love, right? Love, fear. How about fear of death? Someone said that religions were created to get rid of the fear of death, because in a lot of these religions there's afterlife. You defeat the fear of death by believing that you're going to live eternally in heaven.
Do you think that?
There's some truth in that,
Okay.
because we all have primal fear of death. Like, I am very uncomfortable thinking about death, and I think a lot of people are. I don't want
Yeah,
to think about death.
I agree. It's something that I want to. That's why I want religion. Like I
Yeah,
want to believe in an afterlife.
me too. I want to believe, so I do. I have to be honest, and I can't say 100% though.
Yeah.
It's more like I want to. That's why being on air is very corruptive of faith,
How's
because
that?
faith is not science. So when you start trying to understand in a rational, provable way, you can't. That's why it masks the mysteries of our faith. Faith is the cornerstone, right?
I really, you know,
If you don't have faith, how can you believe?
but it's important.
Yeah,
Like,
I agree.
It feels like
I agree.
it's essential to. I mean, if there's not something
Uh-huh.
equivalent to that, then I don't know what is more valuable than that.
Yep. It feels good to believe.
Yeah.
It feels anxious to not know. Not knowing is
Exactly.
uncomfortable and anxiety producing. But in talking to people, like they say things that seem ridiculous if you're in a biblical way.
What do you mean by that?
Well, to believe Jesus walked on water, you probably requires faith. If you were in a different religion, you might think that's ridiculous in earthly terms.
I mean, that doesn't seem any more ridiculous than heaven.
Good point.
They both seem equally unbelievable and believable.
Requiring
in that story.
well, the belief requires faith.
Yeah.
Which is not provable. That's why it's called faith. It's like, okay, it can't be, I'm not, you don't understand, have faith. So you can still believe. It's faith. It's not the scientific method. But when you hear different views, you begin to question, which is why usually people in the same community keep the faith. The human condition encourages us to question, curiosity. Like I think if people believe 100% in Jesus, they would do what he told them, which is feed the poor, sell your BMW, feed the poor. But people don't.
Yeah.
That's why revolutionary, rabble-rousing priests get kicked out. In a way that Christianity is revolutionary, but not the way that most priests and churches promote. Because you can't rile up the people supporting the institution. But some priests would, especially in South America, would rail against the wealthy people.
Yeah.
They're in trouble. So I don't know. I want to believe it feels better. Don't we need to believe in something?
Yeah.
Or we become like
good
Vsauce.
to believe.
Yeah. Psychologically, in all ways, right? It's good. Like I've said this before. Some things I repeat. Pop Vulture said 2 things about being a Christian. 1, if you were a Christian, that's a good way to live your life. 2, if you don't believe, adopting the Christian lifestyle is a good way to live life.
Just like acting as if.
What do you mean?
Are you saying like pretending?
What a good observation.
I don't know.
It does sound like pretending. Yeah.
Rewording what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know.
I didn't think about that. Yeah. But how's it pretending if you follow that life? If you cause it to become real action, it's not pretend.
Practicing, I should say. Right?
Rehearsal, huh? Preparation.
Yeah.
But I think the point was that there's values, good stuff that doesn't necessarily require full belief. It's a lifestyle. It's a way of viewing the world. Do unto others kind of this wisdom that you don't even have to be a Christian. That would lead, if you believe, into a good life, good values. Makes sense to me, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But what do I know? Right?
Well,
don't pretend.
You know what God taught you.
Oh, Betty came up today too. Did I forget? Betty
Oh, yeah?
Spaghetti. Yeah. Or was it? I think I don't know. It's just numbers don't always equate to quality. Because Wazzy Doggy was smart. He said, to become really popular, people have to be aware of you. So if 1 million people watched us, we'd be stars. So it comes down to people have to know you exist. And maybe 1,000 people know our name out of 350 million.
Yeah.
So part of being successful is what you talked about, going on that show. And out of those people, some people will like you, even if you're terrible. So if you're interested in growing, that sounds really a good way. And usually if you're not drugged or something, you're very quick, witty, and funny.
Mm.
So be on your best. I know it sounds kind of harsh.
No, I get it. Like, I've had past people on the show who have said that my drug use has been the main reason they didn't want to do the show.
Uh-huh.
So, trying to work on it.
Well, I was always there too when you would go off.
Yeah.
So it's kind of different when you do it alone.
Yeah, you kept it together, and I hope that we can make it last.
Well, I like talking to. That's why I like talking enough that my wife's probably gone to bed and asleep. So, are we going to do this? Can we schedule this?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, I don't work, so put out a couple times that you feel. We'll talk about it.
All right. Let me see my calendar. Because I'm a very visual person. I need to see the calendar to know.
It's good if you're looking at a calendar.
All right.
Calendars don't talk.
The 28th.
That might be a good invention, a talking calendar. Why not?
Let's see.
Kids would like it. Yeah, it's creative.
That's $1 billion idea from Sam Hill Industries.
You probably want to change the name.
Okay.
That would be too unpopular.
Sam Hill Industrial Technology.
I like Buster's Industry. Sounds
Buster's
good to me.
Industries. Okay.
I came up with Buster's. Of course, it's a great name. But it came kind of from Hostbusters. So you were a big,
So it's a combination of it's a teamwork of ideas. Collaborative idea.
Yeah.
So Saturday the 28th, you want to do it then?
Well, is that the best day for you?
It would be 1 week from now.
I'm just saying sometimes we actually go out on a Saturday.
Okay. Sunday the 29th or
Now,
Monday.
Sunday's interesting, right? What time?
Let's see.
It's kind of a laid back day. People are resting.
Is that a bad day?
No, I think that's a good day.
Okay.
People resting is a good thing. Especially if it's me. But I always rest. Great thing about not working. Among many. But you gotta have money.
Yeah.
Gotta have money, honey. Money's a big deal, and you can get lucky. But sometimes it motivates you to go out in the world. Right.
Yeah.
But it has no effect.
Is that crazy to think about?
Money's an interesting because it's what it represents. Literally, it's a piece of paper.
What when was the last? Yeah. Oh, here. I want to grab some money.
I just sent my kids. I had 3 gold coins that I've saved a long time.
Now I don't see it. I had some $2 bills. I don't see them anymore. What did you have?
But I sent 3 gold coins to my 2 boys, but now I'm thinking, how are they going to divide them up?
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Give one to their mom. One to their mom. Yeah, there you go. Because I got a phone because it takes a week to get there, and I have to give them a tracking number. So they don't even know yet. So I'll phone and say, give one each and one to your mom. Gold coins, cool. I saved it for a cool. How cool would it be able to send it to my boys? Good reason.
Yeah.
Money's weird, for sure.
Well, that's like money is weird.
It's a measure of success in society.
Do you think that money, like paper money, is going to go away?
It should, for sure.
And
what do you think?
What's going to replace it?
Well, first of all, as most people know, money has viruses and bacteria and drugs. It's filthy, as you would think, because it's handed around. And it's not practical. So I think, why not? People won't like this. But we really have no privacy. What about a fingerprint? $50. Put your finger down, and it'll be taken out of your checking account or something. What do you think? What do you think?
I don't know. I think that
it seems old fat. It's not good. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like it should have been replaced long ago.
It should have been replaced by other shit.
Like what?
Bitcoins, maybe.
Oh.
Or regular coins.
I like that too.
A coin-based society.
But would a coin get filthy and dirty? Not as much as paper.
Huh.
We could go back to gold coins. Probably like hundreds, thousands. Gold coins.
Yeah.
I like that. And they're pretty too. Money is kind of dirty and ugly. It's got that one eye looking at you.
Yeah.
At least have attractive money. Like have models or beautiful women or beautiful men for the ladies and gay men. Why not?
Yeah. Do you have any of those dollar bills with the presidents all eating dinner?
No, I didn't know there were such.
Yeah.
I like the picture of dogs playing cards. That's pretty cool.
I don't know.
You know that one?
No.
It's famous that dogs are around a poker table playing cards.
That's a painting.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
You could have it on money. But money is It's like someday, and I'm serious, we're the last generation kind of drivers. Like we're the last generation of gas fueled cars. California, they're really, really pushing electric. But driving is so inefficient and dangerous. They just don't have the right technology. Insurance companies will say, well, if you don't have self-driven car, it's going to be 10,000 insurance. If you do, it's one. You know, they can manipulate and change behavior. It might not be I mean, so many people are fucked up by car accidents.
Yeah.
People like to drive. I get it. I don't know. I don't know about the world. It's fine with me right now. Alex said, like this war, I don't want that suffering. But if it doesn't affect my life, it's different than the people going through it. Right? I mean, I don't want, this war is terrible, but I don't want to go around thinking about it. I've kind of had enough of the images. I get it.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it that much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's why, like,
oh, see, there's pretend. Like we have to purposely look the other way. Otherwise, if what we're going to be thinking of the world, we want to do our good life. We have one life rather than going around feeling miserable. But we affect what we can affect.
You know, that's a good point. This show felt way lighter, and even though we talked about real things, it felt not heavy like when the last show we were talking about the Israel war. It got really serious. And
that's serious.
In a way that, not that we can't be serious, but it just got so heavy that
it can be too much.
It got too much.
It can be too much.
And I used to be the
like
type
in life, you know.
Yeah.
I want to be happy. It seems weird, but I read that there's less war than any other time in history. Yeah, you have Ukraine, but compared to past times, the number of wars are less. Right?
Yeah.
So there's one guy who's real optimistic. Well, that's probably the preferred way to be, because look what cynicism. Let's look at our own. Well, how did that help Rev, or B-Sox, or David Walsh?
Yeah, it doesn't help people.
What helps is like laughing and being honest and relating.
Yeah.
Trying to do some, and we don't take money, right? I don't.
No.
People, when they take money, just change. So we can be so free. Like I know you can watch the news or on the internet. What do I offer? Well, we have no real agenda. Well, we're not tied to anybody. We don't have our own crew. So you can really, really get more of an objective measure of events from you and me. And smart people in chat.
Are you saying that we sit in chairs too much?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, what are you saying?
I'm sitting in a chair too much. And let me stand up. You can get a
Are
plot.
you saying that we should, that as broadcasters that we have value to the audience?
Of course. Are you saying we don't?
No, I think that we could be valuable to people.
I think provoking people to think is probably a good thing, but not always down, which is where the joking comes in. Right.
Not always what?
Not always being serious, but laughing or trying to get there is valuable. The act of laughing feels good. It helps. Makes you happy sometimes, you know. Not many people can do that. I know we're serious, but not many people can do that.
I think that it's good
No
for
one in
you.
chat tonight even close.
Maybe people on the replay. See, I know you mentioned something earlier. is
Well,
that
who's
you don't-
aware? Who's aware of us?
You don't really think about the replay, do you?
Oh, tonight?
In general, do you think about people listening on the replay?
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah. Shaw depends on it.
Okay.
That's where when we get good views, unlike other shows. Shaw's Buster's was like that too. Not a lot of shows get replays, a lot, but Shaw didn't. Bust. It shows that people want to continue watching. I don't know about tonight because nobody. How many people are aware? There's that awareness thing. I was on 6 hours a day. It's a ridiculous amount, probably. So if they want to watch me, I already did 6 hours, right?
So
People
I
don't know
think
who you are, really.
if we can keep it fairly meaningful and not super heavy like these AOC fights.
Oh,
that I
well,
think-
that's different. You're talking about fighting, right?
Yeah, I think if we can like
People like fighting. I like fighting.
people like
sometimes.
it.
I
I
like
don't.
it sometimes.
I don't like it all the time.
Oh, all the time? No, of course not.
It gets.
It's not fight night.
It gets heavy.
Yeah. Well,
You
I
like
don't
it
know.
though. That's interesting.
Not all the
You-
time. No, not all the time. No, and it's got to be real. It got to be real, right? Like when I fought with B-Sox, I was really kind of angry because he went around talking about breaking my jaw, and so he could have more room to put his cock down my throat. Just saying that is made me mad. First, he presumes that he's stronger than me.
See,
He
this
doesn't
is
know.
where-
I'm not on camera. He presumes that I would let him do that. And real physical talent is hard to predict. Chuck Norris doesn't seem like a guy who could whip your butt, but he was the real deal. Sometimes you can't predict courage. Like I did some obstacle courses in miles, and it was hard to predict. The muscles guys would pop out. Right?
The muscles guys.
The guys with big muscles, you might look at and say, wow, they're really in shape. They'll do really well. Did horrible.
Wow.
So sometimes people surprise, like with courage. Sometimes the boastful people run away on 9/11 because some of those first responders ran away from the building.
They ran away?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
They were faced with certain death, but do your job, I guess, or go into your natural fight or flight. Nobody's going to talk about that. Am I sure? I think I heard that.
Are you mature?
No, am I sure that first responders, some ran away on 9/11? I wouldn't say I'm sure, but I have some memory of that. And I would predict that would happen. Because those people knew it was certain death at some point, right? So
Yeah.
does the life of your family and you come first? You're not going to change the outcome. Think about that. You're not doing your job, but you going in there and dying will not change anything except you lost your life, practically. Don't you think?
Yeah.
So why? So I would predict, maybe I heard, but some didn't run into the building. They say some did. But some, what would I do? Well, if it doesn't affect the outcome, if you don't save any lives, you're giving up your life for what? If it's for nothing, toward the end, what would you do?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't run away?
I wouldn't run away if I could save somebody's life, I wouldn't run away.
Well, but I said that. The premise was you can't. It's toward the end. You're not saving it. You can't get out. What you're giving your life running in has no effect except on your family and people depending on you.
So it's not going to save anybody?
That's the hypothetical. That
No, I
at some
wouldn't do it.
point, if people went in the building, they weren't going to be able to they didn't have time to bring anyone out. That's why I
Then
said
no.
toward the end.
I
You'd
wouldn't.
run away from right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The real question was when it was kind of unsure. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Okay, this got too serious.
No, that's a good point, though. Like, at what point do you want to stop being a hero
Mhm.
and think about self-preservation, right? That's what you're saying, basically?
Yeah, it makes me think that people like B-Sox, there's this notion of being a man. Oh, you have a quirky voice. To me, being a man is taking care of your family and country.
Yeah.
Rather than being able to fight. So these are stupid people with cliches. It's stupid at 25 to keep saying you're going to fight people because grow up. There's always people stronger than you and less.
Well, I think that you're right. But also, being a hero is doing it, not proving that other people can't do it.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
I didn't mean to step on you.
I won't let you step on me, man. I can defend. That better be a high kick.
Yeah.
I just talked about people threatening. I'm going to break your jaw. I'm B-Sox. I'm going to break your jaw and put my dick down your throat. What a charmer, huh? B-Sox.
He said that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Wow.
No, that's what makes him interesting. He's so extreme and stupid. But it's not good to say like him. Someone said, how can you like him? But there's something about him, I don't know.
It's good to identify things in your life that make you realize when you're being a bully.
Well, I never thought about that.
Like me, for example.
You don't seem like a bully.
When I'm on stream with you, sometimes people say I'm bullying you.
You are. You're a bully. You bully me.
And here's the thing.
You bully.
There's no incentive for you to say,
right.
yeah, he's bullying me, because that feels like weakness. Like if anybody ever said, hey, you're bullying HB, I'd be like, I would say no, because that would turn me into, well, what am I, a pussy? You know?
Yeah, you're a pussy.
But there's no incentive to acknowledge something like that.
Yeah.
But
well, I'm offended. I want to be the bully.
Yeah.
Given the choice, I'd rather be a bully than bullied, right?
Yeah.
How dare you? I think I'm more of a bully than you. Anyway.
You're the bully.
Yeah. I think you're nicer than me. Right?
No, you are the bully.
People say that about me. That's why I'm surprised. Did you make that up?
No, Pop Vulture was the one who would say it, I think.
You know, he was
no.
best.
Pop Vulture said you bullied me.
Okay. Pop, I accept that he said that. He was the best guest I've ever known. Pop Vulture. He could sing wonderfully, play guitar. He was smart, funny, great guest, flowed, and he kind of quit. He didn't like conflict, come to think of it. Maybe that's it. When I started going off on RGA, I think he didn't. Some people don't like these fights to be in them. They're healthy. How dare they want peace?
I think that maybe he hasn't. I don't know his life story, but maybe he hasn't been around people who have gotten to the point where you can shit on each other without hating each other. And so he thinks that's bullying when it's really a language of communication.
Or maybe he was right.
I don't
I
think
never
he's right.
felt like I bullied you.
I mean, he's right when it goes to excess, but in general,
I just think it's wrong.
Yeah.
The guy's nice, but no, he doesn't know. Did he watch? Maybe he has some busters posted too at Pop Vulture Inc. He has a lot of Meyerly stuff.
What does he
have? The first one in Pop Vulture is the phone call to Sands, as a matter of fact. I think that was the very first one he clipped.
What is it called?
If you go to Pop Vulture Inc., right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's like 150 videos. You have to go down, down, all the way down, 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 until you get to the very, very first one. And I think that's me phoning into Sands.
Okay.
I'm glad to see a dead chat rather than the couple people who were trolls and sour. I thought I'd never say that. Really sour people today.
Vulture.
It's okay. I think I saw it like a month ago. It was still there.
Vulture. I can't find him.
That's okay. I'll get you then comments or something.
Okay.
Even forget us. He has a lot of good stuff up there of other people.
Wait, so what was his video?
You mean the one with me?
Yeah, what was it?
It was the very first video. You'll see like 100, 150, and you have to scroll way down to the beginning. It takes a long time. He has other stuff of me and other people. Then he stopped doing it, and he started doing other kinds of stuff.
What page?
This is probably not worth going through all this.
Okay.
You can, I'll let you know. Oh. Something just happened.
Came out. Sheppy versus the Rex.
Oh, so you got there. You got
Sheppy
there?
God.
Okay, so the very number one. It's, you know what it shows? It shows a
What?
one eye. I used to call myself Cyclops. It shows kind of like a funny Cyclops. I think I've only had 2 names in 6 years. I came in as Cyclops, but it was based on the Iliad by Homer. People thought I took it from Star Trek.
Yeah, I see it.
There it is. You can, if you want, you can play it. It's been played a lot. How many views does it have?
237.
No, that's not it. Well, play it. It's a bit. It should have like 2,000. They got rid of 1800.
Let me find it.
Yeah, find it. The thing is, I'll probably never get as many views. I think it's over 2,000 as that very first phone call. I'll never get close to that probably. I haven't in 6 years.
Let's see. Wait, how many views did it have?
Like 3,000. It's just spur of the moment. Things were kind of boring watching Sands, so I just phoned. But I've never felt like some people are intimidated. Oh, you're better than me. I never felt that, and I think that comes across in the call. In fact, actually, I feel better. I feel superior to him. So I was challenging to him, There's one thing I would have changed, though.
Yeah.
I used the F word. I called him the F word.
Mm. You're talking about when you spoke to Sands?
In that phone call, yeah. I went at him. We kind of went at each other a little bit. He called me the R word. I called him that.
Are you sure it was Pop Vulture?
Pulp Vulture Inc.
Oh, Cyclops, right.
Yeah. I thought you had it before.
I thought you...
It should be the first one. And then he did a lot of me and Wazzy Doggy and Griggy. Like Our Little World. Matt Stearns, maybe. Sheppy used to come on all the time. He's kind of a has-been, broken down man. Maybe a high number found out that Sheppy was a black man. That was kind of interesting. Accidents happen, and a high number happened to see what Sheppy looked like. And I went, whoa, you're African American. You always said you were white.
Dude, this...
You can give up on that, man, and come back to another time.
I don't see it.
Okay. But you said Cyclops, didn't you?
Well, it was like a voice to text thing.
Oh. At this point, we can give it up for now.
All right.
Really. Now, people, one person, whatever, the expectation would be so high. Oh, there's Randy Savage. Hi, Randy. You've been around a long time. You've been around a long time. You'll be an improvement to whatever came before you. It's not saying much. There are only like 2 or 3 really vile, sour people. Not even sweet. Sweet and sour might be tasty, but just sour and mean. Right? I think people have gotten meaner in general.
True.
But the country kind of has too. Maybe it's just following the culture. But not on Busters. Maybe. Russell, come back.
Yeah,
I
where's
still-
Russell?
Well, I didn't know you were on. I didn't know you were on like for 2 hours or something. Then I noticed you were on. So probably doesn't know about it. So Saturday, no, we didn't decide on a date. Sunday, right? Sunday.
Sunday. Yeah.
At what time? What time?
You want to do 9
at night? Yeah. Yeah, that should work.
Okay.
You're actually gonna you're showing up now, huh?
Yeah.
How come?
What do you mean?
Well, you seem serious, like you're actually gonna show up.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's been years. What up?
Reset. Did a reset. Changed some things.
It's funny, you even look better. I don't know.
Just trying to get back into, because I tried doing the show myself. It wasn't the same.
Okay, I'll say it again. Can I call you a dummy?
Yeah.
So when you went buffer, me and Russell went to his channel. We were waiting for you. You didn't show up. And I said, Russell, there's no Busters without host Busters. There's no Busters without me either. You never got that?
What's that? Yeah. There's no Busters without all of us, right?
Russell's kind of cool to be with, the three of us. Yeah.
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 It's good to have him here. I don't know if he probably was confused because I didn't keep the schedule right.
He came last week.
Yeah, he was probably let down. I fucked up.
He's done very well. People like him.
I'm sort of not the most caring person.
You don't have to be. Just be funny.
Yeah.
I'm
the
serious.
most. No, but
This isn't a show about caring. It's a show about trying to get some laughs, have some fun, provoke. Don't be hard on yourself, dude.
Well,
I'm here.
When I'm around Russell, he reminds me of what it's like to be a human.
Wow. I still don't know what it's like to be human.
Russell has a sincere quality.
So did Hitler.
You have a quality of respect.
Really?
Of
Are you delusional? Are you hearing voices?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I try to be good, Why not?
You have Russell is more Russell is a little warmer, and you're still you care, but you're a different version of that.
We're all different. Well, when I came up with Russell, he was in your chat, and I talked. He didn't want to come on, but I said, Russell, you're like an everyman because you and me are kind of different, kind of quirky. So actually, he's not an everyman, but people think he is, right? So it was gravitas. That's why I brought him on. He was centered. He's centered.
We say mean things a lot.
Yeah.
9 out of the 10 things he says are compliments.
Yeah.
I think at least that's my vision of Russell. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just feels
he's not as nice as you think he is.
He's not nice at the end.
He doesn't. It's concept of helping. One time I said, "Can you be on air? Come do this for me." And he said, "Why?" I'm just saying that let's don't go overboard. He's a good guy, I like him, but he's not.
Do you play music?
Yeah, he's not Prince.
You might think that's not relevant.
Well, I'm trying to think of. I didn't
Sorry,
finish
I'm not-
my.
I don't mean
I'm
to
trying
cut
to
you off.
grasp here.
Yeah.
He's not Prince. Who's like charming? There you go. Sorry, it wasn't worth it.
He's not. Russell's not Prince Charming.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a Prince who was really like perfect, and you know, I can think. Maybe I you know, Prince, like the singer Prince.
Prince William. Prince.
William Tell. You know who William Tell is?
No.
Do you like apples?
He likes apples?
I think it was a Swiss guy who, with a bow and arrow, used to shoot with precision, like apples off of heads. A Swiss hero. Do you know that, you know William Burroughs?
No.
He wrote Naked Lunch.
Oh.
It's kind of, he was a famous writer, right? He was a junkie. He wrote a book called Junkie. His father was a millionaire. They formed the, like typewriter, some kind of math, Burroughs math something. Why am I bringing him up? I had a point there sometime.
You had a
somewhere.
point?
Yeah, I can't find it. It's bouncing around. William Burroughs. Oh, I know. I got the. Let me finish before I forget it.
Yeah.
So, I'm interested in lives of famous people and authors. So he was a junkie, and they went to Mexico City, I think because of the drugs, right? He used to be high. He was there with his wife, and they were drinking. And he said, "I bet I can take my bow and arrow. We'll put an apple on your head, wife. And I'll do the William Tell. True story. Something. Maybe I got the weapon wrong." So the wife, they take an apple, put it on top of her head, and she trusts in her husband. He shot the arrow. It went through her heart and killed her. Did you see Oppenheimer? The movie?
No.
I should see it. So Burroughs, when he was a kid, went to this prep school, right? In where he went to this prep school in New Mexico. I read a biography of this guy, right? A beatnik, kind of a beatnik.
Yeah.
He didn't like the school, but they had to they came in and they removed the whole school because that became the site of the Manhattan Project. That was shown in, did they show, maybe in Oppenheimer, they even showed the school, I forget. And that's where they developed the atomic bomb. And Burroughs had to leave, I guess.
Okay.
It's just strange to me that I've been to school, but not where they came in and had the Manhattan Project.
You think the Manhattan Project is like in Manhattan? It's like
What a great comment.
No.
Why didn't they call it like Colorado Project? Why Manhattan?
No.
Right? What's better? Utah Project?
Yeah.
But I never thought of that. See, this is where you're kind of creative. I've been interested in the Manhattan Project a large part of my life, right? But I never thought, why do they call it Manhattan?
Yeah, why do they
I
call
bet there's a reason, right?
it? Yeah. What is the reason?
I don't know. That's why the question was interesting. Most questions I have answers to.
Yeah.
Isn't Manhattan like an Indian word or some Native American, whatever they call it, word? Where does Manhattan come from? Obviously, you're not from Manhattan.
No.
Know where you're from.
Me personally? No.
Yeah. I've been to Manhattan many times. Maybe you have too.
I've Manhattan's all right. I have actually never been there. Is it nice?
You have a place to go to. Right?
Yeah.
First time. My brother actually went to school in Manhattan. Look, you don't care.
No, tell me more.
He went to Columbia University, which is
Hold on one. Somebody's calling me.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I
Go
don't
ahead.
mean to cut off your.
Okay, that's all right. Who could be phoning at like 6 o'clock in the morning? It's 1:48 in California. We have a baseline that we're going to move up from these small numbers. Not hard to do. It's hard not to move up. They're so low. We'll grow. But I need to go off. So Randy Savage, final comment. Boy, Randy, you get around, man. I'm glad you're here, though. The original idea came up in an office in, Manhattan. Did it say that in the movie? I actually read the book years ago upon what it was based on, but I don't remember that. Wow. Maybe you're smart, Randy. I'm impressed. Maybe I misjudged Randy Savage. Maybe I'm learning something about Randy Savage. Okay. I kind of wanted to say, hey, man, see you next week. It was fun. But how long do I wait for Godot? I'm always waiting for that Godot. Waiting for HB. Hostbusters. Here we are. All these years later. And now in time, here we are. Hopefully next week, Russell Cook will come up. If you see this Hostbuster, it was fun. Conversation. We're hopefully we're just starting. But I gotta go. Take care. It was fun, man. I'll see you this channel. Busters. 6 Pacific time, 9 Eastern time. I'm trying to hope when you get back. I hear something.
Hey. Hey. I'm back.
I was waiting for Godot.
So, what does that mean?
So there's this play that's really stuck with me. Maybe you heard of it, Waiting for Godot, where the whole play is 2 guys are waiting for Godot. That's the play.
That's a good play.
You would expect that Godot would show up. He never showed up. And then, I thought about it. I mean, it was boring watching. Really boring, because you're just watching 2 guys waiting for a guy who never showed up.
And that was the entire thing.
I think somehow that was intentional.
Okay.
But later I read that Godot probably meant God.
Okay. So they were waiting for Jesus?
I think if you say God, it can be a lot of
God.
different religions.
God.
Gesundheit.
Now, do you...
I don't think Gesundheit works if you don't actually blow your nose. Is that it? What is it? Gesundheit. After you... What? You do something. Is it blowing? Gesundheit.
Gesundheit.
I've heard that.
What does that mean?
Wow, what does that mean? I don't know, Jorg. That's why I'm asking.
It means God bless you.
Oh, that sounds right. Okay. And when you open any mouth or hole, people freaked out in historical days because that maybe the devil would come in.
That's what it was about? Wow.
Somebody said that to me once. Yeah. So it's kind of like protection against evil entering the open part of your body.
Wow. Did you ever feel that was the case?
Yeah. The devil hasn't left. There was no Gesundheit. Because of that, the devil entered my body. Those 2 simple words. Where the fuck was anybody to say it? There was no Gesundheit. And here I am, possessed. Sometimes David Walsh will say that bullshit, that I'm possessed. I'm slightly amused, right?
No, you're good. Here's the thing. You have taught me to not hate people.
Would you teach me that? How do
Yeah.
you do that?
All right.
No, I actually don't hate, but
No,
if
I'll
they knew my
explain it.
name, maybe I would.
You are probably recreating, with men specifically, you're recreating your past parental experiences. So you expect your interactions with men to go negative because that was your experiences with your father. Um, I don't mean to bring up emotion. I'm just
No,
saying,
I
like,
bring it up. I think you're right. I think that's really smart.
I think you're thinking, if my father's going to act this way and he's so important to me, then every man is going to be mean.
Like a transference kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, you look very much like Theodore Roosevelt right now.
Huh.
You really do.
Interesting.
Are you a Rough Rider?
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt, I think we had a war with Cuba, and he got famous with the Rough Riders. You kind of remind me of him.
Yeah.
You look like him. He was a great president, too, so it's kind of like a compliment. Then his cousin, FDR, that was his cousin. They were both wealthy, connected. FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was very unusual as a politician because he went against his, not clique, tribe. He went against his class because he was from a very wealthy family. And most people, they retain the attributes of their class. But he did things like increase taxation on the wealthy. So he actually had greatness because he was willing to go against his own class. Very liberal guy. And yet, the status quo, more conservative, would benefit him financially. But he went against that. And he kind of went after the rich.
How is that right, though?
Well, because you have to have change. Sometimes you need people in positions of power to put change over status quo or protecting their own individual financial picture. The typical rich man would not support increased taxation on the rich. That's like a betrayal of self-interest. But this man did. He even worked against his own self-interest financially because he increased the tax on people like him. That's kind of heroic.
Yeah.
He wasn't, I think he had a mistress. And he had some, maybe, but he seemed like a good guy. But pretend is so important, man. Roosevelt pretended like he could walk because he had polio. And most of the time he couldn't walk. The press pretended he could walk because handicap, there's consequences. So everybody kind of kept this from I mean, if you really looked into it, you'd probably figure it out.
Andy.
But all pictures show him standing. He could stand. So it was pretend, but he needed to be strong because we were at war too.
Okay. That's like, that's almost poetic.
Really? Thanks. I'll send it off to this magazine, but I'm not 17 anymore. That was because this lady made that kind of come about. She was this lady. I started out as cleaning her pool. She's the one who's called me, but in an affectionate way, you know, like Goy I think can be affectionate. Don't you think? Maybe I'm wrong. I was her golden Goy. And that one night she was so hurt. Actually, she's one of the oldest ladies I've ever been with. And I was 17. She was like 45 or something. Whoa.
You know, I never thought about it that way.
Me either.
What do you mean?
Now that I look back upon it, I had intimate relations with her one night only. But the memory, you know, I've thought about it, but I've never thought, whoa, I was 17. She was 45. That's quite a difference. But I never thought it in those terms. But she was, I think, maybe the oldest lady I've ever been with. And I was so much younger than I am now.
Huh.
You okay? We've gone a long time, huh?
No, I'm
so
just
long.
taking it in.
So long. I go too long. Busters, we'd go long.
You
You
think
go
I'm
off. That's a long time, serious, right?
Yeah.
How do we do this? When you think of like most movies, what, hour and a half? Some go 2. The 2-hour ones can seem long. 8 hours is like 4 movies, 5 movies. That's absurd.
Yeah.
How are we doing this?
I don't know.
Really, 8 hours, like that's like a day at work.
Did
We
it
don't
go
get
8
paid.
hours?
We get trolled. 8-hour work, yeah. Sometimes I usually go longer though.
I think you kind of invented that.
Yeah, I don't know about other worlds, but the 12-hour in our little world for sure.
Yeah, the 12-hour stream.
Nobody's people go that long, but they have breaks. I never had a break.
People would tell me that they would listen at work sometimes.
Yeah, it was great. But I've said the longest was with Jackson Black. That was 28 hours. And of course it didn't replay because I didn't know it cut off at 12. But 28 hours, I went off to sleep because I didn't know he wanted to go that long. 2 to 4 hours I slept. So I was on air 24 hours. And what Jackson was brilliant. He became a real scumbag. But this guy kept drinking and started shouting at the universe and decided, this is my night. I will bare my soul on this here stream. And he was extraordinary. You don't know Jackson Black if you haven't seen that 28 hours. And only how many people saw it? Bustamante, I think, did. That's where he would take off his shoe and drink beer from it. He would howl. And maybe it's a good thing that it didn't continue because he said his real name. He went for it. So drunk, people were watching. So he had an audience. I will bare my soul. He did that night. The sad thing was, it ended. That's why kind of cool things are bittersweet. Because they end. Right?
Yeah.
Even like with the woman. I mean, you have to go to work or something. But then you get to anticipate. Which is kind of cool too. sweet anticipation. These thoughts, the groovy stuff, I like to keep in my head. And that's where my stories, my real stories come from, like my first girlfriend. Pleasure spot. Keisha. I'm looking around. Where's my wife? Yeah, I talked about it. Yeah. They are like movie, and I'm really big in movies, or was. They are the movie moments of my life. They felt like movies. Looking back now, anyway.
What do you mean?
There were times in my life, like when I was at the lake with my first girlfriend, and we were alone, and we got naked. And I remember looking up, and we were becoming close. And over her shoulder, lights from the sun were flickering across, like in a dance, the surface of the water. And I said to myself, I think if you say something enough times, it helps you remember. I said quietly, remember this moment. So I knew it was special. Remember, and here I am, remembering the moment. Those are the moments I want to remember. Well, I better go. So much fun. Is 8.5 hours enough for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kidding. Right.
That was an interesting sentiment.
It's been an interesting time here, man. I'm really glad it came up. I wouldn't do that for most people.
Yeah.
But you got that wit. That's special.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. And
yeah, man, you're good. You're good at keeping it going and
thanks, man.
Coming up with new threads and being sincere,
Yeah, and most of all, it's like fun. And that's why I can get through 8.5 hours, because it's easy with you. So see you next week.
All right.
All right.
And that is the end of that. That's the end. That was Sam Hill. And that was the live stream. Hope you enjoyed what you saw. And enjoy the rest of your day. We need an outro. Okay. Says I can't end it. All right. Goodbye, folks. Thank you for watching.
you